Welcome to our virtual Urban Design Commission meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members of the commission, if you're able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. The chair, clerk, and technical facilitator are responsible for muting and unmuting committee members. Use the raise hand feature when you would like to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. During roll call, all panelists will be unmuted. The chair will do their best to call on committee members in the order in which hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Staff, please use the raise hand feature when you are being asked a question so you're brought to the top of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. If your name does not reasonably match, you will not be allowed to speak. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the board, please do so. Send it to the email that is listed on today's agenda. Chair Goodhart, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Urban Design Commission meeting. Unless I see anyone raise their hand, we will consider the meeting minutes approved by unanimous consent. I see no hands raised in opposition. There is no registration for general public comment. Are there any disclosures or recusals? Anyone? Raise your hand. No disclosures or recusals. Okay. Secretary's report and agenda overview.
Thank you, Chair. We have 12 items on the May 27th Urban Design Commission meeting agenda. Under public hearing items, item number 1 is 825 East Washington. This is a new hotel development in Urban Design District number 8. The Commission saw this as an informational presentation on March 11th. They noted some comments regarding EFIS and the fact that this has 2 main frontages. If this receives initial or final approval, it will go to the Plan Commission on June 8th. And note that there was some public registration in opposition, and staff will read the list of registrants who wish to speak when we get to that item. Item number 2 is 902-908 East Main Street. It's a new office building in Urban Design District number 8. The Commission heard an informational presentation on November 20th of 2019. If this receives initial final approval, it will go to the Plan Commission on June 8th. Note that there were some, there's a step back required on the 5th floor, and there's a canopy projecting into that area. We ask that the applicant provide a little more information on this, and that the Commission provide a finding on whether or not this is non-habitable space. So we can go over that in more detail when we get to that item. Item number 3 is 414 East Washington Avenue. This is a new mixed-use building in Urban Design District number 4. Initial final approval is requested. The Commission heard informational presentations on January 29th as well as March 11th and provided some comments. If this receives initial or final approval, it will go to the Plan Commission on June 8th. Note that there are public comment registrations. I believe some wish to speak and some are just registered in opposition. Please note that there is no official steering committee letter in the packet. There were some letters we received and we put those on Legistar. And Alder Heck and some other members may be available to provide some more background on this when we get to that item. Item number 4 is 206 Cottage Grove Road. This is a comprehensive design review for the Grove. There's a zoning staff report in your packet, and note that they support this item. This could be recommended for consent. Item number 5 is 4402 East Washington Avenue. This is a facade renovation for a hotel in Urban Design District number 5. There's a staff report in your packet that explains in more detail why the commission is seeing this. This is a facade update, and there is a previously approved signage, above roof signage. Zoning administrator, Matt Tucker, is available to answer questions on that if there are questions. But the commission is seeing this because there will be a future CDR for that roof sign, and we can go over that in more detail when we get to that item. Item number 6 is 750 Hilldale Way, comprehensive design review for Target. There's a zoning staff report in your packet, and there is supporting this proposal. This could be recommended for consent. Item number 7, under unfinished business, is 7213 Mineral Point Road, a new development, and they are requesting initial final approval. The commission did see this for an informational presentation on January 15th. And if this receives initial or final approval, it will go to the Plan Commission on June 8th. And note that there were some comments regarding the context, how it fits within the context, as well as the fact that it does have multiple main facades. And then there are 5 informational items on the agenda tonight. The commission did provide some feedback, preliminary feedback via email. But due to the complexity and the size of these items, as well as the fact that we have received some public comment, as well as some folks that wish to speak, we would recommend that the commission do hear these as a discussion and dialogue in tonight's meeting. Lastly, we do have some business by members, and I'll just update the commission on our approved meeting dates for the rest of 2020. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. First, I guess I am looking to see if there is a motion for consent agenda item approval. And I see Lois raised her hand. Is that a motion?
Yes, I would like to suggest that number 4 and 6 are consent items.
Okay. And let's see, someone else. Oh, Tom. Second?
Second.
Okay. Okay. Seeing no hands raised in opposition, by unanimous consent, item number 4 and item number 6 are approved on the consent agenda. So that brings us now to item number 1, 825 East Washington Avenue. And I believe, Julie, you will have the list of speakers.
Okay. Do you want me to read them all, or do you want to go one at a time? We have Ryan Burton speaking in support, representing the North Central Group. Okay. Andy Inman. Josh Wilcox in support, representing the North Central Group. Dustin Dressen, registered in support, representing North Central Group. Not wishing to speak, available to answer questions. Dale Bunderson, registered in support, available to answer questions. AJ Robacek, representing Gary Brink Architecture, registered in support, not wishing to speak. And Jeff Lenz, registered in support, not wishing to speak.
Thank you. So then I guess we will turn it over to the speakers who wish to speak, and Janine will run us through some of the images. And please, if you can keep your comments to 3 minutes, we would very much appreciate it. It's all yours.
Okay, Andy, Josh, Ryan are all unmuted. Yeah, that's it.
Great. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. There's a pause there. So my name is Andy Inman. Thank you. And before we get started, I want to compliment the staff. They Both the technology and the planning department staff have been great to work with through a very challenging time. Like I said, my name is Andy Inman. I'm the Vice President of Development with the North Central Group. We had the pleasure of presenting to the Urban Design Commission our latest project, the Moxie Hotel, to be located at 825 East Washington Avenue and 824 East Main Street. It seemed like a world ago, back in March. I think it was the last in-person UDC meeting. What we will do tonight is I'll just provide a brief recap on where we left off, and then turn it over to Josh Wilcox with GBA, who can talk about some of the changes that we've incorporated based on the comments that we received at the last meeting. And then I'll turn it over to Ryan Burton, who will talk about some of the art, more significant art components of the project. So first, if you want to just slide, I don't think I have the screen. If you want to go to the second slide, there are a couple photos here on project information, location map where these photos are located. And then the next slide is the context of the neighborhood, showing some of the more historical manufacturing uses, as well as some of the new development in the context of the setting of the Moxie Hotel. Josh Wilcox can kind of tie the context of the existing setting in with the architecture and what we've incorporated into the building design. If you go to the next slide, one of the things I will recap before jumping into the site plan is just where we've been since our March presentation to the Urban Design Commission. We did work through the neighborhood process. We went to we had actually 3 meetings at the Preservation and Development Committee for the Marquette Neighborhood Association. We received unanimous approval from the committee, and then referred to the Neighborhood Association Board, also received unanimous approval for the project at the Neighborhood Association Board level. So coming back to urban design, I just want to set the context of the site where we're located. The left-hand side of the screen, you're looking at East Washington Avenue. The right-hand side, it goes all the way through to Main Street, running north-south vertically on the right side of the screen. The hotel itself, the guests will access off of East Washington Avenue, a single one-way drive lane through a dedicated loading drop-off area. So guests are arriving and unloading at on-site location. They're not doing that at the street, within the street right away. From there, they'll enter the hotel. They will have the option of either self-park or valet parking. We are working with both the City of Madison on a parking lease agreement for the Livingston Street ramp, as well as 2 private property owners for offsite parking for the hotel. And then the other thing I'll just touch on very briefly is what we did. One of the comments we received at the informational presentation was how we handle some of the East Main Street mechanical and other facilities that we're locating there at street level. If you flip through to the 6th and 7th slide, what we really wanted to do is be very intentional on what that looks like. In other words, some of the comments we received, if you go one more slide, that one, we're in the lower right corner, we really enhanced and wanted to be very intentional about that landscape area that fronted along East Main Street. We really wanted to give, rather than a traditional mechanical look to that building, that outbuilding, we wanted to make it a gift to the street. And if you look at the next slide, what we took is inspiration of some of the storage containers and things that are being used for more non-traditional retail, and just a more edgy, eclectic look that fits the neighborhood. So that lower right corner is kind of our take on how we can capture some of those elements and really make it a stylistic element of the hotel rather than something that is less desirable to look at. So from there, I want to respect the 3 minutes. I will turn it over to Josh Wilcox, and he can continue with the presentation on the architectural elements.
All right, Josh Wilcox here from GBA. We're the architectural firm on the project. Because of the 3 minutes, I'm going to kind of hit on the highlights, and as questions come up, we can come back and go through the details, as Andy said, as respectful to the time limits as we have here. So Janine, if you could just, why don't we just click to the renderings? There we go, let's start there. So when in our last meeting at informational, the building form and shape that you see in front of you here is very similar to that. We did take a lot of the feedback we heard and integrated it into the project. So overall, it's kind of reset where we left off from the last meeting. That this is a classic urban infill project. It's more of a transitional structure from the Spark down to what's going on further down the block in the street. As you know, it's a very tight, challenging site that presents some challenges and a lot of opportunities. So to that end, we really broke it down into 3 forms. The first form is that along East Wash, the more historic, dark form with lots of transparency and divided lights. And then that transitions at the step back to a deck into the middle part of the building or the field. That is a long structure that we broke up with vertical accents through there that has variated forms. So as I mentioned before in the previous meeting, those varied forms will provide a little bit of an optical illusion, and the building will look a little bit different from different angles. So if you're on East Main and you're down by the Indigo, or you're on the bike trail through there, that building will have a little different appearance than it does perhaps from Grease Stevens. And that is because of those variated vertical elements through there. The negative space for the windows also have consistency to it. Obviously the base spacing stays the same, and we're just playing with those elements to create that. And third, the final mass is the top or the cap. And there, again, one of the things we heard was we wanted to see consistency with that along with East Wash. So they're both dark. They both have a lot of transparency. Now that the windows themselves are composed a little bit differently, but there are some similarities between the two that provide a logical connection between the 2 forms. In addition to that, if we go to the next slide here, you'll see how we've activated East Wash. So the East Wash facade has its own vibe that's more respectful to the vehicle and pedestrian access through there, and plays a little bit of homage to the industrial bones and the grit of the neighborhood. So activated public space, which we have some renderings on that out front. So we have a 15-foot setback. We're utilizing that for a patio space that openly flows into the bar lounge function. A real logical primary pedestrian entry point that is easy for pedestrians to find and locate walking down, and also for cars as they go by, they can see that. And then the building behind it steps itself back into the middle field that we discussed before. If we go to the next slide, you'll get to see a little bit more of what it looks like from Main Street. So one of the comments we heard loud and clear was that we need to be respectful to Main Street. And to that end, while East Wash has a little bit more of a historic and structured nature to it, the Main Street side has a little bit more funk and vibe to it, right? So there's more pedestrians on there. There's the different local businesses that have art and a hospitality flair to it. And the brand presents itself very well to that with the Moxie, and Andy presented that in previous meetings. So whether it's the gift to the street, it's the landscaping, it's our large format mural, all of those elements, tie into the idea that we are being as respectful as possible to East Main. Beyond that, the forms we touched on a little bit. The materials themselves are really just 4 primary materials: metal, concrete, glass, and ephes. Certainly I'm sure you can get behind metal, concrete, and glass. The ephes was one of the things we heard about last time in terms of tell us why that makes sense. And if we could go to the material slide here, we'll touch on that, and I'll finish with that. So these are some large scale mock-ups that we brought out and are sitting on a background of concrete. It's actually at the tinsmith that's adjacent to it. We are utilized for some of these photos. So what you can see here is an example of where these vertical elements would be. On the left-hand side, you see an ephes finish that is representational of a core 10 finish. And because of its height, 30 feet in the air at the minimum, it being a vertical accent material, we feel that this is very complementary to the other core 10 and the other industrial finishes that are in the building, or in the neighborhood rather. The vertical joints that you see in there are half scale. Those are shown at 8 inches. They would actually be at 16 inches on center. But then you can see the relief on the bottom right-hand corner to that of the negative space to where the window is and where the variated depths of that occur at. Simple black storefront and aluminum fixed windows through there, finish it out along with the concrete on there. So we feel it's a really timeless facade palette on here. Although the ephes has a reputation for not fitting that criteria, we feel that its use in this building and how it's being portrayed and how it's actually being viewed from the public all tie together to make a really simple, refined form that fits well with the neighborhood, fits well with the brand of the hotel, fits well with the nature of being a transitional background structure. I can get into more detail on all of these elements as questions come up, but that kind of finishes the major points that we wanted to make on the facade. I can talk about programming and floor plans and things like that, but figure that'll be best discussed if need be.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see, some other registrants, I believe.
Yeah, this is Ryan with North Central Group. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to take a minute to talk specifically about the mural. Janine, that's a great shot. Perfect. What I just want to say very quickly is that the image that's shown here is a placeholder. It's just representative of the space that's going to be housing the mural. So we wanted to show that there. And I just want to speak just mainly to our intention and our motivation for the mural. And that would be that it would be a landmark or like a beacon that would draw people to the neighborhood, but that also reflect the neighborhood. And we see and we value the Cappy's thriving art scene, and we want to support that, but we also want to be a part of it. And so we wanted to do something that was special, and we wanted to put it specifically in the spot in reference to East Main Street to give it the significance in that area where it belongs. To be honest, the temptation is just to focus directly on East Wash. We wanted to avoid that and put some of our best work, I guess, if you want to look at it that way, on the East Main side. And again, with our intentions is that we really are looking for the design and execution of the mural to be done by a local artist, potentially maybe someone like Jenny Gao Studios that's in the neighborhood, someone similar to that would be able to capture the essence of the neighborhood and be able to put something there that makes sense, that is appreciated by all those who view it and people that call that part of town their home. So though we don't have the exact image to look at today that'll be in that space, I just wanted to take a quick couple minutes and just let you know kind of what our intention, what our motivations are, and why it's living in this space in the building. So that's pretty much all I have to say about the mural. And I know we were going to potentially throw it back to Andy just to close out our conversation portion.
All right.
And Cliff, I'll just wrap up, and I think if there are questions, we can elaborate on any of the details as the commission would like to see. But what I will wrap up is just to remind folks of our request tonight is for initial and final approval, so we can continue to move through the entitlement process and head over to Plan Commission next. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions that folks may have.
All right. Actually, I will do the opening and closing. I think there are some other registrants who we would like to acknowledge first.
We have Aaron Koch, registered neither in support nor opposition. And then we have three registered in opposition. Amelia Brickford, not wishing to speak. Sophia Brickford, not wishing to speak. And Raimi Cow, not wishing to speak.
Great. Thanks, Julie.
Welcome.
And with no other registrants wishing to speak, I will open it up to the commission for comments or questions or motions. Rafiq. I'm trying to unmute you here. There you go. I got a hair trigger. Hold on a second. There you go.
All right. I think that the adjustments made since the last time are very, very well. I know this isn't necessarily, we don't approve signage right now, but that sign's not going to be in that orientation, is it?
Well, I would say that the application is not for the signage. We can see what their intention is, I guess.
Yeah, I'll grab that. This is Andy Inman. What we wanted to show you, that's signable area. We will be back before, and I should have addressed this up front, but we will be back before you with a separate submittal specifically for the signage and mural and those sorts of things. What we wanted to do is try to show you the intent and kind of what the look might look like, but you'll see this again for those two elements.
Yeah, when you come back, I will try to keep it as horizontal as possible. It doesn't work well with that type.
Okay.
But other than that, I think it's a really good job. And if we don't have any more hands raised, I would make a motion for final approval.
Well, we do have hands raised, but you certainly can make the motion. We see if anyone wants to second the motion, and then we can have discussion on the motion. Let's see, I got Lois and then Christian.
Okay, is the concrete, I'm looking at the front elevation where you have kind of a form around a seating area right at the sidewalk. Is that board formed? What is the concrete finish? Because it's a little stark so far out from the building. I'm wondering if that could be something a little bit more attractive, because as much as I love, concrete forms, it might be a little too stark. And as you're approaching it, you're not going to see the detail of it.
Yeah, Josh here. Janine, can you go to one of the earlier slides that's specific to that patio? Yep, you're getting closer. Right there. Yeah. There's some elevations of that space as well as a colored floor plan and more of a dusk rendering of it. So yes, that is intended to be concrete there with the Moxie logo basically imprinted into it or recessed and painted because of and just kind of a quick background on it. The city engineering is requiring our finished floor elevation to be raised in that area because of the history in that area that everyone's familiar with. So to that end, we have some accessibility challenges getting into there. We have over 2 feet to get up to there. So rather than having the ramp and an exposed railing that's on the street, that we looked at it as an opportunity to provide some shielding to the traffic and for the guests that would be sitting out on that patio space by providing that concrete that's a durable material that can hold up and handle anything that comes its way. And we really have a very simple palette in here where a lot of the concrete that's on grade is in that area. So that's the direction we went with. We could do board form. We can play with different examples of that, but we were thinking it was going to be pretty simple cast in place.
Okay. I hate to be a stickler to process, but there is a motion. And if I don't see a second to the motion, I'm going to have to assume the motion is failing. I have two hands up. Christian, was that a second, or was that wanting further discussion?
Further discussion.
Okay, well, let's see. What about you, Jessica? Was that going to be a second?
No.
No. So I'm afraid I don't see a second to the motion. So for the time being, the motion fails, and we'll open it up to further discussion. And so we'll send it back to you, Christian, and then Jessica.
Okay. Well, Lois brought up exactly the first part of a couple comments that I have is I find that just raw concrete to be really unattractive and not in keeping with what I find otherwise a pretty handsome design at the front of the building. And I get the whole aesthetic of the, sort of, light industrial look and stuff, but just plain concrete, and I don't know what the solution is. Either, tinting the concrete or doing some kind of texturing to it, but just plain poured concrete monolith like that to me is really just unfortunate. On the back half of the building, I'd like to comment about the accessory utility building, the freestanding building in the back. I kind of like that as a functional means of getting some extra space. There we go. Stay on that page, please. So in this lower right rendering here, you have 3 upright evergreens along the short side of the building there. And on your actual landscape plan, then you just have some low spreading yew shrubs, I believe. You got the right idea with this rendering here. I think having something upright covering that exposed concrete on that side and sort of pointing up towards the corrugated metal is a way better approach to the landscaping of that space than having a low spreading evergreen there. I just think it works better with your materials there and sort of softening that concrete base, and it'll also make a nicer background for the flowering hydrangeas that you have in front there. So I would encourage you to stick with the planting as it would appear in this rendering here, as opposed to the actual landscape design you have included with the building plans. That's it for me.
Chair, it looks like the Alder Rummel is present, and I just wanted to let you know that in case you wanted to speak.
Oh. Thank you. Alder, if you would like to speak, if you would just raise your hand so I make sure I don't miss you, we'd be happy to hear from you. Okay. You do have your hand raised. Okay. Thank you. Go right ahead, Marcia.
Jessica can go first. I just got prompted by you. I'll wait my turn.
Okay. Jessica, you're up.
Okay. I have 3 things. One is if we could go to the front elevation again, the same place that Lois was talking about, the front patio. We had a project come through UDC that was further up the street going north that was asking the same kind of thing, an outdoor patio right up against the sidewalk there. And one of the issues we had with it was that it was going to be at a higher level than the pedestrians going by on the sidewalk. So I'm questioning this one, being at that height right against the sidewalk, and also if it could be more transparent. I agree with Lois on the concrete just as a
material to walk past. And also, I just wanted to remind the UDC that we felt that up the street about 4 or 5 buildings, it was too close to the sidewalk and too high to do that. Do you remember that project? It was for a restaurant. So if we had questions on that, I'd question why this one would be all right. I also wondered if you could provide a little more information about that drive between the buildings where you're going from East Wash to the back to the drop-off. What kind of lighting is in there and what it is as far as a pedestrian scale?
You bet. Josh here. In terms of the lighting, I'll start there.
Okay.
The lighting in that area, because of the existing lighting that's associated with the Spark, and then all of the lighting that's coming out from the public space of the hotel, and the fact that that is a single one-way traffic light through there already is a lot of ambient light, and we did include a photometric plan as part of the full package.
Okay.
In addition to that, we do have light coming from some simple downlight sconces that you can see on that rendering that also provide some illumination into it, as well as you can see the thin there.
Oh, I lost you.
Nope. We feel comfortable with the amount of lighting that we have in there, given the amount of ambient light that's in that area, as well as what's coming from the building.
Okay.
Kind of shy away from adding any really larger downlights in that area. We're afraid it's going to detract from the facade and then also from that of what Spark has.
Okay. I had one more question.
And then the other thing I would, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to add on the concrete, both concrete wall and front. I think there are some things. Josh identified the challenges from a flooding perspective of needing to elevate the first floor as some of the new city stormwater guidance and requirements. So that creates the need for some type of barrier there. I will point out the wall, just from a orientation perspective, it does align with the wall adjacent to it for Rabinia Courtyard. If you can see that to the left of the rendering, that is actually in line with it, so it doesn't protrude out. So it's not, it's not quite as. It creates a more uniform rhythm along the streetscape and sidewalk. But what I will say is we'd be happy to work through some of the finer details, whether it's working with the concrete texturing and the forms itself, or looking at a different type of material. That's a very important front door for us, and if it works to work with staff on that, we're certainly open to that. And obviously, I agree with the comment on the landscaping along East Main as well. We will resolve that inconsistency between the plan and the rendering and incorporate the taller vegetation on the rendering.
Okay, let's see here.
Just have one more question.
Oh, go ahead.
If you could just, what is up on the 5th floor where there's so much glazing? What is that floor?
Those are guest rooms that have a small patio associated with them.
Janine, can we go to, I think it was more of a rear elevation that showed the top floor. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, either the previous one. So all up there on the very top floor, I'm sorry, it must be higher than 5th, that very top floor, what is that?
So I'll take this. This is Andy again. The top floor, and we should have touched on this. I think we did at the informational presentation. But the top floor, what we really wanted to do is similar to what we did at the AC Hotel, is preserve the best spaces, the best views in the hotel for the public. So rather than just having a couple of guest rooms there that would enjoy that view of Breeze Stevens Field and the surrounding neighborhood, we opened that up to a third-party restaurant. We haven't landed on which restaurant group yet, but we're working on identifying and programming that restaurant space. And then there will also be some event space on the East Main Street side. So they'll have views of Lake Mendota and the Marquette neighborhood from that side. But that'll be a really, really neat addition to the neighborhood in the city of Madison.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for being patient, Alder.
Thank you all for your work. I just get to come in and go again. You're here for the long haul. The Moxie is a really attractive building overall. I don't really have any real concerns, although I do have a few questions based on the conversation and just looking at the renderings up close. Just to kind of pile on about the concrete patio front, the thing I thought of when people started mentioning it was how it's like a graffiti target, and eventually you might be cleaning that a lot. Just, I don't know what the answer is, but it just occurred to me that it's like unless you turn it into a graffiti wall, and maybe that would be the answer. And I also agreed with the comments about the vegetation in the rear. And if you could take me, Janine, to the rear, that's, I think for me, and as we go down East Wash and East Main and redevelop it, I'm always going to focus on East Main Street because it's often going to be treated as the back of the house. And I want to make sure it is as pedestrian friendly as it can be. And all the adopted plans kind of call it the main street of the business district, which, if I'm going to bore you, I think I've said this every time anything's come up. But so what is that like experience when you come in? And it just seems to me, it's hard to tell from here, but is there a sidewalk in, or is it only access to cars? Or, how do you, if you're coming the back way from, I don't know, the parking lot or wherever you're coming from, what is your experience back there? And then also, if you could answer, I missed the point of the accessory building. Could you explain that to me?
So
Josh or Andy.
Sure. Two things, Janine. Maybe you could go to the rendering. I think is closer if you want to scroll down to the rendering from East Main, or scroll up maybe. I'm lost.
Yep.
Couple more. Right there. There we go. Oop. Back. Sorry. I think it's 8. One more. There we go. That's it. So Alderama, from the idea of that accessory building, what that will look like is kind of this inspiration of kind of vibrant redevelopment districts like Rhino in Denver and Austin, where they're using these shipping containers, large shipping containers for retail or something else. What we didn't want to do is just have a very cold look for all the reasons that you mentioned about addressing Main Street with some of these accessory needs. So what we did is really dress that up and treated it like it's its own element, it's its own architecture, it's its own building element, and incorporated some of these shipping container images for inspiration into how we best treat that.
What's the purpose? Is it the back way into the lower levels, or?
Yeah, so it's all one-way traffic, so there won't be cars turning in here. Cars would be exiting along this route, but it is a very prominent route into the main entry into the hotel. So we were very deliberate. I'm sorry. What's the purpose of the outbuilding?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And I'm not sure if you were there for our initial presentation, but what that is, the lower level will contain our trash receptacles, and then above that are mechanical units. So rather than just screen those with a black wall or something like that, we try to make it its own architectural element. As far as the access, a lot of our guests will be walking from Livingston Street, from the ramp on Main Street, over to the entrance off of East Main Street. So Janine, if you could quickly scroll up to the fourth slide, it is the site plan. Alder Rummel, what we did, you can see there how we incorporated a textured pedestrian. We really studied that area, tried to take advantage of every foot, every inch to make sure we had easy access. You can see the cross-hatched sidewalk area, so pedestrians can easily and comfortably walk from East Main Street to towards the front door, so they didn't have to go around through a drive lane or anything like that. That is shown as two-way there, but our thought would be that would be just a one-way exit.
But is there like a sidewalk or? Yeah,
that's the hatched. If you see the square hatch pattern, that is the pedestrian access to come through into the main entry to the building.
Okay, thank you. And I guess my final comment is I do like the idea of having a mural there, and I like that you kind of tucked it away, facing close to the new art lit lab, is kind of tying that together. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions or comments, Alder Rummel?
No, thanks.
Okay, thanks. Then got a couple of other hands, Shane and then Rafiq.
Okay, great. Thank you. I have a couple comments, and then maybe it's premature, but I was going to make a motion. First, the comments. I think it's a great project. Regarding the wall, the concrete wall on East Wash, I actually kind of like concrete as the material, but I would agree that maybe it's a little tall, little out of proportion for an ideal pedestrian experience along the sidewalk. And Jessica, I just wanted to comment to your point about the previous project we saw, I think down on the corner of Patterson, that you made reference to. I think the difference there was that the patio itself, the occupied space, was perched up higher, and it reached a certain threshold above the sidewalk, probably in the neighborhood of twice the height of what we're looking at here. So I also think Alder Rummel makes a good point about the potential for graffiti on the wall. So I think it's a great project that we could approve and maybe work with staff on the wall and the material of the wall. I would think to stay in proportion, it needs to be at least 12 inches shorter. And at first I thought maybe it was actually serving as the fall protection to that patio, but it looks like it's not, that it's maybe just kind of covering some of the railings that sit behind it. So if we lower it and the railing pops up a little bit, I'm okay with that personally. And I think that if that top of wall came down 12 inches, it would feel better. So with that,
before you do that, Shane, I wanted to ask the applicant a question before we deliberate any motions, and that is, what is the background material for the mural? Excuse me. The surface.
Yeah, Josh here. If you go to that slide that is specific to the mural, I just want to point that out. Keep going. One more. There we go. On there, we call that out as a stucco substrate. So we're looking for this mural to be, something that can stand the test of time and will hold up well. So that detail that we have in a large plan detail there, we identify that as a stucco substrate. So, something that historically has been a basis for murals to go on for many years.
So you say stucco, would that be like a smooth stucco?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ultimately it's whatever the artist thinks is best. I mean, to be honest, but that from the research and the conversations we've had with others is that's the best starting point.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm it was a different material than the other materials on the building. Let's see. Rafiq had his hand up, but Shane, I interrupted you before I turn it over to any other commissioners.
Well, yeah, if Rafiq doesn't have any more comments, I would make a motion for final approval, taking into account Christian's comments on the landscape plant material and small adjustments to the site wall with help by staff.
Okay, let's see. I'm looking for a second on the motion. Oh, I'm sorry. I see Lois. Is that? I'll mute you there.
Yeah, I'll second that. And I do agree that the front wall could be worked out with staff and committee members if needed.
Okay. And just so I see Rafiq, see if we have discussion then on the motion.
No, I was going to restate my motion the same way that he did. Then I was going to second it, but as long as it's moving forward, let's go.
Okay. I just, now that we're open for discussion on the motion, I just want to be sure our commissioners are comfortable with Core 10 EFS.
I think at that height, I think he made a pretty good case for it being at that height away from the ground, away from pedestrian impact and traffic.
And then a procedural question for staff. Can we make a condition that we approve the mural when it's ready to be designed?
I think you can make a condition to request that they proceed with it. It could be as a minor alteration, so they can proceed with the building and follow up with the mural details at a later point.
Okay. Okay, so seeing no objections, and with the comments that Shane had in his motion and Lois and the mural returning at some point, I guess by unanimous consent, we have final approval on item number 1. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. That brings us to agenda item number 2, 902 through 908 East Main Street, just down the street on Main. I guess Julie, you can let us know who would like to speak on behalf of that one.
Okay. Looks like all the registrants that we have for this item are with the team, and they are all in support. We have Doug Hirsch representing Archipelago Village, Jordan Teichen representing Archipelago Village, Andy Laufenberg representing Archipelago Village, Kurt Brink, Robert Mangus representing Potter Lawson, Tony Miller representing Kurt Brink, and Matt Brink.
Great. Thank you very much. And Alder Rummel, will you want to say some words after the presentation on this? No? Oh, wait a minute. I should unmute you so you can answer me.
I might.
Okay, good. Well, I'll make sure to look out for you. Okay, so we can start with the applicant. We're asking presenters to keep your presentation to 3 minutes apiece. Thank you very much.
This is Kurt Brink. Please present the next phase of Archipelago Village, and we'll start out with Doug Hirsch.
Kurt, are you on speakerphone, or do you have another feed coming in? It sounds like we're getting some feedback.
I'll mute one of them. Okay.
Sounds like we might be all right now.
Can you guys hear me? This is Doug.
Yes, we can hear you. And Andrew and Jordan are also unmuted right now.
Good evening. So this is the WIDA building. It's an office building at 902 East Main Street. It's the next phase in the development of the 900 block of East Washington. Yeah, if you go to the next slide, it's located behind the Indigo Hotel, which was the first phase of the project at the corner of East Main and North Patterson Street. Next slide has a little bit of the context. The Hotel Indigo on the lower part of the screen there. On the left-hand side is facade on East Washington, and then on the right-hand side, the back courtyard drop-off area for the Hotel Indigo. And then the other buildings that remain on the block are on the upper left-hand side, the telephone, Wisconsin Telephone Garage building. And then on the right-hand side, in the top right, it's the Madison Credit Union.
Place for bowl, anything like that?
So next slide. This is a diagram, a massing diagram showing the sort of phasing of the projects. The Hotel Indigo on phase 1 there in the corner, already completed. The 929 building is the yellow building, which has already been approved, and is planned to be built concurrently with the WIDA building, which we are showing in the blue there in the corner. Then the future phases we're showing in the orange would cover up sort of the remainder of the parking structure facing East Main, and we're proposing that as a mixed use housing with commercial on the ground floor. The parking for the WIDA building will be in the structure that's connected to 929, and there is a connector over that central drive that will get will connect to the 3rd floor of the WIDA building to help spread out the parking. Next slide. This is a SketchUp model kind of the whole block, kind of as we're conceiving the project. So you can see the WIDA building at the corner there. The next slide should be the site plan. And the only thing I'll say about this, and then I'll turn it over to Jordan for the landscape, is that we have a north-south sort of drive that connects East Washington with East Main Street, which provides access to the 929 parking structure. It provides access to the Hotel Indigo, and then it is also where we have all our loading zones. So along the WIDA building, there are kind of 3 loading zones that are incorporated into the hardscape there. We have bike parking at both South Patterson. We have an entrance into the WIDA building where the locker, shower, and exercise facility would be. So there's bikes there. And then there are visitor bikes at the main entry on East Main Street. With that, I think I can turn it over to Jordan to talk a little bit about the landscaping.
Yeah, hi everyone. This is Jordan, and I'll be presenting site and landscape today. So the intent of the site design is to create something that takes cues from the overall core vision of the master plan and provide really a dynamic and visually appealing space for the user of the building, as well as people passing by on Main Street and Patterson Street. So the design fulfills this intent by creating some unique spaces, really with site elements that mix urban industrial materials and forms with a modern and minimalist aesthetic. And some of these elements included in the design that showcase this are integrally colored concrete retaining walls along Main Street, wrapping up towards the main entrance. These walls will have an architectural bevel near the top, as well as a polished finish. And they serve to retain the grade along the building, as well as act as a facade for future tenants that are occupying the space on the first floor and provide an elevated terrace along Main Street. There's also a forecourt area adjacent to the building's main entrance with a specimen tree and integrating lighting at the center of that forecourt area. There's gray cast iron truncated dome panels and minimalist black square bollards to help visually impaired delineate between pedestrian-friendly sidewalks and the required loading zones you're seeing on the plan north and east sides of the site. Guard and handrails will have a dark powder coat to match some of the materials around the fenestrations of the building. Differences in pavement and scoring patterns will have few transitions from one space into another. As touched on before, there's bike racks at sort of the primary and secondary entry points to the building, and these will be very minimalist and geometric rectangular black bike racks. And last but not least, for the site design, we're going to be using a simple urban plant palette around the perimeter of the building, really to create structure, as well as provide some continuity for the rest of the master plan. If you can go to the next slide. So in addition to site design, we designed an amenity deck for the 5th floor of the building. And this area utilizes a handful of materials that I'll touch on briefly, including dark and light colored precast concrete pavers, sedum planting over a typical green roof profile, raised planters with ornamental trees, a decorative stone ballast, as well as movable site furnishings that are placed and tend to serve as extensions of the interior spaces adjacent to the various areas of the green roof. I believe this was touched on earlier. We're also showing the outline of a potential overhead canopy. And you can see that as a black dashed line on the sort of northwest corner, as well as the southeast corner above the dining area. Yep. And with that, I think I'm out of time, so I can turn it over to Andy to discuss some of the building materials and lighting.
Okay, can you guys hear me then?
Yes.
All right. So I think if we just forward through into the first perspective, skip the plans for now. There we go. Okay. So the driving force of the design concept was mainly to respond to the Tudor building, which happens along East Washington and Patterson. And so we wanted to create a building that was responded to the scale of the Tudor building. And so that kind of started to form this industrial brick base of the building. And within that language, when we created that industrial brick base, we started to create the rhythm that you see in some of those old industrial buildings. And within that rhythm, we wanted to have, but we didn't want to replicate an industrial building. So we started to take some slight, like, modern interpretations of what those bays might be. So the bays themselves, they have a lot of depth in them. There's about 8 inches of play within those brick planes. And as opposed to all those bays being centered, they're asymmetrical, right? So you can, in this perspective, you can kind of see these L-shaped recesses in those brick bays that give it a little nod to that old industrial character of those bays, but it kind of takes a new modern interpretation from that. And from that, we wanted to mix in a newer, more modern form of building. And so the building step backs kind of allowed us to do this really well in this case because it kept the brick down low at the same scale as the Kluger building. Then as the building stepped back, we kind of have this, we have the heavy brick base elements, and as the building steps back, there's the lighter, glassier element that kind of gets, as you're seeing from this perspective, to the left is getting pulled out and away from the brick, almost as it's like it's floating past and beyond. So you create a very dynamic entry for the main building at the right-hand side of it. Knowing that this is the main entry for the building, and we also still wanted to pay homage to activating the corner of the site. And so at the left-hand side of the building, again, it's a mixture of this glassy steel element that kind of gets pulled back out in almost like an additive means. So we're kind of playing with that language in two different ways. And we have this glassy steel elements at the main entry of the building that's acting as a subtractive feature to the industrial brick base. And then to the left, it's acting as an additive feature to it. Down at the base, you'll also see this, where you do have the WIDA's logo. This is a curved wall that also helps draw your eye and pull you into the main entry of the building. On the left-hand side, the right-hand side, you'll also see the skywalk that does attach to the parking garage. In this skywalk, we do have a bird-friendly glass, and we can go over that material a little bit, and then on the railings as well that wrap around that 5th floor have the same sort of treatment. So if we go to the next perspective. So this is a view from Hotel Indigo coming down that drive that Doug had mentioned. You can see that skywalk off to the left, and again, the glassy volume up above, and some of that, you can start to see again that asymmetrical treatment of those brick recesses on this back facade. This back facade down in the lower left, there's a guy standing kind of by what looks to be a overhead door, and that is the access for the loading for the building and the trash. We go to the next slide. So this is the Patterson Street. So you can see that the brick volume here, the actual bays change in module a little bit. So there's another third level of detail as those bricks kind of step back to get to that industrial gridded windows. But that brick language kind of carries over from the Kluger building. So we're responding to the context. And then as we move further to the right, there's the glassy volume that comes out and anchors down the corner. What you can see in this perspective at the 5th floor, you can start to see the articulation of what we are proposing for as Jordan mentioned, the covered trellis area. And I guess there's just a handful of other renderings we can kind of go through. So if you go to the next slide, again, there is the trellis up above at the 5th floor for this guy. Yep. And then you can kind of, and so you can kind of see that there's like these two glassy modern elements, additive, subtractive. One's kind of getting pushed back and pulled away, and the other one's kind of getting pulled out into it. So it's kind of this play of the modern glassy building and the old brick industrial building. So you can keep going. This is from the drive aisle, looking at the cross section to that skywalk there in the middle. In the bottom, and then again, just the back elevation of that. Yeah, so we can go to the material slides. We just keep panning forward. Yep, okay. So the corrugated metal at the very top, that is the infill metal panel that is happening at the base of the building. It won't be white. The color that it is going to be is that black sample just down below it. The corrugated metal that black sample is on is what is cladding the mechanical screen. To the right of the top corrugated metal is the stone base that occurs underneath the red brick. The curved brick element that is going into the main entrance is right to the left of that red brick. Stone. Sorry, yeah, stone. So we picked a red brick. We picked a red brick that was clean but still had some texture to it. So we like the clean lines of that brick because it was trying to modernize the industrial language, but we thought that the texture of the brick really kind of gave it back a nod to an older industrial building. We have the black brick is down below. That's what you see at the volume that is on the 5th floor and kind of push it back. And then the 3 types of glass that we have, the one in the middle at the bottom is the spandrel condition. The one on the left is the vision. And then the one on the middle upper is the bird-friendly glass. And what it is there's a dot frit pattern. The frits are 1/4 inch in diameter, and they're on 2 inches by 4 inches, the pattern that occurs. And I believe it's on the 2nd or 3rd base. Second. It's on the second layer level of glass. So then if we can move forward, these are just the elevations for reference. We can keep going into the...
So we're pushing 7 minutes.
There we go. That's fine. Done.
Okay, thank you. Before I ask for any questions or comments, Janine, there was an issue that we had to make a finding regarding the step back along Main Street.
That is correct. There is on Main Street, there's a projection into the step back area. It is a canopy, and it's up to the commission to decide whether or not this can be considered allowed as a projection as non-habitable space. And the UDC guidelines do allow for you to make that consideration and or judgment.
As non-habitable space, you said?
Correct.
I'm going to ask our architects if there's an elevation or section view. Oh, you're driving, Janine. Maybe you can find it. Sorry.
This elevation, this upper left east elevation, does show the projection, and then the south elevation, and I'll let the architects correct me if I'm wrong, the design team, that this is the location on the south facade, correct?
Correct. Yeah, there's one on each facade facing the streets. And I think we should be clear that it's an alternate. The owner hasn't decided whether they want to build it or not. So we put it on as, well, let's make sure we can get it approved. That's why we've sort of included it here.
Got it. So non-habitable means they're not going to come back later on and enclose it or anything else. It's going to not appear as a volume. Okay.
It's going to be a shaped structure.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I think that takes us through all of the applicants who registered to speak. So I will be looking for a show of hands. Okay, Tom. You there?
Okay. Real quick question. Just on the glass, some of the renderings made those large industrial windows look like a solid sheet of glass. I just want to confirm that those are true divided lights and that the framework is metal and not vinyl.
Correct. They are aluminum windows. The divides are, there's an exterior application, an interior application, or a middle application, and an interior application. So the glass is continuous, right? It's continuous, and it's the same stuff that was used on the Kluter building, the same windows that were used on the Kluter building. Like each one of those windows aren't separate. They fake it by putting something in the middle to look like it's a continuous divide.
But the material is metal on both the interior and exterior.
Correct. They're aluminum windows, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Tom?
No.
Okay. Alder Rummel.
Thank you. So keeping on the glass topic, on that one corner element, I guess it's on Patterson. Tell me some more about how it will be bird friendly, because I know enough to be dangerous now, and it seems like it's a wide expanse of glass, and so even though it kind of looks nice, I think it's, from what I know, it could be dangerous. So what are you doing to make that not true? Or did I miss an explanation when you were talking about the patterns? Please tell me more.
Yeah, so we don't have the bird glass right now on that corner element for the second, third, and fourth floor. Where we have it is there's a guardrail on the fifth floor roof terrace that's glass, because that's glass you can basically see right through. So that has the bird pattern. And then the connector, which is also something where the birds feel like they can fly right through. So that also has the bird glass. So right now the corner does not.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep track all the things you just told me. So if Janine could find the thing that's listed as the south perspective. So that to the right, how are you treating that whole design element?
So that all is vision glass. It has, two frames on it. The smaller frame is the window frames, and then the larger frame is a metal frame. But above that, where the people are standing, that glass rail would have the bird glass on it. The lower volume is not treated right now.
I'm really having a hard time hearing you. I'm hard of hearing you. It sounded a little muddled. So just tell me in like a really brief sentence, is this bird-friendly glass or not?
On the glass that's on second, third, and fourth, it's not. It's just regular glass.
So I guess I would have a concern about that. And, I don't know all the answers, but like I said, I know enough to be dangerous. So just wanting to let you know. So that's my first comment. I don't have any others right at this moment, but I just wanted to put that on the table. And I know there's no ordinance or anything that tells you not to do that, but one is coming, and I'm not saying you have to live by something that doesn't exist yet, but it's informing the Plan Commission as we learn more about bird-friendly glass. So it's in the air of our thinking, and so hopefully that you can do a little research to make sure you're using the best and most affordable and efficient for what you can do, but just to take those into consideration.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Alder Rummel. Any other questions or comments from our commissioners? Rafiq. And then Craig.
So I was trying to wait and let somebody else go first this time, but nobody raised their hand until afterwards. So I will say that this does not, to me personally, it doesn't look like an office building. And I think that that's a very good thing. Office buildings tend to be super just plain. And this is a very, very, very attractive building. I think that the mix of modern and industrial is spot on. I am really, really satisfied with this project. I don't know if we're tasked with making that determination about the projection in the thing first, or if we just do an approval and just say that since it was approved that we're okay with that. I don't know what the procedure is.
Yeah, we're permitted to make a finding that it's acceptable.
Separate from the whatever they're going for, initial or final? Or
no, it would be part of whatever motion. If you wanted to make a motion and you found it acceptable, that would be included.
So I would make a motion, but I don't want it to not pass because somebody else wants to speak. So I don't know if everybody's done.
Well, you can make the motion. As you know, we will ask somebody to second the motion, and we'll have discussion on the motion. If nobody agrees with you, then the motion will fail.
Well, I will make a motion for approval.
Okay, and let's see. I saw Craig's hand was up, but now a whole bunch of hands are up. All right.
Hopefully,
I got to go straight to Shane.
Would second Rafiq's motion, and just to add the comment that I think the projection on the fifth floor, the trellis, is nice and contributes to the building and the architecture. So I like it. And I don't think it violates the intent of some of the zoning code, nor does it, to me, it doesn't appear like it would ever be enclosed and changed. So I think that's an assumption we must state, that it would remain open air.
Right, it has to be non-habitable to be permitted. Yeah. Okay, so there's a second on the motion. Alder Abbas and Craig have their hands raised, so I will start with Craig for, oh, sorry, now his hand's gone. You doing that, Craig, or am I doing that? Let's see, I'll go to Alder Abbas for discussion.
Yeah, one quick point for clarity. So the motion is for approval. I was a little confused. Either it's an initial approval or for the final approval.
I believe it was for final approval.
All right, thanks. That's fine. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I see no other commissioners raising their hand in further discussion. So seeing no further discussion, by unanimous consent, the item number 2 is approved for final approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So the next item.
Cliff, it looks like Alder Rummel had.
I'm sorry. Okay, hold on just a second. I'm sorry, Marcia.
That's all right. I hide that raised hand thing, and then I have to go get it. It takes a minute. This is not about your final approval. This is just my talking to the future selves of all of us in the phase 3, which you are not looking at before you, but it was in the application. I really will be concerned, just to let the developer know, that you're going to try and cover up part of the telephone building. And I have talked to them before about this, and I just hope they don't do that. That's just my final comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Moving a little bit further west, we're going to go now up East Washington to 414. We've seen this a couple of times before. I believe they're up for final approval. Julie, who do we have wishing to speak for the applicant?
For the applicant, let me go back to that page. We have Randy Bruce representing LZ Ventures, Dwayne Johnson representing Canopi Bruce Architects, Catherine Beaton representing Psyche Design.
Okay.
And then we have we have Anthony Brilski, also registered in support, wishing to speak.
Okay.
Angie Black, representing LZ Ventures, registered in support, available to answer questions. John Leja, the property owner, registered in support, available to answer questions. And Peter Beeson, registered in support, but not wishing to speak.
Great, and then we do have a number of people in opposition. Following the presentation, we'll read their names in order so that they're prepared to make their statements after the applicant makes their presentation.
I just refreshed, and so I have a couple more names as well. Let's see, we've got John Strom, registered in support, not wishing to speak. Michael Metzger, in support, not wishing to speak. Eric Minton, in support, not wishing to speak. That's it.
Okay.
Chair, we also have Alder Heck available, and he may want to speak at some point.
Yes, I see him, and I will call on him if he would like to make some comments after the applicant shows us what they've got for us.
Okay, so at the moment we have Dwayne and Catherine unmuted. I don't see a Randy Bruce present. So is it okay if we start with those two?
If they're prepared to speak to the project, absolutely.
Sure. So thank you everybody for your time. We're here tonight to talk about a project on the 400 block of East Washington Avenue. It's currently 6 individual sites in between North Franklin and North Hancock Streets fronting East Washington Avenue. All the sites are within the downtown core plan, and they were earmarked as potential redevelopment sites within the downtown core plan. They were also identified as 8-story sites with 2 bonus story potential, and they all are zoned UMX zoning. It is worth noting while we're on this plan that North Franklin Street is a one-way street going to the north, and North Hancock is a one-way street going back towards East Washington Avenue. We could go to the next slide. So this is our current site plan overlaid with a colored landscape plan. Entering the garage would be along North Franklin Street, which is one way going north, and then we would be a one-way entrance into our garage, which consists of 2.5 levels of underground parking. And then all of the parking would exit out to the left onto North Hancock, forcing traffic back out to East Washington Avenue to avoid having large amounts of traffic going into the neighborhood and the Mifflin Street Bike Boulevard. Yeah, we did change it. We appreciated the comment last time about the location of the apartment entrance. So we'll get into the floor plans here in a bit, but our entrance is now moved to the center of East Washington Avenue, and both of the corners along East Washington and the 2 side streets would be entrances into commercial areas. Catherine, could you speak about the landscaping on the site?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, Catherine Beaton here from Psyche Design. We're the landscape architect on the project. So you're looking at the landscape plan, and as you can see, the main landscaped areas are between the building and the street along East Washington, North Hancock, and North Franklin. So with the building edge being between 10 and 12 feet from the public sidewalk, we're focusing on providing a diverse foundation planting that complements the building's architecture, as well as highlighting the entrances to the building. So as Dwayne mentioned, that central entrance along East Washington, kind of providing a symmetrical planting to welcome people to that entrance, as well as highlighting the 2 commercial entrances on both of the corners. So groupings of the plants that you're seeing here correspond with the cadence of the building facade, which you'll see later in the renderings. The plants were selected to provide color and seasonal interest throughout the year, as well as being suited to an urban environment. So we tried to kind of show some of that color interest on the plan here. You can see either the foliage or flowering color. I think that's about it from my end. I'm going to turn it back over to Dwayne to discuss the patio and roof terraces.
Thank you, Catherine. Before we move on from this slide, I think it's worth noting that we were able to do the large amounts of landscaping along the street frontages by actually setting the building back further, which on 3 of these sides is actually not a required setback. It's something we chose to do to get better landscaping and a better street view and street feel to the project. We could move on to the next plan. So this plan shows our main ground level floor plan. Again, the main apartment entry would be off of East Washington Avenue through a vestibule into a large apartment lobby. And then the commercial entrances would be separate entrances along Hancock. And then there's actually one that, because of the street grade change below, the 2-bedroom on the corner of Franklin and East Washington that's shown on the next level down. We did also have some comments last time about the plaza and it being on the north side of the building, and it was fairly undefined last time we came before you. So we've spent a good amount of time designing the plaza areas. This one would actually serve two purposes. It would be used for the private individual balconies for the units that face that area, and then a larger public area that would be screened by larger, taller screen walls to kind of divide those two areas. We've allotted space for a fire pit within the center of that area, and then a small area for like a dog relief area with a turf material that could be washed down and kept sanitary, and then some different public seating areas within this plaza area as well. We are 156 units, mix of studios, 1 bedrooms, and 2 bedrooms that continue up a number of levels beyond this. If we could move to the next one. So this is the level that the building steps back on, which we'll show here in a minute with the renderings. But this left us the opportunity to use the rooftop of the 6th floor for a number of the amenity spaces within the project. And these as well have changed in where they're located from the plan we showed last time. We've actually moved the community room to the center portion and left units within the 2 corner areas. The left community area would be a pool area with a hot tub and a number of areas that people could sunbathe and lounge out on. All the areas that are shown as green are raised planter areas that would have extensive plantings within them. There's also some grade changes within this left area to allow room for the pool to have more depth and also be accessible. And the plazas to the right, last time we showed, were actually individual unit plazas, but we made the decision to treat these as areas that the entire building could utilize. So we have, again, a number of raised planters, a number of different individual seating areas, and a grill area, and some other lounge areas and green roof type areas as well. We can move to the next slide. And this is also a new feature up on top of on the rooftop. We have obviously our mechanical space and chillers and mechanical rooms and that sort of stuff. But there was an area that we were able to carve out from the gabled roof features. It creates like a sheltered, protected area. And we made that into like a dog run area with different dog exercise areas and features and toys for the dogs to play on, as well as some additional seating areas where people could lounge and enjoy the view towards Lake Mendota and kind of get away and enjoy the outdoors.
We've been asking applicants to keep their comments to 3 minutes. Are you
right
near?
No, this is my last one, but so Randy was registered under Jay Bruce. If we could unmute him and he could continue on with the slides.
Okay, Randy, you should be unmuted.
Got it. Thank you very much. I wanted to start out by just thanking the committee for their comments at the 2 previous informational UDC meetings on January 29th and March 11th. I think we got good feedback, and the design has progressed because of that feedback. At the last meeting, there were some specific comments that were made as in terms of design suggestions, and I think we've accommodated all but perhaps one of those items. First, one of the comments had to do with the balcony on the corner at the 9th floor. You can see this balcony here. Previously, that was a square balcony, and there was some concern about how that related to the rounded form below. We've since confirmed with our structural engineer that we can in fact do this rounded form on the balcony. So I think that's a much more successful approach at that 10th floor there. In addition to that, I think Cliff, you brought up our main entrance to the residential building itself was off of the corner here, right at the corner of Hancock and East Wash. We have switched that around after studying your suggestion. I think it does make sense. We've made the main entrance to the building proper the center of the building. It is a symmetrical building, and so we're using that as our main entry to the building. The two corners then become commercial entries. The one on the Hancock side is a little larger, but takes that whole corner element. And then we have one down on the Franklin Street side as well. So that was one of the other comments that had been made. In addition, there was some concern over the previous rendition of the windows on the 9th and 10th floor. We had shown the mullions, the vertical mullions between the windows as metal. They're paired up on that 9th and 10th floor. We've adjusted that now and have taken the brick between those window pairings vertically. So it does feel much lighter than it did before. Before it felt heavy. It was very dark and boxy at that level. And so now I think it helps accentuate kind of the verticality of the building. This slide also is intended to show how the building fits in with the downtown plans building heights as is proposed. So you can see the 8+2 as you head down East Washington, and the 6 stepping down to 4 as you head down Hancock. Next slide, please. Just getting a little bit more detail on the grade level. Here's our commercial entry there on the corner. We've got a canopy. We would anticipate some signage will be coming forward later when we have a tenant for that space. And then as you go to the next slide, we'll look at the center area. So this is our center terrace, our entry plaza, and the central entry to the building. We've got the ability to provide for outdoor seating for a restaurant if we're successful in getting a restaurant to locate there, or provide some outdoor space for the residents of the building itself. We still have sufficient room for some generous landscaping. I think it provides for a really nice street experience. Next slide, please. We do have a lighting plan shown in our submittal. I don't think I've got a presentation drawing for that, but we do have some maybe historical referenced wall sconces that are going to be provided on the first floor at this main entrance, along with some pin-like downlights that would light each of those 4 columns, masonry columns. But again, I think that providing some nice lighting at that level will help activate that entry. Next slide, please. This, if you'll remember, we had an earlier version of this building was 8 stories, stepping up to 10 stories, but not quite so much of the building was at 10 stories. Our current design, which you reviewed last time, allowed us to step down to 6 stories, and by increasing the building on East Washington. But we did break up the mass of the building and the coloration of the building into these 3 elements. So we've got one element, 6 stories, that's abuts the neighbors to the north, and then it would step up to this building facing the East Washington. We've treated each building slightly different. I would consider them to be very compatible with one another, but you can see from the window pattern and the fenestration that there are some differences. And if you go to the next slide, I think we can kind of view also those rooftop spaces that Dwayne was talking about are shown here, and I think provide some really unusually generous outdoor spaces for the residents of the building. Even though we are in a high intensity development zone, the downtown core is really meant for the highest intensity of development in the city. We're able to do it and still provide some quality exterior spaces for the residents. Next slide, please. Again, this view shows how our building does transition down to the neighborhood to the north. And one more slide, I believe. I think this was the last comment that we had gotten regarding the design issues. Had to do with maybe looking at some railing differences between the two building elements. So for the building facing the East Washington Avenue is on the right-hand side. It's got that creamier color brick. We've got a little bit more elaborate railing design there. As we transition around the corners on the two sides, we're going to a complementary brick. It's a little bit warmer in color, and then a simpler railing design as well. You can see here also in the detail on the right, we do have a change in plane in the brick. Those balconies are and those window forms are recessed, so we do have a few inches of offset between there to provide some additional shadow and verticality to the building. If I've got some time, I'd like to just go on to one or two other slides if I could quickly.
Yeah, if you can wrap it up with some of the details, please.
Sure. So our materials are shown here. The base of the building is this facing East Washington is the sand drift Renaissance stone. Then with a cream color brick above it. The metal roof is a standing seam burnished slate in color. The buildings facing Franklin and Hancock then have a complementary masonry. It's a Cordova stone buff color with the cans of gold iron spot brick above. Windows in all portions of the building are the dark bronze. The only other thing I wanted to mention here is that there's some discussion about the bonus height and the 2 stories bonus height, and I just want to remind the committee that the reason that we are asking for the 2 bonus stories is it really allows us to do what the downtown plan wanted us to do. The downtown plan provided for the bonus heights to allow for a better transition to the neighborhood to the north, and allow for better design. We were able to, by allowing for a little bit more height, we're able to then decrease our footprint, give more lawn space at the street level, more setback at the street level, and provide for that step down at the 6 stories. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe that is it for the speakers representing the applicant. Julie, I know we have quite a list of folks who would like to speak from the public. Could you identify them so that they can kind of prepare themselves in the order by which you're going to announce them?
Sure, we have got quite a few. First, we have Eli Judge, who's registered neither in support nor opposition, would like to speak. Ian Graves, registered in opposition, wishing to speak. David Schwab, registered in opposition, wishing to speak. Larissa, registered in opposition, wishing to speak. Robert Kleba, registered in opposition, wishing to speak. Julie Wagner, registered in opposition, wishing to speak. Gary Tipler, registered in opposition, wishing to speak. Kendall Polzer is registered in opposition and available to answer questions. Sean Kelly, registered in opposition, available to answer questions. Amelia Brickford, registered in opposition, not wishing to speak. Sophia Brickford, registered in opposition, not wishing to speak. Don O'Crowley, registered in opposition, not wishing to speak. Vanessa Shipley, registered in opposition, not wishing to speak. Becca Schober, registered in opposition, not wishing to speak. Spencer Ross, registered in opposition, not wishing to speak. Henry Doan, registered in opposition, not wishing to speak. Ann Sullivan, registered in opposition, not wishing to speak. Jim Screntney, registered in opposition, not wishing to speak. Steve Rubin, registered in opposition, not wishing to speak. I have someone's email as their name, alice.herman22@gmail.com, is registered in opposition, not wishing to speak. John Cook, registered in opposition, not wishing to speak. Charles Paquette, registered in opposition, not wishing to speak. Dan O'Brien, registered in opposition, not wishing to speak. And Kathleen Nairn, registered in opposition, not wishing to speak. Carol Crossan, registered in opposition, not wishing to speak. Susan Graham, registered in opposition, not wishing to speak. Andrew Cernetinger, registered in opposition, not wishing to speak. And finally, Catherine Parrish, registered in opposition, not wishing to speak.
Okay, thank you. So we have around maybe 6 or so who do want to speak. And I just would remind people to keep your comments to 3 minutes if at all possible. We want to make time for everybody to have their turn. So who's up first then, Julie?
Let's go back to page 1.
Is it Eli?
Eli Judge.
Yeah.
Hey, Eli, you should be unmuted. Yep.
Great, perfect. First, I want to thank you all for your time. As I indicated in the letter that I sent to you all earlier this afternoon, my past history as a Madison Alder and my involvement with the neighborhood activities makes me abundantly aware of how thankless and time-consuming participation in a group like UDC can be. So I want to let you know I do appreciate it, and I thank you for your time tonight. I am the current president of Capital Neighborhoods, which is the neighborhood association that represents most of the downtown core. Capital Neighborhoods is comprised of 5 member districts, one of which is James Madison Park District, which is where this project, the proposed project, sits. I am currently registered neither in support nor opposition on the proposal. I'm here actually mostly to perhaps shed some light on some confusion surrounding written materials that were submitted to the UDC for some folks from the neighborhood that I will personally be available to answer questions. To provide a little bit of background, a neighborhood steering committee has met several times over the last few months, both in person and using Zoom. And the most recent meeting we had was this past Thursday, during which several attendees agreed to work together to draft a report for submission to the UDC. Yesterday, the UDC received a document that appears to be a steering committee report authored by the administrative chair of the steering committee, Joe Martino. However, that document was not submitted to the steering committee members before its submission to the UDC, and none of the committee members were able to provide comments, recommendations, or any kind of changes before it was submitted. Since its submission, it's become clear that a significant portion of the steering committee members you'll almost certainly be hearing from tonight believe that the submitted report from Mr. Martino was not representative of a significant portion of the opinions that were expressed during the last several meetings that we had. After I learned of the submission of the report from city staff, I had requested that Mr. Martino retract the report in order to run it past the rest of the steering committee for their input. as was previously planned by the committee itself. Mr. Martino declined my request and insisted on having his report remain submitted. Because of that, and after discussion of the matter with Alder Patrick Heck, the alder of this district, I've requested that the planning department not consider Mr. Martino's report the official report of the relevant steering committee. To be clear, at this time, there is no official document from the steering committee as a whole, or from Capital Neighborhoods, or from James Madison District in general, that should be considered an official neighborhood report on this project. Several folks, both committed and passionate neighbors, have submitted to the UDC various kinds of materials for their consideration, and I hope you review all of those closely. However, I just wanted to be abundantly clear that no submission represents the official commentary of the neighborhood. So I realize my 3 minutes are up, so I just wanted to say I remain and will remain while this is being discussed on the call for the Zoom meeting for any kind of questions that you might have about the process or things like that. So again, thank you all for your time tonight.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, we have Ian Graves, registered opposed. Ian, you should be unmuted.
Hello. One thing I want to say before I get going on what I had planned is that Becca Schober had tried to re-register to speak after originally registering not to. Now, I have a number of concerns with this, and thank you, Eli, for your actions recently with helping make sure that our voices are heard. It's very much appreciated. In the first meeting, the language that was used was kind of offensive. Basically, we were told that the plan for the neighborhood was to gentrify it. They didn't say gentrification, but they gave the exact definition of gentrification. I have concerns about that as just an entire direction aside from this building. For this building specifically, parking is a big concern for me because of not just the retail businesses, like my employer specifically did not take up a commercial lease for office space because there was one parking spot. Like, even though we have like 6 or 7 people that drive, that wouldn't have allowed us to actually use that space. So that's just sat empty. In addition to that, for like all the retail employees that would be there and managers and such, there are overnight guests that will be taking parking spaces from already parking strapped neighborhood. And moving on from parking, it's kind of crass that there is a pool overlooking a homeless shelter that has been there for quite a while. I don't really know what else to say on that one. I also think that the building's design in general does not fit in or provide a good transition from the general previous designs that we saw and everything else on the East Wash corridor as it meets the Capitol. I think that we'd be better served with an alternative design. Let's see, still a couple more things. I'm sure I'm not alone in this, although I will speak only for myself on this one point. I feel that the developers have been acting in bad faith for this and trying to rush the plans through during a global pandemic. And this should be put on hold until people are more able to actually meet and discuss this. As a community, we've had to scramble a lot because of this. And yeah, I guess the last thing I'll leave you guys with is if this plan goes through at the expected timelines, it will displace dozens of vulnerable people during a global pandemic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, David Schwab, registered opposed. David, you should be unmuted.
Thank you. Yeah, I would also like to express some concerns about this issue. So first of all, I'm a resident of 20 North Franklin Street. So I live on this block that we're talking about here. And we were just notified, I believe 2 weeks ago, about this meeting. So I'm not sure what, I appreciate that some other people clearly are more in the loop. For me and my housemates, we felt sort of taken aback by the speed and, the developer requesting final approval for this project. My concerns haven't been assuaged by this presentation. One of the main ones being a 10-story building that just towers over the, surrounding block. This is a residential block, unlike some parts of East Washington, it's already a vibrant community. We haven't seen anything about how this building would affect our daily lives. It certainly seems like it would block out the sky and the sun for a lot of people who live in this area. There's the issue of parking and increased traffic, parking spots being taken by guests, even if there is some underground parking. Other issues, just, as another person mentioned, gentrifying the neighborhood. But I think my main concerns just come down to the massive size of this building, and how it seems very inappropriate for the existing neighborhood to have a building that is 10 stories tall, very imposing, and not having seen anything from the developer and only getting 2 weeks notice that this meeting is happening. I would really like to see so much more detailed information on, first of all, the shadow that's going to be cast, and, the expected effects on traffic and parking, and, the effects on our neighborhood as a whole. So thank you.
Thank you. And I think what is the next one, Larissa?
We don't have anybody here by the name of Larissa. The next one would be Robert Kleba, registered opposed. And Robert, you should have a prompt on your screen to unmute yourself. Robert, you are unmuted on our end. There we go. Awesome.
Yep. Okay, so thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I hope you've had the time to review the report that our group of about 8 people in the Neighborhood Steering Committee put together with our concerns about the proposed development. As we stated in the report, there was some initial positive support for the proposal, but the majority of the steering committee agrees that the proposal is out of place and does not conform to the zoning for this location. Most committee members had reservations with the mass of the proposed building. The building is far too massive and is an inappropriate scale to have any meaningful relationship with the neighborhood in which it's supposed to be built. The downtown plan recommends that redevelopment in the James Madison Park neighborhood be in scale with the house-like structures. We are looking at a 10-story building next door to 2 and 3-story buildings. In a proposal from 2 years ago at UDC, located on the 500 block of East Washington, just across the street, just across Franklin Street, with the same zoning and the same design district, UDC were evaluating a 5-story proposal next to 2-story buildings. Planning then recommended that UDC consider if that proposal would integrate well with the neighborhood. UDC then had serious issues with the juxtaposition of a 5-story proposal with 2-story houses next door. I'd like to emphasize that the standards for excess height have not been met. The steering committee found the proposed 10 stories step down to 6 and then 2. And I'm sorry, the proposal has 10 stories, which steps down to 6, and then next door to 2- and 3-story buildings at adjacent properties. The deep shade that the proposed development would generate would greatly affect the quality of life of that part of the neighborhood. Based on standard 14A, a majority of the steering committee feel that excess height must be denied. For 14B, excess height is not required to construct a building of the quality that the developer is proposing without the additional 2 stories. The developer is proposing a very fine quality building with many amenities. The additional 2 stories do not justify are not required to justify the extra quality. So if you have any questions, I'd like to refer you to the document we sent out. It has some comments from the steering committee and also some issues concerning the review of the historic preservation for the buildings that are located on that site. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I believe that is all of the public comment. Is that right?
No.
Nope.
No?
Let's see here. We have Anthony Brilski registered in support, and Anthony, you should be unmuted.
Thank you. I have attended, or at least watched the playback of all of the meetings related to this project. I am still in support in principle of the building. I don't have a huge problem with the size. I mostly have a problem with the concern of affordability, but that's kind of beyond the purview of UDC. I'm more concerned with how the concerns of the neighborhood have not been addressed well by the developers. When it comes to this very picture that we're showing, there are important parts of the neighborhood that are not being shown. The parking situation should, if we were to have a realistic picture, have both sides of the street lined with trees and a double row of cars. It would not have anything like this wide open appearance that's currently implied. And adding 150 new cars to the neighborhood is going to have a real impact on how people get around. People like the neighborhood because it's pedestrian friendly. I don't live in it myself, but I walk it every day when a pandemic isn't on. And I think this building could fit, especially when there are other sites nearby that are likely to have other large buildings, especially Brayton Lot. There's not much excuse to have it be a blank lot that only houses state vehicles. But at the moment, it just looks like a diamond encrusted middle finger to the rest of the neighborhood. So, I mean, if I were to express the dream scenario for me, all of the rents would be cut in half and there'd be a Culver's on the bottom floor with no drive-through. But that's just a dream. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next we have Julie Wagner. Julie, you should be unmuted. Julie is registered opposed, and then we do have one speaker after that as well, Cliff.
Hi, thank you for hearing my comments. I'm following up on written comments that I provided this afternoon. I just wanted to reiterate points that you have heard, but just reiterate them again. This project's proposed in a distinctly historic and residential district, and the project is proposed is out of scale and out of character and out of rhythm of the block of the adjacent neighborhoods. Again, the residential and the historic character of the block in which it's proposed. I share concerns about assessing traffic and ensuring that ped and non-motorized vehicle and pedestrian traffic is appropriately accounted for, and also agree on making sure working on the parking issue related to the traffic issue. In this case, there's, in addition to residents being displaced, there's small businesses that have had to move in preparation, looking ahead to this development project. So not only is affordable rental and affordable housing currently in use going to be impacted, there's businesses, and small businesses are having a hard time finding affordable places to do business. And this is actually impacting that as well. In general, this, I believe, is a rental, so it doesn't encourage long-term ownership. Not that there's not long-term renters in the area, but it's adding in more rentals as opposed to encouraging folks that would be in the neighborhood long-term and invested. Generally, I support improvement and evolution of the block in the neighborhood, and I would ask the commission consider that the development team come back with something that is more consistent with the residential and historic character of the block in the neighborhood, and working with the local neighbors and addressing stakeholders in a way that everybody feels like they're in a win-win situation. And I second the comments with respect to Brayton Lot, and for another example, the lot that's down on East Wash and Blair Street, that's a spot that's suited for a large building. Brayton Lot's suitable for a large building. There's just other locations for this type of development. Sitting on a residential block like this, between a historic district and another historically relevant neighborhood area, is just inconsistent with the fabric of the area. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Gary Tipler, registered opposed, and Gary, you should be unmuted.
Thank you. I sent some comments in this afternoon as well, and wanted to elaborate slightly on a couple of them. I have a great deal of trouble justifying the additional height for bonus levels. At some point, we were showing the potential for a roof deck atop the building that was being considered. I don't know if that's there now or not, but still, it's an asset to the development. But the additional height isn't necessarily an asset to the neighbors. An earlier version that showed the 8-story building, if I'm not mistaken, showed that in spite of the compliance with the Capitol View District guidelines for East Washington Avenue, the view preservation corridor would be maintained. However, large parts of the Tenny Lapham neighborhood would lose their view of the Capitol at the same time. Winter shadow is, I think, a killer for a lot of people who presently live in the neighborhood. I know it was for me. I had to move from my house at one point due to that, and I think that this needs to be given a stronger consideration. I wish the building were smaller, much smaller. I wish that there was a solution that took care of a couple of the historic buildings on the block. I, in general, think that this needs more time to simmer. It seems that it's been difficult to participate in a couple of the earlier Zoom meetings for landmarks and committee meetings. So some people were left out in the cold on those. The very first meeting on this back in November, I believe it was, had a fairly large turnout at St. John's of 50-some people, and mostly neighbors, and that tells you a whole lot about the interests and concerns. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, that's all for people wishing to speak.
I wanted to speak actually. Hello?
Okay, yep, Rebecca Schober.
Yes. First, I'd just like to say that I think it's kind of ridiculous. I know that like a lot of development projects are going a lot faster now, and they're being like fast-tracked because like their streets, their parking lots, their updates to restaurants and things like that, and they can be done so efficiently and safely right now, and the public's not using those spaces. But I cannot believe that this project that's going to displace so many people in the middle of a crisis, like, I can't believe it wasn't just halted right away when this pandemic became a thing. You know, people can't even look for apartments in this, and it's really not at all fair to the people already living here. And I understand that like developments come and the neighborhood is changing and everything, but this thing's an eyesore. Like, I really like the developments further down on East Wash by the Sylvie, and the designs we saw earlier with the concrete and the shipping containers are really cool. And there are some like really nice, like 5-story apartment buildings with that kind of design that would fit in so much better with this area than this building does. And also on the subject of the design, it was mentioned earlier, the pool is literally on the side of the building that the homeless shelter is on. I think that's really in poor taste. Like, as if it's not bad enough, you're trying to drop a 10-story luxury high-rise in the middle of a low-economy neighborhood. You're going to put the pool right over at the homeless shelter. Like, really? That's just rude. That's just rude. Like I said, I know that development is a thing that happens, but you can't just, the developers have really dodged our questions about what's going to happen like in the interim time. Like, this is the initial development here. Like, well, what's going to happen in the meantime? You know, where are people supposed to go for housing now? Like, you know, the sunlight is going to affect the tenants living here now for sure. People grow vegetables here. They're not going to get as much light. It's going to affect the quality of life for us who are still here during all that development. So you have to think about like what we're having to live through in the meantime while development is ongoing. You can't just be like, look at our beautiful building and like, this is what everything's going to look like now. Like, it has to be able to like live through that transition. You can't just like throw this in the middle of this neighborhood. It just doesn't fit in any way. I'm super concerned about parking and traffic. There was just an accident on my street. I live on Franklin. I live right next door to the proposed site, by the way. There was an accident. 5 cars got hit by somebody like trying to park their vehicle. Literally, you know, it's already like a tight space and there's going to be a lot of traffic flow. I have many concerns. I agree with all of the ones that have been voiced here already, and I just wanted to add my opposition to it. So yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you.
That's everyone registered to speak.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. We've heard from the applicant. We've heard from the public. I'd like to open it up to Alder Heck.
Thank you. And thanks to commissioners for giving me a few minutes. I'm not sure if I'll have anything to say later, but now that there's been public comment, I thought I'd go ahead and just give a few thoughts. You know, I appreciate the many concerns that were brought up by the recent public comments, and I understand that some of those items are not in the purview of UDC, but they're important nevertheless. And this has been an unusual process because James Madison is a tiny little neighborhood, about maybe 3 or 4 blocks by 3 or 4 blocks. It doesn't have functioning Neighborhood District Association. It is part of the greater Capital Neighborhoods Inc. neighborhood that Eli Judge is the president of, which is a highly functioning body, and there are even members of this neighborhood represented on their executive committee and participating. But this little neighborhood really doesn't have any monthly meetings, any venue for people to get together in any way to share this kind of information. Residents did receive postcards, as they always do, about the initial meeting, which was January 30th, when I hosted a neighborhood meeting at St. John's, just across the street from this. And as was mentioned, there were almost 50 people there, and a lot of strong opinions, both for and against what they heard at that presentation. We then had a meeting at the library, at the Central Library, which is also a little awkward because it's quite far away. James Madison doesn't have anywhere nearby to have meetings, at least that we could get for a meeting. And then the pandemic hit. It took, a month or 6 weeks to get Zoom going. So I understand why people feel kind of cut out of the process. And I think it's primarily a result of not having a neighborhood infrastructure where people can communicate it. And I think people even that live on the site have been surprised in the last couple of weeks learning that, our building could be torn down. So that a lot of that's more Plan Commission's concern, but it's kind of just some background. So just a couple of thoughts about what you'll be considering. First of all, UDD conformity. UDD4 conformity is one of the things you're going to be considering. And I think there are mixed messages in both the downtown plan and in the way that zoning interacts with the plan, and UDD conformity is complicated. It's going to be a tough consideration. I think I'm just going to read something to you. In UDD conformity guidelines, one of the guidelines is structures should be designed to be compatible with the structures that are adjacent to them. And, that's not the case. I think it's pretty obvious. Yet there are portions of the downtown plan and zoning that allow for larger structures. So I'm not sure how those two considerations relate to each other. There's also another guideline, the architecture of new infill buildings, additions to existing buildings and major exterior remodeling should be compatible with that of existing adjacent buildings. I don't know how that's going to, it seems to be in conflict, yet zoning, as is pictured in the slide that you're looking at right now, allows much taller buildings to the east on East Washington, 8+2 possible, 6 behind it. And, just because zoning allows it doesn't mean that's what's going to happen. And I'd say this proposal or not, the block behind this is not going to become 6-story buildings. There are lovely, affordable homes and multi-flats that are beloved in this neighborhood. And yes, zoning allows it, but that doesn't mean it should happen. And perhaps that's true with this site too, but there's a lot more support in the downtown plan for in the downtown core, this portion of the block for larger buildings. In terms of the bonus 2 floors, the same kind of contradictory messages. The standard that Plan Commission will consider that we're seeking advice on. I'm on Plan Commission, by the way. The excess height is compatible, you've all heard this before, with the existing or planned, if the recommendation, the downtown plan calls for changes, character of the surrounding area, including but not limited to the scale, mass, rhythm, and setbacks of buildings and relationships to street frontages and public spaces. So yes, this particular area is called out as needing development, as the development team has correctly pointed out. How the other part of it, though, in terms of relating to scale, mass, and rhythm or weight against that, I don't know. The other thing I'd add, I'm a scientist, so my opinion about architecture should not be taken too seriously. I like the building. and its structure. I do feel that the 2 floors on the top in the front look a little bit plopped on. And I just sort of realized that as I was looking at this slide earlier this evening. Maybe that's okay. As I said, I don't, maybe there are reasons architecturally why that's a good thing. I think I'll stop there. I just kind of wanted to tell you what I was thinking at this point. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, are there any commissioners who would like to ask any questions or make any comments? Yes, we'll start with Rafiq and then Craig. There we go.
So can we get the presenters to address some of those comments first? With 28 people in opposition, I think that a couple minutes to respond to some of those questions or comments, specifically the placement of the pool, the traffic concerns with the parking, and so just some of the many repeating or repetitive concerns or themes that we've heard from a number of different people. Can we give them a couple minutes just to respond to that before we make some of our architectural-based comments?
So all three are muted.
Yep. So if they would specifically, Rafiq, you said the placement of the pool, the outdoor amenity. And
so I heard a number of different people talk about shadow and sun studies. So if they can address that, the pool being directly over the homeless thing. I don't know if we can talk about gentrification and things like that, because that's not really what we do. But just some of those elements about the actual building. Do they have a 8-story option, or was they just automatically assumed that 10 would be the bonus stories would be approved? Like, is this design? Is there a option that's designed for the approved height already? What does that look like? Some of those concerns.
So let's start with the height and the shadows then.
Is Jay Bruce unmuted or?
Yes, Randy's unmuted.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Rafiq. Let me, I'll try to respond as quickly as possible. We have done some traffic and parking analysis on the proposed development. Our studies show that the traffic impacts are minimal. I will make sure that those studies are shared with the planning and traffic engineering staff so that they can review them. As far as parking, we've got approximately 1 parking stall for every apartment, and at 4 blocks from the Capitol, I think we've got really sufficient parking. We're on a major bus line route. We're on the bus rapid transit line. This is where we want to try to encourage non-car modes of transportation. As far as the pool goes, I think the concerns maybe are one of management of that pool and the outdoor areas, and to make sure that we don't have light spillage or noise spillage into the neighbors. We're certainly able to prepare a management plan that would, I think, address those issues. We have talked with the management group about that, and I feel confident that the outdoor spaces up at the rooftops can be managed so that they aren't a negative impact on the neighbors. As far as our how we relate to the homeless shelter across the street, I'll just say that this developer has developed 2 buildings adjacent to the Porch Light facility on Brook Street in downtown Madison, and he knows how to work with populations of homeless people and how to interact and manage the facilities. He's comfortable with that. The management team's comfortable with that. I think that there's going to be a lot of communication with the homeless facility, and that means ongoing communication, but they do know how to do it. As far as the shadow studies go, we did present shadow studies to the committee at an earlier presentation, as well as a version, an 8-story version of the proposal. And I don't have it in this presentation, either of those items, but I think that we did address that at earlier meetings. The shadows are really from the equinox. If we just look at the fall and spring equinox, the shadow impacts are not extensive. Early morning, late afternoon, we start to shade across the street on Hancock or across the street on Franklin, depending upon time of the day. But it does not extend multiple blocks, and of course it moves throughout the day, so it's not an all-day affair. So I hope I've answered your questions. If there's anything else, myself or Angie Black could answer them.
Okay, so my comments about the actual project, if we could put that slide back up of the one that was just up. So from the beginning, I always thought that this was a very big building, and it's nothing that you can do. You can't step it down enough to make it not be a big building. I don't think step downs work when you have a house next to a building. It's always going to be a big building. But from what this slide is saying, and what my understanding of the future development plan for this area is that this development will grow in density and size, and these ghosted out images are what the future is pretty much calling for. Not necessarily allows, but if somebody's going to develop it, they're going to develop it to the maximum potential for the most part. And so, am I understanding this wrong, that there always will be houses or 2- and 3-story structures next to these buildings, or does the future plan for this area call for development in this same fashion? I think that might be the linchpin that makes some people understand, because yeah, if it's a 2-story building here today, it might seem horrible, but in 2 years or 3 years, if it's next to a 6-story building, then that point kind of makes no sense anymore. So is that what we're looking at, or?
That might be a question maybe staff could address with the broader, I guess, what the code will allow and what the plan calls for in the immediate neighborhood.
This is Janine. I'm going to ask if Kevin Furco is available to speak more specifically to that plan. Kevin, are you available? Okay, it looks like he may have stepped away for the moment. Can we come back to that and answer that question as soon as he's available? Thank you.
Sure.
Yep, that was it for me then.
Okay. Let's see. We've got Craig and then Lois and then Alder Abbas.
Thanks, Cliff. So follow up on Rafiq. I agree with a lot of his comments he was saying. And the first comment, which if Kevin could clarify, was based on what we see as the plan, this block is really taking advantage of the full density of the block that's being called out. They're not doing any sort of irregular massings or irregular designs that would call for it not being an 8+2. So regardless of the actual design itself and the massings, I see as long as we get clarification from Kevin, it appears it conforms to that. And I would hate to penalize the first development in what can be kind of the first domino in what what the city has put together as the long-term plan. As Rafik was saying, make sure that other developments can then follow too. So I don't think the first one should be held in a different regard to other ones that will follow or adjacent properties that might not be the first one in the area. As far as the overall design, I personally am not a big fan, but everybody's tastes are different. I don't see it as objectionable. And I think overall, sometimes diversity in something that doesn't follow what all the other designs are actually makes for a stronger urban design overall. So I really don't have any comments on the design. I think it's fine. The other item I do have just concerns over is the fact that we didn't get a uniform response from the neighborhood concerns me. But as I look through the individual comments, I didn't hear a lot of comments about the actual design itself. There was some, but it had to do more of massings, development. And Janine, I just wanted to clarify, is the next step the Plan Commission after this?
That is correct. They would go to Plan Commission on June 8th if they get initial or final approval this evening.
So I would just make a comment to our commissioners tonight that hopefully the neighborhood could pull together a uniform response, and a lot of these concerns that have been talked about, I think, could then be taken to the Plan Commission, which would be just a fine venue for that same comments as well. Once we get it clarified from Kevin as far as the massings for the area. That's all I had.
Okay, thank you.
Cliff, Chair, Kevin is available. He did say he had his hand raised, although it didn't look that way on my screen.
Yeah. Okay. Where are you? There he is.
Thank you.
There he is.
Looks like I'm unmuted. I apologize. I've been trying to raise my hand sitting over here and I'm yelling at the screen and nothing's happening. So I apologize. I'll try to figure out what went wrong.
Now we're just having fun with you, Kevin.
Okay. Well, I was here. So as far as the question related to the downtown plan, a few key recommendations, and I think we, oftentimes start with the maximum height recommendation. I believe it was clearly stated by the alder and some of the other speakers. There is a maximum height recommendation of up to 6 stories for the surrounding block. Now, depending on several factors of other development, that's each of those demolitions or future development is going to require different approvals, likely conditional uses, demolition permits, and so forth. But as far as the underlying base recommendation, in those areas that are recommended for 6 stories of height, the zoning also allows for up to 6 stories in height. So that from a height standpoint, that would be consistent. There's other considerations regarding the demolition in terms of the role of the Landmarks Commission, as far as the historic value of the structure. There's other recommendations that are specific to the James Madison Neighborhood Park that talk about compatibility with other structures. But generally speaking, that buildings up to 6 stories could be developed based on the existing zoning and plan recommendations.
Right, and some of those conditions would also be setbacks and the amount of area that the building covers.
Correct. Obviously there's different zoning districts on those properties that are on this one, but you'd have to meet the base zoning setbacks. If new zoning districts are sought, setbacks would have to comply with those as well. But then also just the general, if conditional uses are sought, which the way our code is set up, it's likely based on buildings of that size. And therefore there's the other conditional use standards, including the broad design standard 9, which is outlined in Janine's report for this and other projects.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Lois, you had your hand up.
Yep. Before I talk about the design of the building, I do want to, my opinion of what Craig said about the penalizing this first developer. The buildings that are existing that in this drawing have the 6 potential stories, those are most likely individual homeowners that I think this kind of, we're putting the onus on them rather than the developer and future developers to recognize their right to have sunlight and everything. So I take issue with the penalizing the developer when these people are there, and they could be there for 20 years. We don't know what the future is, honestly, and they have the rights to own their building for as long as they want. So that, I just wanted to say that. I do think this building, the way it's designed now, looks extruded 2 stories, or at least 2 stories too tall. I think there's a lot going on. It's kind of busy. The protruding balconies, the cut back balconies, the curved sides, the flush balconies. So I think there's just...
She changed her tune from the last.
I'm sorry?
If someone's not muted, I'm not sure who it is.
So I feel like I appreciate the step back at the neighbors. The design of the 10-story building, I'm not a fan of the gables. I don't think they do anything. And the proud balconies on the front, it's inconsistent. We're looking at I think, Hancock side right now, and there are flush balconies and then 3 protruding balconies. I don't know. I just feel like there could be some more uniformity that might give us more consistency, that won't make this building look too tall, which right now I think it does. And I think Pat mentioned it looks like it has like a cap on it, and I think that's it. It just changes and then it's all in one plane though. So I don't know, it looks too tall to me. Maybe if it stepped back or there was some other definition at that top piece, it wouldn't.
Okay. Any other comments before we hear from Alder Abbas?
No, that's all.
Thank you. Alder Abbas?
Thank you. So residents definitely have their genuine concerns, and if I have my house over there, I might also have similar concerns. And I, as a commissioner, I'm curious. I don't trust my memories nowadays because I'm sleep deprived with little kids at home. So with the shading study, I think so for commission and also for me, I would like to see that with this presentation at least, because there's so many concerns with shading came across, and I tried to look into registrar, somehow I was not able to find. So if staff or the developer can share with us, that will be great, or share their screen. That will be good for us to really see with this scale of the building, 10-story. I would like to see how the winter and summer and how the residents' experience are. And just a comment, it's on a BRT, it's transit route. So I think so the parking could be, I personally don't see quite so much big issue, but I acknowledge the neighbors' feeling at the same time. I have a question to developer regarding swimming pool. When you had a meeting with neighborhood association and when you discuss about the swimming pool, did you ever look into option doing indoor swimming pool by any chance, or look into a different possibility rather than doing outdoor swimming pool on a 5th or 6th floor?
This is Randy. No, we did not look at that, the indoor pool option. Honestly, this evening is maybe one of the first times we've heard that the pool was an objection other than potential noise.
All right, and during your neighborhood association meeting, did you share your shade study?
We did early on, I believe at the February 19th neighborhood meeting, we did share that.
Is it possible for you to share with us too today, if we can allow you to share your screen? Or I can see Janine is unmute, so she might have something to say.
A question for Randy. Is the shade study part of your original application? If it is, I can pull that file up.
I think the shadow study should be part of our March 11th presentation.
Okay, hold one moment, please.
Thank you.
If not, Janine, I have it on my screen too, if it's possible to share my screen.
Yeah, we can do that if Janine doesn't have it.
While Janine is looking for the study, can I do a question for Kevin? Thank you. Kevin, let's say if I'm just assuming here, if this project approved with the way it looks and with the swimming pool on the 5th or 6th floor, according to your city knowledge, does swimming pool have some conditional use, or once it's approved from city, then it's up to the management how they operate?
Yes, from the swimming pool, I believe would be considered outdoor recreation, which is its own conditional use. So that would, when the Plan Commission is considering the conditional use, they could attach conditions if they found it's necessary to meet the various conditional use standards.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
While Janine is accessing that, I see Alder Heck would like to make a few more statements, make another statement. I'll try to unmute you here. There you
go. Okay, thank you. Just a couple of points I wanted to make. This has come up in some good comments by commissioners, and I wanted to make sure that those members of the public that are listening do realize that some of the concerns that have come up will be considered by the Plan Commission should this move on to Plan Commission. Things related to demolition. I mean, UDC doesn't really get involved in proposed demolition, so that aspect of this proposal would move on to Plan Commission, and other items that have been brought up. And then with regard to what Kevin had to say, Plan Commission will consider various conditional uses. We might, and sometimes when there has been an outdoor pool, for instance, Plan Commission has required that there be a management plan on file. We could say the pool must close by 10 p.m., all sorts of things, just depending upon the situation. So that will be considered with regard to the pool. I also wanted to mention that when Plan Commission does consider conditional uses, they always look to the comprehensive plan and the neighborhood or special area plans for the neighborhood in question. And one of the things that they might consider is objective 4.11 in the downtown plan on page 56, and I'm going to read it. The James Madison Park neighborhood should accommodate a mix of dwelling units, some of which are suitable for families with children. The renovation of existing houses coupled with selective redevelopment that generally reflects the scale and rhythm of the existing structures should help invigorate the area, provide a variety of housing options, including workforce housing, etc. So those are the types of things that I think could influence whether or not 6 stories are built on this entire block or other portions of the existing neighborhood. That it's a balance between the city's needs and the vision and the plan. So that's the vision for these particular parcels is different, but I think that kind of can give you some good input about what might happen to the rest of the block. And why it wouldn't be necessarily the easiest lift for a developer to buy every house behind this, propose demolishing them, and build a 6-story tall, big building. That's probably not likely because of the existence of the guidance in the plan. Thanks.
Okay. How's
Chair?
it going, Janine?
I'm unable to find the file, so I've just let Stefan know that he can let Dwayne screen share.
Okay, Dwayne, I am going to promote you to panelist. Your video may turn on. All right. Okay. Dwayne, are you able to share your screen now? You should have a share screen icon at the bottom. I should unmute you. There we go. Okay.
Every other week. So that's helpful, and we kind of figure things out that I need to do and get. And then like new people have shown up, like Greta Wing Miller.
Okay, Dwayne, yep, you're unmuted. Okay, perfect.
And,
So here's the shadow study that we shared at one of the neighborhood meetings, and I believe it was within one of our informational UDC meetings as well. I think one thing to note before we jump into the details of this is this was back when we had 10 stories in the front and 8 stories back on the 2 wings behind. So I would say this is probably a worse case than with the 6 stories behind. So I think, obviously you can see summer solstice at noon, there's really no issue. Same with 3 o'clock at noon because of the orientation isn't quite true north. Moving into the spring and fall equinox, obviously early in the morning, there's a lot of shadow stretching, nearly pretty much to Mifflin Street. And then at noon, there is shadow within the couple buildings directly behind. And then again, because we're not true north, once we hit the afternoon, it's going across Franklin Street. And winter, there's lots of shadow everywhere.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the commissioners regarding this? I know, Tom, you've had your hand up. But while this image is up, I just would like to see if there's any other comment or questions regarding the shading. Okay, go ahead, Tom.
Thank you. So I haven't had a chance at this because I missed the meeting when it was first presented. So let me say that I'm going to kind of confine my comments to the architecture, not all the neighborhood issues. Just take the building as building. The things I'd like about it and would not want to lose in any revisions or modifications, the setback from East Washington and from the 2 side streets is generous. And I think that's important to the streetscaping of East Washington and the pedestrian feeling. The brick material all the way up is a very nice component, and the stone base. I recognize, or I sense, or I assume that the language they're going here for is something more classic as opposed to the true modernist or the industrial modern that we have further down East Washington. I will be very honest and say I much prefer that language than this language. But several blocks from the Capitol, it's not inappropriate, but I think it could be much better rendered. I have to agree with everyone who's commented about lose the gables. Please lose the gables. It is a 1980s reference to postmodernism. It doesn't fit. It's not classic. It just doesn't work. And the second the item that Lois mentioned about the kind of uneven rhythm of the balconies, sort of like pick one or but get a consistent rhythm with balconies, in, out, whatever. And third is the curves on the corners. I don't find them classical in and of themselves, but if to lighten the building, if they were all say a curtain wall glazing, and those were glass components, either squared off or even maintaining the curves, but just to lighten the masonry mass and break that up. I think all could enhance those three elements: the balconies, the getting rid of the pediments, and the doing something with those curved corners could produce something more like, I think of a classic facade being like the Tenney Building downtown, sort of a mid-30s Art Deco. I think you can achieve something classical with the materials you're using and even the basic design elements without being so futzy, I guess is my technical term for it, and busy. So those are my design comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I know there's a number of us who have not raised our hands. This is item number 3 of 11 or so. So at some point we're going to need to take action.
Craig's got his hand up.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Go ahead, Craig.
So I'd like to make a motion to refer based on Tom and Lois's comments to make design revisions, and I think it'd be appropriate to show both in 8 plus and 8 plus, or what do we have? 8. Show a version without the bonus stories and bonus stories so that we can make an appropriate decision the next time, and also update the shadow study. And then I think because there was design comments, which I agree fully with what both Lois and Tom said, that will also give more time for the neighbors to come together and hopefully give us hopefully from their committee give us some unified comments for the next time around as well, which I think would be very much helpful and appreciated.
Okay, Rafiq, as you're next here, if I can successfully unmute you. Okay.
So,
was that?
Yeah, I got
sorry. There you go.
That's not a second.
Okay.
I have a question because if I'm not mistaken, I made those exact same suggestions the very first presentation where I hated the roof, I hated the circles at the corners, and we just dealt with it and it evolved. So are we spinning our wheels here with the design? Are we asking them to definitely change the design, or are we just asking for a slight revision? Because I feel like we've been down this road where we've talked about the roof element, we talked about the excessive height, we talked about the materials, and this is not the first time we've seen this building. So what are we really asking them to do?
Well, there's a motion to refer, and if we get a second for the motion, then during our discussion of the motion, I agree with you. I would hope that we could provide some clear direction to the developer and the architect so that they have a direction to go in order to, come back for an approval application. So I think, Jessica, you were signaling to me that you seconded the motion? Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to second it because of the ability for the neighborhood to understand more and have more input. But I'm also a little confused why we saw it in March, but the neighborhood only saw it. Some of them mentioned they didn't even know about it until 2 weeks ago. So we're not in control of how communications get out, but there seems to be a disconnect there. But I would second the motion.
Okay. So the motion is seconded. Now, discussion on the motion, because Tom and Lois in particular and Rafiq in the past had comments that I think there are some common threads in all those comments, and if we could make a list, that Janine could then record some bullet points. I'm hearing I'm hearing the balconies. I'm hearing the turret corners, the roof line. But I think we also need to be clear about the overall height, setbacks, step backs, because those are really the main drivers in how this building is going to be successful or not successful to the neighbors and to the developer. Alder Abbas.
Oh, sorry, my mistake, and I pressed the hands up button. Sorry for that.
I have some comments. I guess if we're doing, I don't like. Our job is not to design a building for anybody, and I don't think we should go down that road. I guess we all have our opinions, but I remember when we first had it, it was like the little building that was stuck on top of the building, and I absolutely hated that. And so they came up with this version, which we've seen it before, and I don't think too many people commented on it because we were seeing it again, and I'm okay with that. So I'm not going to tell them how to design their roof. I think that if we give some general guidelines as to, like we usually say, consolidate your materials or be consistent with your rhythm of openings and balconies, which I think is a great point that Lois made up. I think if we generate some of those type directives, then they could design their own building without us trying to design it for them. But I do think we should, like you said, determine, are we supportive of the 10 stories versus the 8 or 6 or whatever it is? Because I think that is a good starting point for the neighborhood, for the designers, for us to figure out what's going to happen.
Great, thank you. Let's see, Christian.
Yeah, echoing what Rafiq said, I mean, I think we sort of hashed out some of the more major design points of the building, and I'm not sure we should be going back and revisiting all those. I mean, obviously people back then, and clearly still some people have issues with like the turreted corners, though I thought we had come to somewhat of an agreement that more people like those than didn't. There seems to be continuing issues about the pediments or gables on the front of the building. I've noticed have popped up repeatedly, but the gist of it seems to be the size of the building. I think the developers have made a pretty good case, and they've responded to our earliest concerns about, I mean, if we remember what this first looked like, and they've shaved it down in the back, but I don't think that's enough to assuage the neighbors that clearly feel the building is too big. But I'm not sure that taking 2 floors off all the way around on both the front and the back would really make a lot of those folks any happier with the general project. I think the shadow stuff is pertinent, and I gotta say I do not remember seeing anything with those previously in any of the presentations that were given to us. I think I would have remembered that, but because I had concerns with that from the get-go. But seeing that updated would be good. We can tweak the elements of the balconies and stuff like that, but the real issue seems to be the height issue and stuff. I don't really see that the other stuff isn't workable, but that seems to be the roadblock at this point. So.
Okay. Shane?
Yeah, real quick, because Christian covered most of what I was going to say, but I think I want to echo what Rafiq said. In my perception of this last appearance was that we were pretty positive about the project design at its ending, at the meeting ending, and there were several things that we expressed that they've accommodated. And also back to some of Craig's earlier points, I think it's maybe there's some design sensibilities here that we don't all share or appreciate, but having a little diversity in the design of downtown developments is a very, very good thing in my opinion. And this does that. So I think there's a motion on the table that I would not support because I feel like we would be backtracking.
Let's see, Lois.
Yeah, I just want to clarify my comment is I agree. Last time we saw some major improvements. How they addressed the back of the building, I think, is successful. I have no qualms about that. I think that's a nice looking part of the building. As far as the design as it stands now, qualifying for the 10-story, that's what I have an issue with. I think the bonus stories are, a refined, justified for the two extra stories. And I don't think that's here yet. And I've always had an issue with the gables. And the top of it, the initial one was we had, that plopped on, like Rafiq said. This just has, in my opinion, it still has that element. It just pushed out to the end of the building. It still looks plopped on to me. And so I do want to qualify my comment saying, I think it needs some refinement. And again, consistency, less busyness. And then it could get there for the extra bonus stories. And I think the back of the building I have no issues with. I think it's the busyness of what we're seeing right now, for me, does not qualify for the bonus stories.
Okay, thank you. Now, Rafiq, this time you did, I'm sorry, not Rafiq, Alder Abbas, you raised your hand this time.
Yes, thank you. I agree with Louis about the back of the building, the 5-story. I think so that's a really good mixture to get close to the neighborhood. But at the front side of the building, I do think so. It's right on the corridor with BRT, with all the downtown area transportation hub. I think so. I am in support of having more density, and I'm not in opposition of removing 2 floors. Again, I will say commissioner on this commission have more experience with the design, and I think so that's something we can work and see if that design really helped to justify 2 floors. But basically, I am in favor of having more density on the East Wash, and I will not support the motion because motion as it is, we are asking them to go back and show us the design, if I understood right, with the 8 floors and with the 10 floors. One thing I will definitely suggest, their old shade study, I think so, as the developer said, they conducted that when they had a 10th floor or 8th floor in the backside. I think so if they can refresh that study and then bring that back to commission so we can have a little better insight because we are looking into this design, but the study is not reflective of that design. So that will be helpful for us to see with the shadow. That's pretty much from my side. Thanks.
Thank you. I suppose there is a scenario where if we were to vote on the motion and it failed, and then there was another motion for initial approval, that could allow this discussion and some of the issues that the alder mentioned would be taken up at the Plan Commission to be reviewed at that point. I'm gonna let Kevin weigh in on that here just a second. There you go, Kevin.
Thanks, Cliff. One thing that I would advise the commission on as it relates to the Plan Commission's decision, typically when we're dealing with a bonus story type issue, we've typically had the UDC make a recommendation of final approval just as a practice, just because in terms of the Plan Commission dealing with those standards, it's oftentimes difficult when there isn't a complete approval recommendation from UDC. So that would be my advice as far as if there is a motion tonight, I believe it would be difficult to send it to Plan Commission and have them act on the bonus stories with only initial.
And that's because the granting the bonus stories requires demonstration of a higher level of design, and it's kind of a catch-22 where the design isn't there yet. Then how are we granting the bonus stories, right?
Right, but that's a challenge as far as finding that standard.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Thank you. With that advice, there still is the motion for referral, and I would request, I see a couple of hands raised, for just some guidance to the applicant. Now, we're not a consensus body, and we're not required to all march in lockstep. But if there are a few overarching suggestions, maybe we can make them and have a little bit easier time next time. Go ahead, Rafiq.
So I just had a question. I don't know that I remember the motion that's on the table, but I do think that it's completely different from what Lois was saying, which I think most people support, that the design, in order to be granted those extra stories, the design needs to go up a little bit more. So if we refer it for that reason, is that separate or different from the referral purpose of the motion that's on the table right now?
I think the motion included some studies of, options with and without the height, but I guess I would let Craig, who is the author of that original motion, weigh in on that.
Thanks, Cliff. So I'll amend my motion to say referral based on the refinements that Lois and Tom and we've been talking about. I was a little unclear previously with the bonus stories, and I'm thinking of other projects that we've seen multiple times and then came back later and said the bonus stories weren't granted. So that's where I was doing my hesitancy. So I would revise the motion to be refinement of the design so that they can qualify for the bonus stories.
Thank you. And I'm not hearing any call for, any kind of a specific historic revival of any kind, or a 12 or 11 story warehouse that may never have existed, but a design in of its own right at this location.
Correct. And I think what Lois and Tom had for comments previously about the balconies and just refining what's there and just improving upon it, it's a great observation of what is needed to go to that next level of bonus stories.
Okay. All right. I don't see any other hands raised. And so the motion has been made, seconded, amended, discussed, and without seeing any further hands raised or any, here's Shane. There we go. Hold on. Go ahead, Shane.
Sorry. Is it seconded yet, or are we voting now? Where are we at in the process?
Yeah, I thought Jessica seconded it, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. So, right. So, and you did indicate that you were not necessarily going to support it, and so did Alder Abbas. So I have to correct myself. We're not. This is not going to be by unanimous consent. We will do a roll call for this motion for referral.
Okay, are you ready for roll call?
Yes.
All right. Commissioner Clare.
Yes.
Commissioner Weisensell. That would be a yes. Commissioner Brown Otto.
Yes.
Commissioner Assad. Commissioner DeShant?
Yes.
Commissioner Harper?
Reluctant, yes.
Commissioner Bruneau?
Nay.
Commissioner Abbas?
No.
And that's a roll call.
Okay, so the motion passes, and the application is referred. Thank you very much. Okay, let's see. Number 4 was approved through the consent agenda. We're going to move.
All right, Chair. I
down
think
the street.
Zeke has his hand raised. I don't know if that's intentional, but.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking down at my papers here. Go ahead, Rafiq.
My vote, it wouldn't take me off of mute, so I think she just skipped me. But I was definitely a yes for that last vote. Please let the record receive that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry about that, Rafiq.
Still on East Washington. East Washington Avenue 4402. Facade renovations for the DoubleTree Hotel.
We've got 4 registrants in support. Andy Inman wishing to speak, and Josh Wilcox wishing to speak, representing North Central Group. Dustin Dressen is registered in support and available to answer questions, representing North Central Group. And Jeff Lenz is registered in support and not wishing to speak.
Okay,
and
thank you.
Andy and Josh are unmuted.
Great. Anytime you're ready, and I'll start the 3-minute stopwatch.
All right, thank you. You've already heard enough from me. This is Andy Inman, Vice President of Development with North Central Group. So I will keep it very brief and turn it over to Josh Wilcox, who's also our architect on the DoubleTree project. But North Central Group purchased the former Crown Plaza Hotel back in February of this year. It's Madison is home to North Central Group, so this was a rather tired hotel property at a very prominent gateway to the city of Madison, all the way at the other end of East Washington Avenue that we've been talking about this evening. So when the property went into foreclosure, we really felt a commitment to purchase the property and make a reinvestment, millions of dollars, our most expensive renovation in our company's history. We are working through addressing staff comments on the signage. So tonight we're not requesting approval of signage, only the facade improvements, so that we can finish off and work through the signage separately with staff. So with that, I will turn it over to Josh Wilcox, and he can walk through the improvements in the presentation.
And Josh Wilcox here with GBA. Janine, if you could just go to some of the renderings shots, just kind of cut to the chase on those. So I'm sure everybody's familiar with what the Crown Plaza looks like today. There was pictures in your packet of those existing images from a number of different angles throughout there. And what you see here today is a number of renderings, looking at it from a couple different angles of what our proposal is to do to the facade. So overall, we kind of broke this down into 2 components. There's the tower itself, and then there's the arrival sequence. This particular rendering that you see here is of the arrival sequence, but you can see the tower in the shot beyond, and then the image after this on the next page is more of the tower itself. So if we were to kind of break it down into those 2 pieces, the tower itself, the goal with it was to really freshen the facade and give it a more modern look. And we're doing that via a mix of updated finishes, new windows, and some simple profiles. So the long and short of it is The majority of the EIFS that's on there is being refreshed with some paint. The mansard roofs are being painted as well, and we are looking at doing a protruded accent EIFS band between the windows. The building over the years has turned to a more horizontal architectural approach to it. And we're looking to take it back to kind of where it started, which was some more vertical lines and adding rhythm back to the building. So when you look at it, we're trying to make sense of the existing base spacings that's there and utilize those bones to give it some rhythm and to make sense of it. So if we go to the previous slide, Janine, thank you. Here's an example of the second phase of that, which is the arrival sequence. So if you pull up there today, it's tired and it's just uninviting. So we were looking to interject a little bit of life, a little bit more detail into that. So we did that a couple things. We've gone to and added a various finishes throughout the space that complement the proposed signage. The convention component that is on the left-hand side there, we're actually looking at adding some foam to create some articulation and reinforce the column sequence that's there. We're also integrating some low-level lighting, down lighting, sconce lighting to help activate that space, make it more secure, make it more inviting. Playing with the window heads a little bit there to keep them recessed. And adding just, again, that accent color of blue, the DoubleTree blue there on those small reveals that tie into those vertical accents that are just really subtle pieces that are on the tower. The second part of it was right now, if you pull up there where you see restaurant, we projected an element out there, integrated some stone, added a larger storefront window, and put the sign on top for the restaurant component of it to really give it its own identity and break up that facade and add the highest quality materials at where they will be experienced by the guests the most amount, as well as where they will have the highest visibility. And then lastly, we are making modifications to soften the portico. So we actually have the ability with the existing structure there to skinny that up, integrate a little bit of the blue and some better finishes on the soffit and some lighting there. And just make it feel a little bit lighter, a little fresher. So in summary, when you look at the building today versus what we're proposing in these renderings, it comes off a lot brighter, a lot fresher, and more modern while maintaining a lot of the existing architectural features and cores there without doing any major modifications. The one other comment I know that will come up is related to the signage. Janine and the staff and the rest of the staff report has commented on that as being a separate review process. Certainly you can see the architecture is done in a way to allow for those signage fields to exist. So certainly that's an important component, but in our minds today that will be a separate review that will come to your group in the upcoming weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Janine, there was some, as Josh mentioned, there was some concern about signage, although it's not up for approval right now. Is there any further discussion you or anyone else on staff would like to make with regard to this application?
That's correct. The original signage was approved, and the record that zoning staff found when we were having discussions about signage was that any changes to the facade that included future signage changes needed to come before the commission for review. So that was kind of the premise. That's why you're seeing it. Matt Tucker, the zoning administrator, did mention he could be available to speak. I guess I'm going to look to Stefan to confirm that he is still on and able to, he has raised his hand. Okay. So you can go ahead and call on him.
He's unmuted.
Thanks, Stefan. Yeah, I think the one matter for the UDC to think about is, anytime they're looking at architectural changes, they're also looking at how signage is going to integrate into the proposal. And with this property, the kind of unique condition that they have with the signage is they have a very large existing sign on the roof area. It's shown where the DoubleTree proposed sign is going to be. And that's a sign of other times, probably is the best way to describe it. However, this development does kind of dominate the block, and it needs to be doing some wayfinding and identification to the people, the motorists, the motoring public from the two directions where people are going to approach it. And so it's something that you want to think about, how the facade modifications might relate to an upcoming signage request. If the facade changes are approved that allow for relatively large signage, it's good to be thinking about those things in context of when you're looking at the facade changes. Unfortunately, we couldn't get the signage together at the same meeting. It just wasn't a go. But it's something that you folks should talk about and consider as part of your discussion on the facade modifications.
Thanks, Matt.
You bet.
Okay. So this will be good for the applicant to hear our feedback with regard to that, so they understand what our attitude is toward replacing what's there versus something maybe a little bit more compatible or keeping with present times, as Matt suggested. Is there any questions or comments from the commission? So for the architectural improvements, they are requesting final approval, but we will see signage come back.
Looks like Commissioner Weisenthal has his hand raised.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Here. Oh, there you go, Craig. Sorry.
So overall, I think what you guys have done, at least with the renderings, I think you did a phenomenal job. It's almost unrecognizable, and I know it's only a rendering, but hats off to you. As far as overall, I think you guys did a good job. I think when I look at the signage, the one trick on this on consideration that I think we're going to have to think about is hotels just don't do mansard roofs anymore. So when typical hotels now are putting parapets around, or at least that facade, and trying to get a signable area up high, and while the size might be something we're have to work with Matt and have his have to follow the signage ordinance. I don't see without significant changes to the building where else you'd put the sign. So I think just based on the existing building and what it is, I think they did a good job overall. And I think that's probably the best appropriate place to do a sign, unless it's something that we think it requires additional modifications, which might be significant. That's all I had.
Thank you. Lois. Oh, I'm sorry. There you go, Lois.
I was going to make a motion for final approval.
Okay. Here's Jessica.
I'll second that.
Okay, this motion is seconded. Let's see, Craig, you have your hand up. Any discussion on the motion? Thought you had your hand up. Or was that earlier?
I'm just going to second it.
Got it. Okay. All right. So I don't see any further discussion on the motion. Signage will come back. And through unanimous consent, the motion is passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Hilldale Way was approved through consent agenda. Hey, we're on the west side now. Item number 7, 7213 Mineral Point Road.
Looks like we have 3 registrants, all in support. Andrew Goodman wishing to speak, Scott Schust wishing to speak representing GMX Real Estate Group, and Scott, DiGilio in support representing GMX Real Estate Group.
Okay, it looks like we have both Scott's. Scott Schust, is that you? SSHUS?
Yes, that's me.
Okay, just wanted to verify. I do not see Andrew Goodman right now, so just the Scotts are unmuted.
Andy's the one who's actually going to take us off the plate here, so hang on one sec.
Is his name Andy, maybe?
Yeah.
Let's find out here.
Can you hear me?
There he is.
Is that you, Andrew?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. So let's go over to the west side here. Our project, proposed project, sits in front of the West Town Mall at one of the entrances along Mineral Point Road. Here's a rendering of a conceptual rendering that shows the view looking in from the entry point at Mineral Point Road. If you're driving into the entry throat of the mall towards the ring road. Next slide, please. This is a slide that shows where we sit. Our lot sits vis-a-vis the West Town Mall. We're along Mineral Point Road at one of the main entry throats. You enter through the main entry throat, turn left, and we have a curb cut right off the ring road of the mall. By way of context, this is a little difficult to see. We sit in front of the JCPenney box, so we're on the JCPenney side of the mall, and that's our proposed project laid out on the hard-lined lot. This is the only lot that we control at West Town Mall. When we came in front of you all back in December 2019, there was a comment made that people would like to see what we controlled and where we sat vis-a-vis the mall. With regard to the rest of the mall, we do not have any control over what the owners of the mall and or the remaining mall anchors can do at the property. So next slide, please. At our prior preliminary meeting, there was a question as to how we fit in vis-a-vis the surrounding properties along the mall and near the mall. And this slide merely depicts the fact that here's a slide of 12 different out parcels added around the mall, and they all have vastly different architectural themes and looks. So that's the purpose of this slide. Next slide, please. This is how this slide depicts how the property currently looks. It's an overflow parking lot that has seldom historically been used and has sat here as a parking lot. It sits just to the, I believe, the west of the Firestone property. So currently, as the property sits today, it's all concrete and asphalt without any landscaping on it in its current format. Next slide, please. This is our proposed site plan. We had several challenges relative to how we could lay out this site plan. You can see in the darker shade of gray on the site plan our curb cut that connects to the ring road of West Town Mall. That's a fixed point that we inherited when we took control of this project. And then up in the corner of the property, there's another cut that is a protected cross-access right between our subject property and Firestone that we have to respect and maintain and allow for that cross-access to continue. Down in what I believe is the southwest corner of the property, there's a storm sewer easement that traverses the lot and cuts across on an angle across our property. So it really left us with the position that the best place to situate the proposed project, which is laid out here for a two-tenant building, likely to be national retail restaurant and related type users, is in the northwest corner of the property, if you will, with a self-contained parking lot with rights for spillover parking and access onto the J.C. Penney lot. Before we even came in front of the commission back in December 2019, we had spent well over a year or so working with the mall owner as well as the anchor and or former anchor occupants of the mall regarding preliminary underlying mall approvals, if you will, which includes a maximum building height at the peak of 20 feet, which prohibits us from going multi-story, as well as a maximum footprint for the building of 7,000 square feet. So we're, for lack of a better term, I guess it would be we're boxed in to this 7,000 square foot footprint and 20 foot height maximum height. So at this point, also as you had mentioned on our team here tonight, are Scott Schuster, architect, project architect, and Scott DeGilio, our project engineer. I will turn over the mic to Scott Schuster to talk about the site plan in further detail, as well as the proposed building design and elevations and landscape plan. Thank you very much.
So as Andy was saying, we've kind of situated our building based on where that storm sewer easement cuts through our site there. Really prohibited us from laying the building out any other way. So with that, we kept the location in that northwest corner, kept the trash as far away from Mineral Point Road as we could by keeping it near the entrance, while also trying to allow trucks easy access into and out of it. One of the points made previously from the UDC was allowing ADA access to the front of the space, which would be the south side of the building. We have since added a sidewalk on the west side of the building that will allow ambulatory access. We've also kept the stairs. We figured with that bus stop right there on Mineral Point Road that those would still get utilized if people are coming to the building here. So we've also located some bike rack storage kind of on that southeast corner of the building, adjacent to where that handicap stall is. And yeah, I think we can move on to the next slide. This is more simplified, just architectural site plan. Shows you that easement cutting through the site again. We've got the transformer located on that northeast corner, and that monument sign on the northwest corner. Give you an idea where that is. Next slide. So comment was made to bring some more detailed renderings of the site location and the building itself. We've done that here. You can see that the building does sit a bit lower than Mineral Point Road. There is a slope of about 3 or 4 feet in that existing parking lot that dips pretty quickly. So we've located the building here. You can see on this slide and the next few rendering shots that the eastern tenant has undergone a facade change. The eastern facade was redesigned to make it more accessible for a non-specific tenant. Our previous design had been more locked into a particular user. This one allows for a restaurant user, a retail user, office, medical user. We removed, one of the comments your team had was that we had too many materials going on in the building. We've tried to simplify it using masonry and EFIS elements and continuing those elements entirely around the building. We also have a cement board on the western facade, and we've tried to unify some of the copings and canopies to match throughout the entire building. Next slide. Again, another shot. This one gives you an idea of that western facade. You can see that the brick is used there as well as the stone, which you can't see here because of us sitting down in the site. But we also have the EFIS, which matches the eastern side of the building as well. Next slide. And that gives you an idea of the eastern side of the building. Same masonry. We've tried to give you an idea of where we would like to put our utilities on the building, as well as that transformer. Now, this does not reflect the true landscaping that would be on the site. The renderings do not show that. Our landscape plan will. We'll get to that soon. So you can go to the next slide. So as Andy had mentioned, we're limited to a height of 20 feet here, max. And so it's a shorter building, but we tried to scale it as best we could in terms of what elements should get that little extra height where we can get it. These 2D renderings give you an idea also of where we would like to put the spandrel glazing, which is kind of the white where the storefront systems are. Those would be utilized to hide back of house and still try to maintain some kind of look. Since we have a four-sided building, we want it to still feel that it does have four sides and it's not just, a masonry wall back there. Next slide. So this is just a rendering of the monument sign, what we would propose. It would utilize the same brick as the building. Again, it's 2 tenants. So nothing too extraordinary about that. Next slide. Just more detailed elevations of the building. I don't think we need to go through this in depth, but it just kind of breaks down what materials, what and where. Next slide. So the landscape plan. Again, we've got, we've utilized the regional plantings and followed the established design guidelines for City of Madison. We really tried to utilize the maples and the honey locust to assist with covering the parking lot and shading for the parking lot. we've tried to add that landscaping around the transformer as well to make that kind of disappear within the landscaping itself there. And along that west side as well, with that added sidewalk, we've tried to line that with some landscaping. Since that's the entrance, we wanted that to be, since that's the entrance to the shopping center, we wanted that to have some presence and make it, beautiful. So next slide. I think there's one. Yeah. This one just is simple floor plans and a roof plan. With the roof plan, we're getting creative structurally with where rooftop units can go. You can see that bar down the middle on the roof plan that's kind of hatched around the perimeter. That would be our rooftop unit zone, and we would aim to locate all our rooftops there while keeping the max height below 20 feet. So that is it for me. I don't know if Scott DiGilio, do you have anything to throw in there?
Oh, I think you covered it well, Scott. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, thanks. Let's see. Any questions or comments by the commission? It's pretty obvious where the back of the building is. It's facing Mineral Point Road. Shane?
Hey, just one comment on the planting plan. I think in some of the landscape peninsulas or islands between Firestone, you had Vinca major listed, which won't grow here. Vinca minor would, but that I would also not recommend using that one. DNR classifies it kind of as invasive. It's not restricted, but it still has invasive tendencies. So I'd replace the Vinca species with something like a short ornamental grass, prairie dropseed, or maybe even an allium, summer beauty, some other non-invasive ground cover.
Okay, we can make that adjustment.
Thanks, Shane. Tom?
Yeah, thanks, Cliff. I guess I would actually have a question to the architects on our committee. Is there any alternative to spandrel to give that Mineral Point facing facade a non-back of house look? Because it's clearly still going to read as back of house with that much spandrel glass. And I'm just wondering, is there a different architectural solution, given that they will probably tell us that they can't change the layout inside and they need a back of house? Just more of a question to our own folks.
Well, and you have the main electrical room facing Mineral Point Road. One thing, since it's pretty much a square building, one thing I thought was if you turned the building 90 degrees and oriented it toward the east, at least you would have side windows, facing Mineral Point Road, and the back. I mean, there's got to be a back somewhere, and that would be kind of on the access drive as you're coming in, but at least not right on Mineral Point Road.
That's good. I like that, Cliff.
Can we answer that?
Well, I'm going to see if I get any other questions or comments from the commission, and then we can give you a chance to chew on that one a little bit. I don't know if everybody has access to the staff report, which has our previous comments about simplification, orientation, and elevations of the original proposed design. And that's in the email link that we received.
Chair, can I add a staff comment?
Yes.
Noting on this elevation that's on the screen right now, the north elevation that's facing Mineral Point Road, It will need to meet the zoning requirement of no more than 20% spandrel glazing. So they'll have to address that at some point in the site plan review.
Is that for the entire building or is that per facade?
That is for street-facing facade.
Okay.
So that may be another reason to, make your, what would be east facing and north facing. Okay, Rafiq. I'm trying to unmute you. There we go.
So I don't know if it's, well, I like your comment about the orientation. I don't know if that's feasible or not, but if it is, I think that it will solve some of their issues, especially with the comment that was just made. My only, and this is really small, but the canopies or the awnings or whatever you want to call them, they have this blue pronounced line and they all follow the exact same datum except for one, and that one is just driving me crazy. Mm-hmm. And I know it's a design element, so I understand why it's dropped, but I feel like if it's dropped, it should be a different color, or I don't know. There's blue and the same datum all around the building except for that one spot, and it kind of just it's throwing me off a little bit. But I do like the direction that it's going. It's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 materials, but it's still it's a little better.
Yeah, then maybe the if you look in the upper left, we see brick pilasters. On the left side, they're kind of only going up to the blue line, and then they go all the way up to the roof, and then you have stone pilasters that kind of go in between, and it's a lot of ups and downs and ins and outs for a little building. Craig. It's not doing it. Try it one more time. I can't unmute the poor guy.
There we go. I was talking anyways, if that matters. But so I agree with both your comments. I didn't think of the rotation stuff, and I think that depending on what they can do, that would take care of their street side facade issue, which has always been a struggle. And then it orients them back towards essentially the entry drive, into West Town. But yeah, I'll let them take care of that. Otherwise, when just doing the comparisons from before and after, I think this is a significant improvement.
Okay. All right, let's see here. Going different screen. Another Craig. Lower hand. I don't see any further questions or comments. I guess if the applicant wants to talk about the site plan and the building orientation, that'd be we'd welcome your input on that.
Thank you. This is Andy Goodman again. One thing that we probably should have noted during the presentation, Scott alluded to it, but there's about a 4 to 5 foot grade drop from Mineral Point Road to the proposed finished floor elevation of our site. So you're not, as a practical matter, when you're out on the street and looking in, you're not going to even be able to see the lower tier of the building. So on this screen, the elevations appear more pronounced than they are actually going to be after they're built because of the grade drop. Regarding orientation, we spent a lot of time playing around with that and trying to figure out how to lay out the building and orientate it with the site constraints such as the storm easement and the current curb cuts, and be able to get pedestrian and vehicular traffic to flow through the site naturally and normally as well as get parking in front of the storefronts, similar to the other retailers and restaurants in the area. And we found this to be the best orientation. So if there is any leniency in that regard, in terms of how we orientate the building, we certainly would appreciate that. It's not viable to lay it out any other way. If that means we have to increase some of our facade elements on the back of the building, if you will, to make it look more akin to a four-sided building, as Scott referred to earlier in the presentation, then we're happy to do that. But really, from our perspective, reorientating the building is a non-starter for a variety of reasons.
I think we're looking for some assurance that the facade facing Mineral Point Road isn't going to be the back of the house, whether it's spandrel or not. We've seen plenty of examples where the building's oriented, quote unquote, toward the street, but it's either white paper or painted out windows or spandrel glass. But in fact, it's just a way for the developer to get 2 tenant signs on the street and 2 tenant signs facing the mall. That's really what the issue is. And because it's a square building and it's got parking on 2 sides, it just becomes a problem leasing it, because the tenant who's not on Mineral Point Road says, I don't have a sign on Mineral Point Road.
Right.
And that's a developer problem, but what we're looking at is an urban design problem of having the back of the house facing the main street. Now, in the past, we've even encouraged the developers to put a single row of parking in front of the building along Mineral Point Road, but it sounds like because of your easements, you don't have the option of moving the building toward the south.
Correct. The options that we have, and Scott could weigh in on this from a design point of view in terms of how we might enhance the architectural look of the building, but really that's where we would have to focus relative to addressing your urban design concerns, as opposed to moving the footprint or reorientating the footprint.
Right. It's a matter of, really showing, I guess, for one thing, you put the main electrical room, right in the back of the building like you normally would. And that demonstrates to us that the back of the building is Mineral Point Road. And I know you don't have control of interior leasing plans, and they change over time. And we're not here to design it, but that's just the issue, to somehow get if not the front door, some activity on that side of the street, and it's been done successfully in Madison, and not just downtown.
Okay.
The landlord room there could potentially move to that east side. It may open up some glazing potential for the western tenant. Really, the spandrel glazing as it's located now is based on my assumptions of what the tenant would require. Potentially, we could try to work with tenants to figure out where their back of house is, if we can, run it the long way instead of the width of the space, and really minimize that back of house feel to be as small as possible.
Kevin, I unmuted you. I'm sorry, I didn't see you had your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to follow up. Janine did cite the code, and I just wanted to stress, I know there's a glazing calculation here. But there are, in addition to having the maximum percent of spandrel for the facade, there are other zoning code requirements that encourage or that require street-oriented entrance, and also have a minimum percentage of clear windows that are required. That's in addition to the limit on the amount of spandrel. So just wanted to let UDC know of some of the other underlying zoning regulations that would also impact this development.
Okay, thank you. Craig?
Yeah, just to help out, this developer too, of what we've seen in the past, and this is where it gets problematic, is on the Mineral Point side, because that's the street-facing side. By keeping the percentage of glazing, you're essentially going to be constrained to all of your back of house being along your demising wall, especially for your east side tenant space. And where that gets really troublesome is when you start getting larger chains that come in and say, we only do it if you do this space. And then once you do that, you're now taking glazing away and you don't meet the city requirements. So it just takes a lot of thought. While I understand your layouts and trying to get the functional for the site, because the back really is oriented in all practical purposes along Mineral Point, it's going to be a real struggle based on how you have it laid out right now when you start doing your leasing plans and keeping that updated. And that's just based on a lot of feedback we've gotten from other developers across the city. That ends up being a real pinch point.
Thank you. Let's see, Jessica.
Yeah, I know Craig always has good things to say, and I missed about half of that. Did anyone else? Is it my computer problem, or are other people having trouble hearing?
No, we're going to take up a collection at the end of the meeting and get them a nice microphone.
Okay, all right, got it.
Well, you have the floor. No?
That was it.
Okay. Well, how about you've heard the discussion and suggestions and the replies. How about a motion? We still have 5 items to attend to after this. Now, is my microphone not working? Oh, okay. Lois.
There you go. Am I unmuted? I don't know quite what to make of the motion. I guess I would make a motion for initial approval, just based on the layout in the parking lot. But we definitely need to address the spandrel in the which way the building is facing.
Okay.
So initial approval.
All right. I see Craig. Second. Okay. Motion seconded. Any discussion on the motion? We understand that there are a number of underlying zoning regulations with regard to glazing that will also apply and perhaps provide a little additional guidance as well. Okay, so looking and see no more hands, then by unanimous consent, the motion is approved. You have initial approval, and we'll look forward to seeing you back here for final approval after some modifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so that takes care of all of our action items, and now we're going to look at 5 pretty significant projects that are up for informational, and we've had a chance to look at those, and some of us have even provided written comments. You want to dust those off after the presentation. We'll start with number 8, which is 133 East Lakeside Street.
So for registrants in support, we have Kevin Burrow wishing to speak, representing Kanothi and Bruce Architects.
Okay, that's it?
I'm double checking here.
Okay.
I think he's the only one on the team.
All right.
We also have a Chris Armstrong registered in support, but not wishing to speak.
Okay, and then following the presentation, are there members of the public who are going to want to speak?
Yes, there are quite a few.
Okay. All right.
Okay, we have a Kevin Burrow unmuted. Kevin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay.
3 minutes if possible.
I will do my best. Thanks, Cliff. So what we have before you is the redevelopment of 133 East Lakeside Street, which is currently the home for the VFW, shown in the middle of the screen there. The context for this property is basically located along Sale Street and more predominantly along John Nolan Drive. And we have a commercial building to the north, which is a 3-story building, an office building, and then we also have the City of Madison parking utility building to the south, which is a 1.5-story building. And then we have the rail corridor. If we can move on to the next slide. Here's the overall layout with regards to what we are proposing to do, which would be a 5-story mixed-use building where we're locating a commercial space shown in the slight orange color on the north side of the property with views out to John Nolan Drive, Lakeside Street, and Sale Street. And then we have apartments along the eastern and southern side in a total of 5 stories. The building does step back down to 4 stories along the western side of the property on both wings. And then also we're creating a rooftop patio area on the northern side at the 5th floor as well. So there's a larger step back down to 4 stories shown on the north. There's 2 vehicular access points to the property. The main drive to the underground parking is on the south side along Sale Street. And there's also an area for 4 surface parking stalls. And then we also have a small surface parking lot on the north side accessed off of East Lakeside Street, mainly to serve as additional parking available for the commercial space. And then contained within the building is 2 levels of parking. So for this 5-story building, we've got 104 units, and we're able to achieve 108 parking stalls within the building, and then 8 additional on the surface. Next slide. This is another overall site plan where you can kind of see the layout of the building, and we're creating a rooftop plaza area on the back side above the 2nd level of parking. And then along Sale Street, we're also proposing introducing some angled parking on the eastern side of Sale Street, such that we're able to maintain a clear access along the western side for 2 purposes. One, it would provide fire apparatus access to the building, which will be required. And then secondly, and somewhat equally important, is providing a safe bike lane along Sale Street to allow bikers to be able to come down and catch the underpass under John Nolan, which is just 1 block to the south. Next slide, please. Here's your overall layout of the building then. As you can see, the 2 levels of parking. Access is shown on the right-hand side, which would take you into the lower level of parking. And then we have an internal ramp, which takes you up to what would be the 1st floor level, but slightly above 1st floor for the 2nd level of parking. And then we're lining the front of that with 5 apartment units shown in the blue area. And then the commercial space, again, is shown in the orange color on the northern side, which is about 3,150 square feet. The main lobby is located in the middle adjacent to the commercial space, also with views out to Sale Street and the main intersection at John Nolan Drive. Next slide, please. So the layouts of the apartments shown in here is 2nd floor on the left, 3rd and 4th floors on the right. It's a mixture of studios, 1- and 2-bedroom apartments. And that plaza deck area, as mentioned earlier, is over the 2nd level of parking, and all residents would have access to that immediately off of the elevator core shown in the middle of the building. Next slide. So the 5th floor level then is here where you can see the building steps back on the western side, where we've got the community room shown on the northern end with a larger rooftop deck area for all residents to be able to utilize. And then again, just a mixture of apartments around the rest of the building. Next slide. Here's some renderings that have been put together with regards to the exterior architecture. Basically, what's important for this development is the fact that it's located along John Nolan Drive and has major frontage and views towards Olin Park and out towards downtown Madison. So we're proposing a contemporary design, which this building will start to serve as a gateway towards downtown Madison and the eventual redevelopment of a lot of the properties along John Nolan Drive. So we've got a mixture of aluminum composite metal panel shown in white, a lot of masonry on the building shown in the gray hues, and then a wood grain siding material called longboard as the accents to accentuate key elements of the building. You can see that the first floor commercial space is intended to be a restaurant space as shown by the signage, and then adjacent to that on the left-hand side is the entry to the apartments. Next slide, please. Here's another view, basically looking further down Sale Street. You can see the clear step back that we've achieved on the 5th floor, where that would be the rooftop plaza area for all residents to be able to utilize, shown on the right-hand side of the screen. Next slide, please. Another view further down Sale Street looking towards the entrance. You can see the apartment lobby entrance here and then the restaurant space. The one thing we want to highlight is that all residents on 1st floor here would have direct access off of this as shown by these porches and front patio areas. Next slide, please. A view on further to the south, looking towards the back of the building, where we are maintaining the same palette of materials wrapping around all 4 sides of the building. We've got a large masonry element, the aluminum composite metal panel, and then the wood grain accent panels. And every unit does have its own balcony as shown with these glass rail balconies. Next slide. Here's a view looking back from Lakeside Street towards Olin Park and John Nolan Drive, where you can see the scale of the building and how we have stepped it back on both sides along John Nolan and then also along the western side here, as shown just beyond the tree line. Next slide, or is this the last one?
This is the last slide.
Okay, thank you, Jenny. So that summarizes the overall layout of the building, and would be happy to hear your initial thoughts and comments.
Okay, thank you. Julie, I'm going to see if you could introduce our speakers who'd like to offer some public comment.
So first we have Bob Stone, registered opposed. Bob, you should be unmuted.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for letting me speak. I did send a letter. I realized afterwards that many things in there may have been outside the purview of this committee. Sorry about that. I do want to hit on a few things though. This is a historic family neighborhood, part of Bay Creek. It's different than other parts of Bay Creek. There's 2 schools within 2 blocks of the area. The traffic flow pattern coming out of here would seriously impact the youngest school, that is kids from the Montessori school, from kids about 16 months to 5 years, putting them in significant danger, actually. It's a problem already. No, that's not necessarily in your purview, but it's not a really good fit for our neighborhood. This neighborhood of families, it's not the East Washington high-tech corridor. It's not the Park Street corridor. It's not the, some of the West Side tech areas. Primarily, this development is designed around studio apartments and 1 bedrooms. That's not, that's more young professional, upwardly mobile category people that there may be, for that demographic, better fits elsewhere in the city. You have 1 to 2 story house, an occasional 3-story house in the neighborhood, a few businesses on Lakeside Street that are 1 to 2 stories, and the school on Lakeside is 2 blocks away as well. When the developer was asked how, questions about, there are significant problems with water, flow immediately behind that area with traffic already. There weren't a whole lot of good answers. We were not contacted by the developers, even though we corner onto their development. We have neighbors to the south that are retired, that we spoke to one of them this very weekend. They had no idea about the development going in, although they are friendly with the VFW folks. We will contact them, but they aren't computer savvy. They don't have computers. They don't have ability to participate in these meetings at all currently. So when this development would definitely benefit the developer. It's designed to make a lot of money. Those units are expensive. They are not low-income housing. They're not medium-income housing. When we asked repeatedly what benefits there were to the neighborhood or this section of the neighborhood, we were mostly, and this included our alderperson, somewhat chastised about how, sacrificing for the city needs to develop, we need more housing, so on and so forth. I can appreciate that. We're long-term residents. I've lived in this place over 20 years and been in Madison 30, my wife, lifetime. Our particular section of Bay Creek sacrifices heavily for the city already. Every event that's at Willow Island and their significant impact our little section of the neighborhood heavily with noise, with traffic, with people, with garbage. Same with events at Olin Park. Same with every fundraising walk or race that goes on in the city, mostly go through our neighborhood. And we're happy to participate in that. We're happy to work with the people at VFW. They've been good neighbors. We're happy for the city building has generally been a good neighbor, although there have been some water issues. But to change zoning to allow something that drastically changes a neighborhood for, ancillary benefits for the city, not really any for the neighborhood, it doesn't seem like a good fit. It seems like particularly for the people that are looking to fill these units, they're better fits in the city and, possibly areas of the city that have not sacrificed as much as our area and currently do. That's about all I wanted to say particularly. Our house sits on the corner of this. The rooftop garden would impact both, our particular situation by, there's no information about what kind of hours it's going to be open. The people flow, the garbage, the noise would be excessive. It would impact us most heavily, but that's personal. There are other neighborhood benefits. Our neighborhood is highly sought after by families. Houses go on the market, they disappear instantly. Developers actually come around, not developers, real estate agents come around to us often asking us to sell our house. They're in high demand here, and it's for the family neighborhood quality as well, and people who utilize, the city facilities here for families. That's about all I wanted to say. Thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Okay, next we have Elise Kitchell, registered opposed. Elise, you should be unmuted.
Yep, I am. Thanks. Hi there. I just wanted to say that I am not opposed to development, and the redevelopment of the VFW site would definitely be an improvement from the building that's there. However, I'm opposed to the height of the proposed building, which does not fit a site immediately adjacent to residential small family homes, nor does it fit within this portion of the John Nolan corridor. A 5-story building does not transition well to 1- and 2-story homes. Usually 3-story buildings are found adjacent and transition to adjacent residential neighborhoods. The building is at the corner of Sale and Lakeside. Sale is a small, narrow, 2-block street, and it is bordered by the railroad and the railroad right away on one side. It's set back from John Nolan. It is not directly adjacent to the John Nolan corridor. As such, it is actually contiguous with the rest of the Bay Creek neighborhood. The portion of John Nolan Quarter that occurs adjacent to Bay Creek extends from Olin Avenue and then up to the causeway. The buildings along the John Nolan Drive consist of 2- and 3-story buildings and homes in the Bay Creek neighborhood. On the other side is an open parkland along that entire causeway, or along that entire reach of the John Nolan Drive. The portion of John Nolan adjacent to Bay Creek is not a developed corridor and in fact bisects the Bay Creek neighborhood. The 5-story building does not match this corridor. It would not be visually pleasant to have in this portion of John Nolan corridor. And as proposed, it's not the right size for this site. The Urban Design District Guidelines call for development of the VFW site that fits with adjacent existing buildings, and this 5-story building does not. However, a shorter building would fit visually and aesthetically with the Bay Creek neighborhood and this portion of the John Nolan corridor. Thank you. I'm open to questions if you will have any.
Okay. Next, we have Andy Meisman, registered neither support nor opposed. Andy, you should be unmuted.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
All right. We provided a PDF of some of the existing conditions in the neighborhood. So if that could be shared on the screen so everyone can see it, that'd be great.
Janine, do you have that?
I do not have that handy. Was that sent in with the comments, public comments?
Yeah, it was a part of it was on the Legistar page. I could share my screen. I have them here, if that helps.
I will toss it to the chair to see if he would like him to share his screen.
Yeah, that's fine. Are you able to hear me?
Yes. Thanks. Okay, Andy, I am going to promote you to panelist, and your video may be turned on. I'm not sure.
All right, here, can everyone hear me? I'll get my share screen here. Let me know when you can see my screen here. Should be a series of images. Oops, one sec.
Okay, we can see it.
You seeing a panel of images?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, perfect. Let me just slide my notes over 1 second here. I wasn't planning on sharing a screen. Anyway, my name is Andy Meisman. I'm actually a landscape architect and urban designer with over a decade of experience. 2 of those years have been in the city of Madison, and I'm also a resident of Bay Creek neighborhood. And what we wanted to do is just to look at some of the existing architecture and character and kind of showcase what that is and compare it to the proposed development. So this figure 2 here is the existing architecture immediately adjacent to the building on the east side of Lakeside Street. This just gives a representation of the materiality, color, the scale, and the rich quality and character and the historic significance of the neighborhood immediately adjacent to the neighborhood. Figure 3 here, this is a mile further down on Lakeside. You can see that character is still present. Rich architecture, historically significant buildings, different colors and a lot of rich material in terms of brick facades and, high quality architecture. Figure 4 here just showcases the scale of the proposed building with immediate architecture adjacent to it and some of the retail also just in terms of diversity of the neighborhood. Also, one of the largest buildings in the neighborhood is the school, which was built in 1895, and you can see how that compares to the proposed development. Just footprint sizes as well in figure 5 here, and how that compares to the overall neighborhood with the proposed development. We also thought it was important to look at the proposed building and what that looks like compared to the existing architecture side by side here. And this is really a stark difference. There's no context in relationship of this proposed building to the existing architecture. It's almost as if they turned their back on the neighborhood here. We feel this is more of a developer-led project and not an architecture-led project. And really, this is density without design. They're trying to max out this site, and that's pretty evident when you look at this image here. Figure 7 showcases a little bit more of an appropriate context and architectural character we think would be appropriate in the neighborhood. It should be noted that 2 of these buildings are recent ones that UDC approved, and 2 of the buildings are actually designed by the architect that's designing this building. The proposed Bayview building, that top image there, which is 4 levels, and the proposed 1109 Park Street building there, the image is on the left, which is a 3-story building. Moving on to figure 8 here, just showcasing what that proposed and accepted architecture by the UDC looks like compared to this proposed development. It's a pretty stark difference in terms of the neighborhood context here. This doesn't relate to the proposed development, doesn't relate to what's been proposed and approved by UDC, and it doesn't. It's really out of context of the existing character of the neighborhood. The last point I wanted to make, which Bob actually spoke pretty well about, was just the safety regarding traffic at the intersection of John Nolan, Salem, Lakeside. Everything north here of John Nolan, from the causeway to north of Lakeside here, is actually ranked as the 3rd most dangerous intersection in the city in terms of vehicular accidents. This doesn't get much better when you enter the site here where the proposed building was. Right now, there's a total of 8 existing vehicular and pedestrian conflicts. And a large part of that has to do with the lack of a sidewalk on the south side of Lakeside to connect to that bus stop, that existing bus stop on John Nolan. That improvement there is something we've requested 3 times. We have yet to see the developer put on any of their plans. This is what it would look like if we just added a sidewalk. Those vehicular conflicts would go from 8, vehicular and pedestrian conflicts would go from 8 to 3. And it's a really minor improvement. The material cost of a sidewalk here is about $6,000. You can see some of the existing infrastructure here. There's obstacles to overcome in terms of shifting some guy wires lines down for the utilities and overcoming the right of way. But if the city does a good job everywhere else and it proclaims itself as being a pedestrian and bike friendly and mass transit type of community, this is really low hanging fruit that the developer should take on as part of this project with 104 units, and a lot of those people might be using or will be using the bus stop and the existing infrastructure there. And it's really something that should be taken into consideration, and something that goes beyond urban design. It's more than just the aesthetics of the building, the height and what it looks like. It's how it connects to the site and to the neighborhood to form an urban design. And the building's really only as good and successful as the site that it sits on. And right now this site's failing, and we have yet to see the developer make this minor improvement on their plan that we think would really increase the safety at this intersection. There's a lot of other graphics in this presentation, so I hope you guys would look through it. I know you guys made comments on this before through the commissioner notes that we looked through, so we appreciate that, and that's all I have to say right now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next, we have Michelle Miller, registered in opposition.
Okay, Michelle, you should be unmuted. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. There we go. So thank you for taking your time this evening to listen to us talk about our neighborhood. We all very much enjoy living in this neighborhood. That's why we live here and have lived here I've lived here for over 20 years. I wanted to reiterate 3 points about poor fit. I think this is just the bottom line of this proposed development. like an earlier speaker, I'm not opposed to developing this site, but I think that first and foremost, the massing is out of harmony with the rest of the neighborhood, and certainly with the any house or building near it. The jump from single-family homes to 5-story, 104 apartment units, it's just a huge massing of people in one small corner of the neighborhood. It's also located, Sale is a very narrow, short street. It's not even really 2 blocks. It's 1 block that has an entry on Lakeside Street right at John Nolan, and then it kind of ends at a bike trail that then loops around some city buildings and onto Van Duzen. So if someone were to try to get to John Nolan or the freeway, the Beltline, they would have to go through, they'd have to go down either through the Lakeside corner, which is completely unmanageable, as Andy just pointed out, or they would have to go down Van Duzen, right where all the very small children at the Montessori school are getting in and out of cars at various times of the day. And there's also a ice rink there and a big kind of a pond that's somewhat maintained by the city. And there are kids that go to the ice rink and are going across the street right there also. So it would become a dangerous intersection in our neighborhood. Finally, I think that it's poor fit because really this is a family middle income neighborhood, and what the developer is proposing is for high-end expensive apartments and 1-bedrooms and studios to max out their profit on that space, rather than thinking about what the neighborhood needs, what the neighborhood has to offer, especially young families. So we hope that the Design Commission will consider some of these poor fit issues in reviewing this proposed development. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Charlene Sweeney, registered opposed. Charlene, you should be unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Could you put up the slide of the Lakeside Street, the last slide in the developer series? That's not the Lakeside Street one. That one. Okay. I'm writing this letter as a 30-year homeowner on the first block of East Lakeside Street. So my house is about even with the red truck. The other thing about this picture, I had to kind of chuckle because the street is not that wide. And it has lots of wires and lights and signals and things, but it's really deceiving to show Lakeside Street as that nice wide thing. So, and that's what I'll say about that. I'm writing as a 30-year homeowner, and I'm also educated in art at the UW many years ago, but I have some knowledge about the elements of design. My neighborhood is filled with very modest 1- and 2-story single-family homes. You have heard lots of this before, so I'll kind of skip over some. We've tolerated a lot of races and beer drinking parties and brat fests and all of that. We're pretty good at tolerating. We understand that the vitality in a community brings some inconvenience. Avanti says the new building will bring vitality to Sale Street, but they've not considered the impact on the neighborhood's existing vitality. The Avanti plan, this is significant, I think. My next door neighbor counted the housing fronts between John Nolan Drive and South Park Street. There are 91 homes now on the street between John Nolan and Park Street. And as proposed, it'll add an additional 105 new apartments with all the related congestion. This large increase will bring traffic congestion problems, parking problems, school drop-off. You've heard all of that. But thing that you haven't heard is there's many small streets that intersect Olin and Lakeside. And what has happened with those little small streets is that the parking is very limited. At every little small street, they have yellow curb markers where you can't park. So every block has somewhere between 2 and 4. Every side of the street has somewhere between 2 and 4 parking places. It's significant to me as a senior person because I need people to come and do some yard work. I need people to paint my house. I need maybe someday someone to come and take care of me, and there won't be any place to park when you have 105 units. The design of the building is out of character for the neighborhood, totally. The size and mass is way too large, starkly modern, and it dwarfs and looks into the yards and windows of the older 1- and 2-story modest homes that are adjacent to it. The 5th story will block the light for nearby homes and block views of one of the most historic and beautiful park entrances to our city from the neighborhood. And it's not just from the neighborhood, it's from people coming to the neighborhood on their way to the city, appreciating the beauty of the city. I'd like to see a building that's no taller than 3 stories, has low traffic businesses, and landscaping that enhances the green beauty of the park area. A 3-story brick facade like Avanti's Sequoia Commons would be a better fit by respecting the neighborhood's already established homes. Madison has seen a huge building boom of new mixed-use high-rises in all areas of the city. We just saw that tonight. They are not all positive. They house some working people in the short run, make developers money, but are not affordable for people and may not be what housing seekers are seeking. They create a sameness and urban ugliness that one of the most beautiful entrances to the city of Madison does not need. Towards the lake and downtown Madison should be respected and enhanced. I care very much about quality and affordable housing for people. This building is neither. I care about the many people who visit and can enjoy our area by parking, hiking, biking, and driving through our streets. I care very much about the safety and quality of life for myself and my neighbors, those of us who already call this place home. And I strenuously Lakeside Street. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Carrie Rothbird, registered neither support nor oppose. Carrie, you should be unmuted.
Okay. So
3 minutes,
I'm here
please.
as a member of my neighborhood association, which has not taken a position on this development. As part of our Planning and Economic Development Committee, I've helped nearby neighbors understand the development process so that they can come tonight and talk effectively with you and go on to talk with the Plan Commission with our Alder. In my conversations with Colby and East Lakeside Street neighbors, I have heard support for redevelopment of the VFW site, but also concerns that the proposed 5-story building is both miszoned when it comes to the intent of the building. They're seeking traditional employment for the rezoning, and that it's unsuited to the site. Many of us in Bay Creek support a new development, just not the one before you. The neighborhood plan for this site, which is the South Madison Neighborhood Plan, calls for an up to 4-story structure that blends into the neighborhood. Neighborhood mixed use would be a much better zoning for this building, and in part because it includes design accommodations to ensure integration of the new building into its surroundings. And while I know that you as the Urban Design Commission don't deal in the intricacies of zoning, I feel it's appropriate to consider the misfit of this building's design to the surrounding community and to say that it is too large, too close, and too imposing on its neighbors. For the record, in our conversations with Avanti, the subject of redevelopment of the traffic engineering site has also come up. And that, while that is not changing for the moment, that is part of Avante's vision of revitalizing or of vitalizing Sale Street. And we could one day see another 250 units right next door to this one if we approve and go ahead with what is before us today. So I'm also here as a Lakeside Street neighbor who will be decidedly affected should the number of residences along my street double, with a corresponding increase in daily traffic. In 2002, a study was done that ranked Lakeside Street, both a bike route and a school route, as number 1 out of 60 Madison streets in need of traffic calming. That study said that more than 90% of cars on the then close to 3,500 cars that travel the street daily were found to be speeding. There was an average of 3 crashes per block that year along Lakeside Street. 3 crashes per block in 2001 along Lakeside Street. Since then, there's been no systematic remedy to this situation. As a connector street, Lakeside is ineligible for the usual street calming options that can serve other streets. So I feel that it is important to think about this development in this context and to realize that we need to help protect the street by voting against such massing, which would overwhelm it, and the families that live along it. Lastly, Lakeside is not the only street that's unprepared for the addition of more cars. Traffic from this development will siphon off along Van Dusen, Colby, Lawrence, Homer, and Gilson, all of which are narrower than Lakeside. They will speed past the Montessori preschool on Colby, the elementary school on Lakeside, and will add to the traffic burden along Olin, which is also a residential street as well as a connector street. Bay Creek has the misfortune of being a pass-through neighborhood. Let's not make it worse. Good planning would make it better, not worse. The South Madison Neighborhood Plan never intended for there to be a 5-story development of this sort of density on this site. The neighborhood is willing and even eager to play a role in being home to some of the new housing in Madison. We understand that development brings change with it. We want it to also show a respect for the community that is already there.
Thank you.
That's it.
Okay, next we have Dave Davis, registered neither support nor opposed. Dave, can you hear us? Dave, you should be unmuted. Can you hear us? Dave?
Maybe we move to Janelle and see if Dave comes back.
Looks like Janelle is not present. Oh, there is a Janelle with no last name. Would you like me to permit her to speak? She has the same spelling of her first name.
Yeah,
looks like.
sure.
Okay. Janelle, you should have a prompt to unmute yourself.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, hello. Thank you for holding this meeting. I own the building right next door, which was a bit of a dump, and I've spent a lot of money and a lot of time to try and restore that building to its original character. So this is the building right next door to the proposed development. Most of my windows are out that side. I feel like that all my light would disappear. I would be just looking up at brick and I won't be able to see any sky or anything. I plan to have a small vintage business and a vintage building there. I probably won't have any parking for my business as well, with the restaurant and all the apartments that need to go there. I think there's a big impact on shading in my building and also the other homes around. The proposed deck that they have could possibly be a very noisy problem for the neighbours around. I also have put a rental apartment on the top story in my building there. I have the same tenant in there now for 3 years. She's very happy living there. She's, of course, not very happy about having that sort of a roof deck that would be there. Just, you know, in general, I just think that it's too much mass. It's too much to double the population of the street like this. I'm not opposed to development, like I said, but I just think this one is a little bit too much, and it doesn't really fit into the family character of the neighbourhood, similar to what everybody else has said, really. But there is a big shade impact and a big possible noise impact to the nearby neighbours. It's kind of not fair when you're a neighbour, you've had a house there, and then suddenly the whole context of your end of your street changes. So it's basically what I wanted to say, but there could be problems with parking for my business and things, and the fact that I tried really hard to restore that building to the original character. The character of this building next door really doesn't fit the neighbourhood. Just pretty much what everyone else has said. Thank you for listening.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we do have Dave Davis on the phone. Dave, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. While I support the concept of redevelopment of the VFW site, I'm opposed to the current proposal that's being discussed tonight, and I'd like to speak to the issue of building massing as it relates to the single-family residential parcels on the west side of the VFW block. To do that, I'm going to refer to, to two previous development projects that are at least tangentially related to the applicant.
Hey, Mr. Davis, excuse me, we're going to ask you to limit this to 3 minutes. Just wanted to give you a heads up on that.
Okay, I can talk quick. First is phase 2 of the Sequoia Commons development located at 555 South Midvale Boulevard, and specifically the apartments that were built along the west side of Caramar Drive. Those apartments were originally proposed as 4 stories with the 3rd and 4th floors stepped back, but were built with 3 stories and no step back. Planning staff's comments from 2008 said, in part, as noted earlier, the second building was approved in 2006 with 4 residential stories along the east side of the central courtyard that stepped down to 2 stories adjacent to Caramar Drive in an effort to reduce the building mass and provide a better transition into the predominantly 1-story single-family residential neighborhood to the east. The amended planned unit development, however, calls for the mass of the building to be shifted to create a full 3rd story along the eastern wall of phase 2 building, eliminating the 4th floor and the step back above the 2nd floor adjacent to Caramar Drive. Staff further says, staff can support the increased mass of the building adjacent to Caramar Drive, although it continues to acknowledge the significant difference in scale between Sequoia Commons development and the low-rise single-family residences to the east, which has existed since the project was first conceived. And please, that's end of staff comments. Please note that the final comments relate to a 3-story building, not a 5-story building, similar to what's being proposed to the VFW site. Also note that the distance from the apartments on the west side of Caramar Drive to the single-family houses on the east side of Caramar is about the same as the distance from the single-family homes on Colby Street would be from the proposed building on the VFW site. The second proposed project, which was not completed, is a 2010 application to add a 4th story to the building located at 210 East Lakeside Street, which is across the street from the VFW site. Staff support for the proposed addition was based in part on the 2005 South Madison Neighborhood Plan, which is still in effect for this area. And part of staff's comments there were, no specific recommendations are included for the subject site in the 2005 South Madison Neighborhood Plan, though the same plan includes land use and redevelopment recommendations calling for the properties south of the site across East Lakeside Street along the John Nolan Drive frontage, including the VFW post, to be developed with well-designed office and or mixed-use buildings not to exceed 4 stories in height and similar in character to the subject building. Given that the South Madison plan recommends properties south of the subject site be developed with 4-story office or mixed-use buildings, planning staff believes it would be similarly appropriate for the subject building to also be allowed to stand 4 stories in height. End of staff comments on that. So I believe that the proposed building is out of scale for the site. It'll tower over the adjoining single-family homes. And I feel that a 3 or 4-story building with appropriate step backs would be better suited for this site. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Jody Klaus, registered opposed. Jody, you should be unmuted.
Yeah, Jody Klaus, thank you for pronouncing that right. I've lived at 1017 Colby Street, which is directly behind the southwest corner of this site since 1994. And I agree that a 5-story building is out of scale with our neighborhood. As a gardener who spends a lot of time outdoors, I'm concerned that it will shade the morning light significantly. Another concern is privacy, particularly because this proposed roof deck appears to allow people to look right down into our backyards on Colby. And this effect is exacerbated by something that isn't really evident in the images from the developer. There's a 4 or 5 foot grade drop between this site and the east end of our lots, which slope down significantly. Regardless of the building's height, I feel that a substantial fence or screen will be important. Just to share my experience, I'm always surprised by the number of people leaving the VFW or cutting through the parking lot who stop to hang out on the little cement platform behind that AT&T substation at the far southwest edge. They lean on the railing, look down into our yard. I've had them call out to ask me about our garden, or even when they were small, to ask me about my children. Between bar patrons and late night wanderers, I've seen at least 6 people urinating off the substation platform into my backyard over the years. I'm sure there have been more than I've seen. These interactions with strangers are not the same as having a casual conversation with my neighbor, that I know. And they're usually unwelcome, especially at night. So I want to be assured that any new development, especially if it includes a restaurant or a bar, will be designed to discourage uninvited visitors to our backyards. And finally, a separate point, I would strongly urge that any development on this site commit to preserving those beautiful mature trees that are on the strip of land below the power lines between our lot and this site. They're gorgeous, and they're one of the reasons I've enjoyed living here so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and that's all the registered speakers.
Great. I don't know, Julie, if there were folks registered in support or opposition who did not wish to speak for the record.
What about Cynthia McCallum? Do you have her, Stefan?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
She's
Sorry
registered
about
as neither support nor opposition.
Okay. Cynthia, you should be unmuted.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I am in favor of updating this property. I'm opposed to the height of the building. The height doesn't contribute to the Design District 1 intent of making John Nolan visually attractive. The height will stick out starkly among the mature trees in the railroad corridor. Ironically, I chose the word starkly and didn't know my neighbors were going to use that same word. And I also use the same word that everybody else has been using. The massive size of this development does not blend well with the adjacent properties on Lakeside and Colby Street. The property abuts a small business and the 4 residential properties, and it is 170 feet from John Nolan. I feel it's important to emphasize the proximity to Lakeside and Colby over its proximity to the John Nolan corridor. What has bothered me is 2 conversations. The developer has stated that they should be allowed to build to 5 stories without a change in zoning because they are providing amenities such as a business and an improved connection to the bus stop on John Nolan. It's debatable whether a business will be an upgrade or an amenity. The VFW is known well in the neighborhood, and I've enjoyed going there many times. I don't know the new business. The developer stated the residents of this building will use the bus stop on John Nolan, so the bus stop will be upgraded. The bus stop on John Nolan was installed with a handicap ramp and concrete pad sometime after 2010. The city didn't extend the sidewalk along the south side of Lakeside then. How is the developer going to provide this as an amenity now? I echo the sentiments of the nearby residents. Why is the deck going to overlook their homes and invade their privacy when the view on the opposite side of the building is spectacular? And it's ironic that our presentation of all of this is happening right after we just saw a presentation on a one-story development in the West Town Mall. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. So I believe that wraps up the public comment then.
Yes.
Let's see. I guess, wonder if Kevin is still available for a question.
He is. Would you like me to unmute him?
I got it.
Okay.
The question is, since the UDC is the approving body, and this is not a rezoning or a conditional use, do we have the authority to require them to build a shorter building if 5 stories is permitted within that zoning district?
I would say the base zoning, both the zoning that the property has right now, the SE Suburban Employment Zoning District, and the TE district, which they they have proposed to zone into, both have a minimum height of 5 stories. So I would say at that point, both of those zoning districts do have a minimum height of 5 stories. If you were going to make any sort of finding related to height as part of your approval capacity, you'd have to base it very specifically on one of the standards in UDD 1. And I guess I think it would be challenging to do that, but I guess if that issue comes up as part of the deliberations, I think it should definitely be tied very specifically to one of the UDD 1 standards.
Okay, so this is a rezoning.
Yes.
But both zoning districts have a minimum 5 stories?
I'm sorry, a maximum.
Okay.
A maximum height of 5 stories. I apologize, I said that wrong. So, so the height standards in the zoning district are far more specific than UDD 1.
Okay. Thank you. Questions or comments from the commission? We have your comments. They're anonymous, but obviously some of us have given it some thought, and they are part of the record. So if you feel as though your comments still stand after you've heard the presentation and the testimony of the neighbors, then perhaps we can perhaps we can just move on to the next agenda item, unless there's additional questions or comments. I see Alder Abbas raising his hand. There you go.
Hey, thank you very much. Looking at the design of the building, I know some of you are better at looking at design than me as a policy guy, but I think so. I can see a lot of opportunity in a design of improvement, and also looking at the pictures of neighborhood and adding those features into building design will be nice. Right now, the design look a little bit, I will say, boring. It's just white panels, and if we look, I drove that road pretty often, and if we look the neighborhood around it, I think so there is an opportunity. I will encourage developer to make more better design which include the character of the neighborhood.
Yes. Thank you. And I was noticing some of the same comments on the written comments about the not any distinction between the commercial and the residential, and the big slotted parapets, and and some of the some of the details and the ups and downs. let's see, Lois, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment. I did make a number of comments for the written record, but when it comes back, I think a shadow study will be important to see, considering the height and the adjacency of neighbors.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so the written comments are provided. Any other verbal comments before we move on to item number 9? Okay, thank you very much. We look forward to seeing your official submittal. So next, 160 Westgate Mall. It's another one that we were invited to review earlier and provide comments to.
There are 6 registrants in support, 1 wishing to speak, and that would be Kevin Burrow.
Okay, it's all yours.
Kevin, you should be unmuted.
All right, thank you. So again, thank you for your time this evening. I realize it's run long here, so we'll try and be as efficient as we can with regards to this presentation. So what we're looking at doing is repurposing the existing Westgate Mall. We can go to the next slide. The area is shown in the center of the site here, and this is basically surrounded by all commercial development we've got the retail corridor along Whitney Way. Hy-Vee has been in place. Then we also have the West Transfer Point is shown there. And then we're adjacent to the Research Park. And we also butt up against the Odana School Park. So it's a very transit-oriented site with a lot of traffic and is certainly ripe for redevelopment and proposal of multifamily housing in this area in a mixed-use setting with the context of having Hy-Vee on this property as well. If we can go to the next slide. Here's the overall site layout with regards to the building configurations. Hy-Vee is shown on to the left-hand side here, and then what we're proposing to do is a series of multifamily apartment buildings and senior housing. And then the northwestern corner is shown as a future development for a medical office or clinic space. We're looking at doing a planned development for this property, and with first phase being shown in the lower right-hand corner of 153 units of market rate housing. Adjacent to that would be phase 2 with 71 units of workforce housing, which is located closest to the Hy-Vee site and the open green space that's been created. And then we'll also be doing 161 units of affordable senior housing located at the intersection between Whitney and the private drive coming in. And then ultimately infilling the last piece with another 79 units of market rate housing. And as I mentioned, office medical clinic shown in the upper right-hand corner. What's important to note is that these streets that are being shown here are private drives, trying to create a sense of community within the space by utilizing parallel parking on both sides of the streets, sidewalks, treescapes, and that'll all be shown in the renderings coming up here. Next slide, please. So the overall landscape plan is shown here again, where you can see sort of the treescape that we're trying to create with the private streets. The housing is shown around the perimeter. And then we're able to create this green space amenity between the existing Hy-Vee store and our first multifamily housing building, which would be the workforce housing shown in the lower right-hand corner. The senior housing building is shown along Whitney Way and has its own central courtyard area, outdoor space, and then easy drop-off for residents and visitors shown in the middle. Each of the buildings have underground parking under all of them, providing more than a approximately one-to-one ratio of parking to units. And then we will be doing numerous amenities along the streetscape that we're creating by providing benches, bike racks, etc. And then the green space is really a public use space adjacent to Hy-Vee, where we'll do some outdoor plaza space. We also have the opportunity to creating an artwork feature, which is shown in the darkest green color, basically at the end of the main drive coming into the property. One key feature of this development as well is providing a safe pedestrian connection up to the Odana School Park, which is shown just towards the bottom of the screen with that angled sidewalk. There's a significant change in grade from the overall layout of the existing mall up to the Odana School Park. So it has to be a ramp set at grade at an angle in order to achieve handicap accessibility up to the park. Next slide, please. Again, this green space, which is shown highlighted in this oval shape, is available for all public use with outdoor patio space and would feed or provide adjacent amenities to Hy-Vee, where they do outdoor grilling in the summer. We have a seating area available to them as well. And then the sidewalk connection shown to the Odana School Park is circled at the bottom of the page. One of the major amenities we're also providing is the butterfly garden, which is something that was requested through numerous neighborhood meetings, is to provide a habitat for that as, again, a general nice outdoor feature. And the artwork space that was shown and circled in yellow is a potential opportunity for the new city's new COVID-19 Municipal Art Fund that has been established. So that could be a placeholder for that. Next item, or next slide, please. We did a couple site sections to show the overall character of the grade of the property. This is the east-west section where you can see on the far right-hand side the elevation of the Odana School Park grade and how that relates to our structures with the two wings of the building shown where we've got the underground parking with the plaza deck above that for residents to be able to use, and then the private street shown in the middle, and then the two wings of the senior housing building. Next slide. Here's another longitudinal section then running north to south, which shows how the grade also rises up towards the Tokay Boulevard. Shown on the left-hand side here at the highest elevation, the 5-story transitioning to 4-story multifamily housing building with a pool amenity in the middle, and then the grade continuously steps down as you move towards the south, towards the existing Hy-Vee store, which is shown on the far right-hand side. Next slide, please. One of the features that we're doing for this property is we are intentionally meeting the new City of Madison stormwater management regulations, which are requiring higher standards, which have not been implemented yet, but it is our desire to meet that and achieve better accommodations for stormwater control on this property. So we're able to do that by utilizing underground storage underneath that green plaza area, as shown in the highlighted blue area. And then we're also doing additional storage under the parking area of the senior housing building. So with that, we're able to reduce the runoff by approximately 15% based on the current conditions of the large mall and surface parking lot area. Next slide, please. These are views of the overall development where you can see the first phase of the multifamily housing building shown on the right, and then looking down that new private street with the senior housing at the far end of the street. Next slide. Here's a view of the center building, which would be the additional market rate housing shown here with a shared access drive to underground parking between the two buildings. Next slide, please. Here's the view looking at that green plaza area that we're able to create adjacent to the Hy-Vee parking lot. And you can see the Odana School Park in the background off to the right. And the artwork feature shown in this yellow obelisk type element is just simply a placeholder to designate that area. And then this would be the workforce housing building shown in the background. Next slide, please. Here's another view of that art feature, and then looking up that private street that we're able to create, and then the series of buildings that line both sides of the street, creating a nice, quiet streetscape area with parallel parking, the tree-lined streets, and then the sidewalk areas. Each of the first 4 units would have access down to the sidewalk as well, wherever possible. Next slide, please. Here's a close-up view of that public plaza area immediately adjacent to the Odana School Park, and the access to that is shown in the background running up the hill. Next slide. This is a view looking at the access to the underground of the senior parking building, the senior housing building, and the underground parking area, and then the artwork feature shown on the right-hand side here. Next slide. And then here's a clear view looking up that new private street with the senior housing on the left, the workforce housing on the right, and then in the far background would be that future medical office or clinic building. But you can see the overall character and scale of what we're trying to achieve here. Next slide. And then here's a view of the courtyard area of the senior housing building with the main entry shown in the far background. Next slide. And then here's a view, more of a bird's eye aerial view showing the access up from the development up to the Odana School Park. And then the white building shown on the right-hand side is the original EPIC campus buildings as they currently exist. Next slide. And then here's a view along Whitney Way of the senior housing building, where we intend to utilize this first floor space for all the common area amenities for the senior building, meaning the community room, exercise room, and other general use space. And then whatever residents are located along this area would have access to the sidewalk as well. Next slide. And then here's overall bird's eye view looking up that private street, and you can kind of get a sense of the scale of the buildings being 5-story in the far background and then dropping down to 4 stories for the rest of the development. And then the green space is shown in the immediate foreground. Next slide. Another view looking back over Hy-Vee and the Odana School Park back towards our development. Next slide, please. So as far as sustainability features go, we do intend to have this be one of the key features of this development. We intend to exceed Wisconsin Green Belt requirements, provide opportunities for solar panels on the roofs of each of the buildings, and then the other items as listed here being as energy efficiency as we can with mechanical systems, appliances, even water conservation efforts with low flow fixtures throughout the building. And as part of the redevelopment of the mall, we do intend to crush and recycle all concrete materials to utilize for backfill and not have to truck that off of the site. Next slide. So that basically summarizes our overall presentation. We've had numerous neighborhood meetings with regards to this development, and a separate website has been created where we are still receiving opportunity for feedback from the public, which is highlighted here at that jtkwestgate.com website. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's see, that's it for the registrants, correct? Who wish to speak?
Who wish to speak, yes. We have several registrants just available to answer questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions or reactions from the commission? Jessica.
I just had one. I already wrote some details, so I'm sure you can read those, but I react really positively to this entire project. I did have one question when I was looking at the renderings about access to the senior unit. Some of them look like they have to go up some stairs or up a sloped sidewalk, and I'm just wondering about that.
Is that a question?
Kevin, Bureau.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, we are intending to provide access to each of the apartments from outside if possible, but the building is fully handicap accessible via the interior corridor system.
Okay.
Most likely the residents will park underground, come up the elevator and go to their unit that way.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Craig?
First of all, I adjusted my mic, so hopefully it works better. Kevin, so I was just wondering, just to comment, I mean, overall, a lot of thought in this looks really nice. The southwest quadrant, you have oriented for the traffic to the south, where it's going to, essentially, the parking lot's going to face Hy-Vee. Did you guys look at rotating that so that it would face the other developments to give it a little more private, community-based feel when you drove in? So if we're parking your car, you know, and then had the exposure essentially right to the Hy-Vee parking lot right there.
Craig, it was a little bit challenging to hear you. Were you speaking to the senior housing building?
I didn't help my microphone. I'll try to speak up. Yeah, it could be a senior housing building to essentially rotate it counterclockwise 90 degrees so that the entrance faced the other drives and got it off the main thoroughfare or the main parking lot of Hy-Vee.
Right. Right now we're focusing on the access being off of the drive and not encouraging any more vehicular traffic as necessary on that private street. So which is mainly why we have the driveway off of the private drive-in off of Whitney Way. And then we also have the outdoor amenity for the senior building located on the what would be the northern side shown in that plaza area, such that they have some quiet outdoor space on that side of the building, as opposed to having that located on Whitney Way.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. I guess I'm afraid I'm going to disagree with Jessica. Just to kind of summarize my comments, I thought the site plan is way too homogeneous in height, use, and scale, and the look of it. And Tokay Boulevard is more residential, and I'm wondering why the senior apartments wouldn't face Tokay and have the clinic mid-block. I think that the market rate apartments orientation doesn't really address the various site conditions. You did a cross section at Odana Park, but if you do a cross section at the old Epic, that's basically a huge retaining wall, and then you're looking right into their parking garage. And those two buildings basically that face, I guess that's east along the property line. They're basically oriented the same as though there's the same views and the same topography. It's a system of kind of this little grid of streets. Doesn't seem to do anything except to feed into parking garages. It doesn't seem to be very. It doesn't have the same, I guess, aspirations of mixed use maybe as the neighborhood plan had for the site. The buildings, I know that they're not really fully developed yet. They're pretty average, and and finally, I think this big green space, public space area, right next to the wall, the blank wall of the supermarket. It's not really a gathering space. I think for the neighbors, I think it's because that's the low spot, and that's where you need stormwater retention anyway. So, I guess that's sort of my scathing review of this plan. I think I gave it a number 2 of 5, which unfortunately is critically bad. So that's my 2 cents. Anybody else? I know the staff report had some concerns as well. Okay. Well, I guess then we've got the comments on record, and no further comments from staff or the commission. So we'll look forward to seeing the project as it develops.
Thank you, Cliff.
Thank you. Let's see. The next one is Gemini Drive.
Can you hear me all right, Cliff?
You bet.
Yep. So we have Brian Munson and Adam Fredendahl.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
There you go. Well, good evening. Brian Munson with Vanderwall and Associates. Glad to be back to talk about one of the last parcels in Grandview Commons on the Far East side. This is a project that we have been working on. And actually, if you could just go to the location map, Janine, that'd be helpful. Thank you. This is a project I've been working on, longer than I'd like to admit, but it's good to see this project come to fruition. This particular block, you can just go to the site plan, that's fine. This particular block has been envisioned for a lot of different uses over the years in different market conditions, as we've been working on this for the better part of 22 years now. And so it has been envisioned for retail and mixed use, residential. And so kind of coming full circle, we're almost back to where we started, which was commercial along North Star with apartments up above. So we're excited to come back and talk about what will be a GDP and SIP amendment, I think for the third time on this block, but hopefully the third time is the charm, to complete this out with a goal of both creating an active edge along the southern side of the village green that is there, continue to activate the neighborhood with retail serving commercial, and then offer some variety of apartments within this building. So it is a 6-story building with 2 layers of underground parking. It does wrap the balance of the B block, of which the building in the southeast corner, the B5 building, is a 1-story retail building that is built and occupied. And then supplies parking that serves both the tenants for the commercial spaces as well as some of the residential tenants, and expands upon the walking space along Sharpsburg. So with that, I'll turn it over quickly to Adam. Appreciate the chance tonight to talk about the project.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Brian. And my name is Adam Prendall with JLA Architects. I'm going to try to be as quick and concise as I can here. I know it's been a long night. What we're looking at as a site plan, of course, is the building that wraps North Star and Sharpsburg. And we've got commercial space at Cottage Grove and North Star, separated by a plaza, the Breezeway Plaza we're calling it, that connects the existing pedestrian walk across from Great Dane up to an area that will have some outdoor seating and some nice landscape features. And, you know, we're still designing the space, but we intend it to be a really inviting, pedestrian-friendly space between 2 commercial spaces. So the other commercial space proposed in the project is about 2,400 square feet on the corner of Sharpsburg and North Star. And that has the residential main entrance is directly adjacent. So we have accessible access from the parking lot side, and then access from Sharpsburg as well. Also on Sharpsburg, we extended some more of the common area features to have more of a commercial feel on that corner, to extend the glass into the fitness room area. Otherwise, the rest of the footprint on the first floor are apartments, 1-bedrooms, studios, 2 bedrooms. The next slide, please. As Brian said, we've got 2 levels of parking. You enter from the parking lot on the upper right there, and there's an internal ramp that goes down to the lower level. Next slide, please. Pretty straightforward. Next. This would be the second floor. So as you can see, the apartment extends over that breezeway. We put the club room common amenities up on the corner because we got a really nice view corridor between the Great Dane in the other apartment building. That's kitty corner. There also would be a private rooftop terrace for the residents that looks out down that way. So nice amenity space for the residents. And again, mostly on this floor as well as the next floor. Next slide. So you have the 2-bedroom fills out that corner. Otherwise, we're primarily 1-bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and studios on this floor. And the 4th, on the 5th and 6th right now, we're looking at potentially having both of the floors with slightly larger units. That's still a bit of a question mark. We may copy the lower floor up here, depending on how things work out. But the general look and aesthetic of the building is pretty much the same either way. There's a couple more balconies. Next slide, please. Just real quick, we've got 153 units, 153 bedrooms, and we're at 198 covered stalls and 90 surface stalls. Next slide. So this is a view from the building across the corner. So Great Dane will be right to your right. You're looking at the first floor commercial space with the private screen roof terrace for the residence and club room directly above it. We intentionally broke this corner to make it feel like two separate wings and to really provide some nice opportunities for view corridor and to ease the edge as it comes around the corner. Just a quick thought about materials here is on the next slide, there's a more of a photograph of what we're thinking on the stone. So in the rendering program, it doesn't render the greatest all the time, but this is kind of the design intent idea for the base and the edges. Next slide. This is the infill brick color that you'll see on some of the next images. And then we've got, next slide. The rest of the colors, the gray, the maroon are fiber cement panel, and the brownish color is it's also fiber cement, but it's finished to look like stained cedar. So it looks like a nice wood finish, and that form kind of wraps and breaks the massing down it's still a distinct horizontal feel, and that was intentional. And of course, you're seeing the commercial space that faces Cottage Grove Road and the grade coming up to there. So as you move up North Star Drive, as you can see, there's going to be some retaining walls and steps that would lead up to that breezeway. Next slide. And this would be from the parking lot side. So the B5 building where the existing occupied retail is just to the left of this view. At the inside corner there would be where the residential entrance is, as well as the connection to the breezeway from the parking lot side. Where you see the signage in the lower right corner there on that masonry wall, the parking entrances are just to the left of that. Same material palette here. We've got horizontal siding for the gray fiber cement, as well as the maroon and the tan colors stone. The infill brick is floors 2, 3, and 4 in between the frame that captures those 3 levels. And I think that might be the last one. Is there another one? Oh, a couple more. This is, of course, from Gemini and Sharpsburg. The grade does go downhill on Sharpsburg here, and the units that would be adjacent on that lowest level would have some walk-ups. Some of them will have a few steps as the grade goes down, but the idea is to really create a nice landscaping buffer between the public realm. You've got the reverse diagonal parking along the street there, and down on the ground floor all the way to the right is where the fitness room, club room, or fitness room, entrance lobby, and commercial spaces. Next. The aerial shot from Cottage Grove Road, looking over the existing building towards the proposed building. Hopefully that was 3-ish minutes. I think that's the last one now, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Happy to hear any questions. Okay.
I don't know, Janine, if the applicant has seen any of our written comments yet, but I did look through them, and a number of us have put some comments down. Are there any other comments from the commission? I think after reviewing them briefly, it looked like the one that was maybe common amongst a few of us is the tunnel, the site plaza / low tunnel. And while on the site plan, it looks kind of compelling and a neat organizing element. And there's no real, good renderings or design development of it yet. But I think some of us are curious as to what that's really going to feel like, being under the second floor of an apartment building.
Yeah.
So, that's a comment, not a question. And then I think the other comments were with regard to kind of the striping and banding and the organization of the building elevations. I know that there was some comments about it feeling really, really long, and I wonder if those ledges, while they are probably pretty good for window washers, don't know if that's really the best way to break up those big long elevations. I see you're trying to stop your brick and go to a lighter material above, but I think if you read through the comments, those that kind of summarizes it, right? Am I missing anything? Are my commission members still conscious? Seeing some nodding heads. I don't know if that's because nodding off or nodding heads. Yeah. Okay.
The applicants do have a copy of the staff report, including all of the UDC comments. So your comments will be added to that.
I could have sworn we've seen this one before, and I think that's what Brian was alluding to. I thought it even got approved, but that was a long time ago.
It was.
There was one question. Maybe you could remind me of this solution. That is on the site plan where you have the two driveway entrances versus just having one and having a lot less asphalt. I seem to recall there was some strange reason why you did that satisfied us, but I can't remember what that is. I don't know if Janine, if you're able to pull up a site plan. Yeah, where you see across the street, there's the one driveway entrance, and I can't remember if it was grade or fire department or something. Maybe Adam or
Sure,
Brian.
I could tackle that. It's a function of fire access and circulation in and through the block was required by the fire department.
But in other words, you couldn't just loop around and come back to the same driveway entrance.
Unfortunately,
for some reason.
Yeah, unfortunately, no, because of the configuration of the building and the bend on Sharpsburg. The fire department did want that drive aisle to follow along the back portion of the building.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments? They've been shared with you, and I appreciate the commission members taking the time to do that when they were probably a little bit more awake than they are now. Okay. We'll look forward to seeing you at a future virtual meeting.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. All right, so that brings us to item number 11 of 12, 1 North Pinckney Street. Oh, Shane's back.
Looks like we have Brad Binkowski and Mark Binkowski, both registered speaking in support. We also have registered in support and available to answer questions David Jennerjohn with Valerio DeWalt Train and Tom Daly. And then we do have one opposed registrant who wishes to speak when the development team is done.
Okay, thank you. And I would just like to tell the presenters that, fortunately for you, this has been all over the newspapers and we've had a chance to review it in our packets. So if you could just give us the highlights, since I think most of us seem like we've seen this project and how it's progressed through landmarks. You got through that gauntlet, and we're your next challenge.
So Brad, Mark, David, and Tom are all unmuted right now.
Great. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We started developing the American Exchange Bank. I think you have to unmute, Mark, in 1994. It's taken us 26 years to advance this project to the point where we can bring it before you, and which seems almost as long as we've been watching tonight. But we're really excited to be able to advance this. We're particularly excited to have the support of the Landmarks Commission and the Madison Trust to demolish Center 7 and reconstruct it. Our goal when we started developing in downtown Madison was to create retail vitality, to bring life and energy back to the sidewalks, to do underground parking, which is what we need to kind of attract tenants and to make sure that we can create life and vitality. And I think this project really exemplifies and builds on everything that we've done in downtown. The concept is really to preserve the American Exchange Bank and to reinforce it as a landmark. I think we've really, again, gathered some steps, some support of city staff to set the building back and reinforce the presence of this great historic landmark that we lovingly, saved. But our real goal is to develop office space that can continue to attract the technology market that's the future of downtown, and to bring energy and life to the sidewalks. If you can go to the first slide, please. I think it highlights the fact that we're trying to create retail viability on virtually every possible sidewalk frontage. I think there's a total of 22,000 square feet of new retail space, where today there's only one retail shop in over 700 feet of frontage. Everything else is used for office. And so we believe that vitality is really important to energize downtown, particularly so today when traffic's disappeared from the sidewalk and when reinvesting for the future is really important. We believe also, if you can go to the next slide, that it's really important to do more than just office space. In Block 89, we created outdoor usable roof terraces that are, in strong demand from tenants to entertain during concerts on the square and for other events. We're really continuing that presence and building almost 11,000 square feet of landscaped green roof so that people are having more than just office space, but they can have outdoor space that they can go on to enjoy the extraordinary Capitol views. Next slide, please. Next slide. The retail vitality starts along Pinckney Street on obviously one of the main frontages of the floor block surrounding the Capitol Square. And this shows a view of how we really want to kind of reinforce the historic character of the bank with a contemporary addition. The bank's only 19 feet wide inside. And so it's important that we give it more presence than just a little slice, facing the Capitol Square. And we're proposing to do a contemporary stone building matching the stone of the bank that has its own retail entry and retail viability. As we go to the next slide, you'll have a view looking up Pinckney Street where the Landmarks Commission, the Madison Trust, supported the reconstruction of the old historic facade so that we can demolish Center 7 and really proceed with the project. We were really gratified by their support. And it shows how we're trying to create the historic character of what downtown Madison used to be, a collection of individual storefronts where people had a real commitment to, creating a building that they were proud of that reflected their name. We're putting the restored facade in front of what we think will be, a recreation of retail restaurant space that was important to the original builders. But flanking it with, again, a scale, and I know there's been some comment about whether or not this scale is too small, whether or not we ought to do something that's larger, like we did in Block 89, where Walgreens and a very contemporary Walgreens facade is in between two larger towers. We think this is the right scale, but I'm really interested to have a dialogue with the Urban Design Commission members to see what you think. Next slide, please. Here's some details, and we don't have to, focus on these, but they indicate kind of the character of trying to create individual entrances, individual life and energy, going up and down the street. Next slide, please. Again, kind of a detail of a contemporary building that's just to the south of the recreated historic building. We think that juxtaposition is really important and creates some of the messy vitality, that makes downtown Madison as unique an environment as it is. Next slide, please. A close-up again of another retail entry. And again, this is without the trees that flank Pinckney Street that really give it intimacy and scale and character so that you can see the buildings past it. Next slide, please. Next one. So this is a view of East Washington where flanking the American Exchange Bank, you could pick up a whole colonnade of outdoor dining and seating with umbrellas that transitions to a building that is sitting at the intersection of Webster and East Washington Avenue. That's a gateway. Next slide, please. Again, a building where the only access to loading that's really designed to be a separate building. It's the only place on any 3 street frontages that we can do it. It's designed to, again, be recessive and there's more work that needs to be done. Great architecture takes time, but this is really kind of a preliminary concept that we'd like to get your reaction to. Next slide, please. And next slide. And what's really important and what's really consistent with the urban design guidelines for downtown Madison is that office lobbies aren't just along the Capitol Square. On the south side of East Washington, you've got, the U.S. Bank Plaza building, which has no entrances, and Jeff 1. On the north side, the AC Hotel was built, with an entry a little bit further down Webster Street. We're proposing to do a building that we think reflects a lower scale than just going up to the height limit, but that has a major 2-story entry. What exists right now is shown on the next slide. If you could go to that, please. When you drive up to the Capitol Square, you see a surface parking lot, an abandoned bank drive-up, and the back of 2-story buildings that are functionally obsolete. What we're trying to replace it with is something that's going to be a true landmark going forward. So if we can go to the next slide, please. This is what you'll see as you drive up East Washington. And I know there was comment, in the written comments about trying to reactivate that intersection and do something that produces energy. So, we've really done work trying to create a stronger retail entry just to the west of the lobby, but looked at, trying to add color and planting. The planting the state does along the Capitol Square at all corners that they change, full of annuals with tulips blooming in spring, with different flowers throughout the year, introduce color and life. That's really I think hallmark and what people connect to the Capitol Square. We believe that really, doing something at the pedestrian level that is in front of the lobby that introduces color where we can change the planting 3 or 4 times a year is really kind of, again, reinforcing the gateway presence. But it all starts with parking. So Mark, without parking, we can't do a retail project. And without parking that is really underground so we can support the retail space we just talked about, this project isn't possible. So Mark, can you tell us a little bit about how parking?
Absolutely. And I think hopefully you guys can hear me all right and there's not an echo, but Janine, if you could flip to the next slide. So the parking entrance exit configuration is located along the outer loop further down Webster Street. 2 reasons for that, of course, that being the predominant traffic loop around the square, but also there's a 16 feet of grade difference between East Washington and Mifflin. And so with that drop off, in order to position the parking so that we can get the ramp down below the first floor slab, that's really the only place where we can put that entrance exit so that we ensure we have ground floor retail space on the other 3 street frontages. Additionally, adjacent to that on the next slide, Janine, we have another smaller loading dock and trash room. The idea here, which is still preliminary, is that we could create a larger interior trash room and service core that runs through and actually services the Bartell Theater and some of the other neighbors, the Old Fashioned potentially. So we've met with the Old Fashioned. We're meeting with the Bartel actually tomorrow. So working through ways that this development can help improve access and service for some of our other neighbors on the block. And then Janine, if you want to flip through some of the next ones, we've got some of the renderings here. The idea is that Pinckney Street is really the focal point of this project. The historic American Exchange Bank building is the namesake for the development. It's been here before everything else. And so we really want to highlight that. So the glass tower rising up is pulled back. I think it's close to 24 feet from the East Washington facade, so that the American Exchange building is really not overshadowed by it. And then the glass tower really is so that the older historic buildings along Pinckney Street, those stronger masonry fronts and facades are really the focal point. And so we step back 16 feet or so, I believe, from Pinckney Street. Janine, that next slide is actually a good one. It's hard to render this, very clearly, especially at this stage, but we're looking at, a fritting detail in the glass, in addition to some mullions that will really help to add some subtle detailing and break up the glass tower. We have two different curtain wall systems there to continue to break down that scale while using the glass so that the building's not as heavy. We don't want it to be looming over the shorter 2, 3, 4-story buildings along East Washington and Pinckney Street. So really using that to break it down. We're in early conversations with our engineers about the impacts on bird strikes and understanding that. So we don't have all the information at this time, but we're exploring that, talking to the UW and the city to make sure that we're understanding that and taking that into account. And I think the last two renderings, Janine, just show East Washington and Webster Street, where we're adding some more of the punched opening architecture, bringing a stone element in that is respective of American Exchange while, far more modern, but again, breaking down that scale, stepping back the upper floors, making sure that this is not an overly sized monolithic building, but has those architectural nuances.
Right. When you compare that to, for example, US Bank Plaza, US Bank Plaza was a very contemporary prototypical building that Skidmore, Owings and Merrill did. It was their first atrium building in the US with clear glass. But it's of a scale where there weren't any entrances. When we created the outdoor, we took cubicle space and created Grays and Latois. It basically activity where there was none. The US Bank was a building that was designed almost to compete with the Capitol Square. The scale of what we're trying to do successfully here in the American Exchange block is to be something that where the star of the show is the Capitol and the American Exchange Bank. We're trying to break down the scale and yet respond to all of the city's urban design guidelines. So I know there are a lot of questions. I love to hear more about your comments. David Jennerjohn, who designed Block 89 and the renovation of the Anchor Bank properties for us, and Tom Daly, who's been really very, very instrumental in advancing this concept, are here to answer questions. So we'd love to hear what you think.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Somebody want to raise their hand? I can unmute you. Or is it all ready to go?
Hi.
I know we had some questions.
We do have a registrant registered in opposition wishing to speak.
That's right. I forgot. Thank you for reminding me.
Sure.
Let's hear from him first. Yes.
Okay. I think he's muted.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi. Well, first, let me thank you and everybody hang in there. We're almost done. We are like almost there. Almost there. We will take a small time. My name is Jose Luis Granados, and first I would like to thank the commission for doing all that you guys do. I mean, keeping the city beautiful and elegant. I think you guys really do put a lot of work into this, and you're not being recognized enough for it. So a little bit of my background. My name is Jose Luis Granados. Together with my wife, Sarah Granados, we are part owners of Enovino Downtown. And our concern with this project is that it is going to erase the view landmark that we have created in Enovino Downtown for the public. So in this, on top with the COVID-19 experience that we're all going through right now, then I hope that you are all healthy and your family is healthy and you're staying safe. We're battling through that right now, and then to confront this with a building that is gonna block that beautiful view that we have. I personally don't know the ULI guys. I don't. I know that they're good guys. I have absolutely nothing bad to say about them. I just don't want my business will die if the view of it is so important for guests that come in and have lunch. Even we're not open for lunch, and they go up to the terrace and have lunch, and then we'll be blocking that. We have had weddings that have a background of the Capitol. We have had politicians in there having interviews. I think we will really believe we became a landmark view already of the Capitol in its entirety. And my mainly concern, and I'm really, really concerned that as we fight in this COVID-19, and now we're gonna confront this building right in front of us, and the height of it. So it's creating me. It's actually really, really hard for our restaurants right now. And I know I know that the ULI guys know. A lot of tenants of them are restaurateurs, and I know they understand, and I get it. And again, I'm speaking for my 100 employees that work there at that location, that we already, going through all this stuff that we're going through, that we all are. But that is again, it's not necessarily an opposition. It's just we're concerned of how this will impact our building. So for that reason, I actually wrote a letter that because my accent is so thick and I really don't want to not say something correctly. My wife, which is also an owner, we are part owners of Enovino Downtown, she's going to speak out. And again, we would have more people speaking up about how worried we are about our jobs. But they are all working right now, trying to make tips, trying to survive like we all are. So she's gonna read that letter that we have, and we're gonna submit it for the record with some pictures that we think that are so an extreme example of why that view and having a wedding up there with that view, having an interview, it's so unique to our city. And I think we, along with ULI and their projects, are beautiful in our projects. And I think we have good principles, both companies. I'm just the landlord. I'm just the tenant. I apologize. I'm the tenant. I'm not the landlord. I'm just the tenant. I'm just looking out for the good of me, the good of us. But that is my concern, is the impact that we're already having on this, and the impact that this will create on the farther run, that will create us, not successful, or not in a good. We're not in a good position right now. I think no restaurant is in a good position right now, and I don't think we're gonna be until we have a vaccine. So my wife is going to read the letter, and that will be the end of our talk. That way we don't want to hold anybody else. Again, I don't know the ULI guys, only good things. I would love to maybe talk to you guys, meet or something. That's our concern. So she'll read the letter and we'll submit it with pictures for the record.
Hello, my name is Sarah Granados. Just to give you a little history of Enovino Downtown, we opened in May of 2017, and over the course of the last 3 years, we have become a destination for local and visiting guests to celebrate birthdays, anniversaries, graduations, and many other life events. Many of our guests take photos to commemorate these life achievements, and these photos display the beautiful view of the Capitol as the backdrop. With all these celebrations and commemorative photos, we have truly become a landmark in Madison and a top destination for locals and visitors alike. Over the years, we've partnered with Destination Madison, the Greater Madison Chamber of Commerce, Greater Madison Convention and Visitors Bureau, Travel Wisconsin, and Wisconsin Cheese to host many visiting groups to the Madison area. We have also been featured in multiple promotional videos for Travel Wisconsin, highlighting our city and the view of the Capitol building, helping to showcase the beauty of Madison and encouraging travelers to visit our city. Our partnership with the Greater Madison Convention and Visitors Bureau has been particularly successful, using Enovino Downtown to showcase our beautiful city and encourage companies to choose Madison as the location to host their large events and conventions. We are also proud to have partnered with a number of local charities over the years, including Guarding Against Cancer, Coaches vs. Cancer, the UW Carbone Cancer Center, and the American Family Children's Hospital. Through these partnerships, we've been able to raise money for these charities, money that stays in our community. We are a public restaurant, and our space is open to anyone, local or visiting the Madison area, to experience the incredible bird's eye view of the Capitol. We've been proud to be the venue for countless special occasions for many visitors from the Madison area and across the country. Birthdays, anniversaries, graduations, engagements, weddings, and many other life events are celebrated with us with the illuminated view of the Capitol that feels almost as so close you can touch it, making all of these life events feel extra special for everyone that celebrates with us. If this development proceeds at its current height, the beautiful view of the Capitol will be completely lost, and local and visiting guests hoping to take a picture with the Capitol in the background will have a glass office building as their backdrop instead. We think the opportunity for the public to enjoy the bird's eye view of the Capitol shouldn't be blocked completely and should remain a landmark for everyone for years to come.
And that's the end of the letter. We really want to thank you for your time. Really appreciate it. I know it's a long one for everybody. And thank you so very much for actually bringing a little door for us to speak out through Zoom and through these times that we cannot meet in person. And I hope that I can soon meet all of you guys in person. Thank you so very much.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, we do, I think Julie has a couple of registrants that do not wish to speak. I think she'll read those now, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Julie, you're muted. I think you might want to start over.
We have Juan Camilo Pavi Rivera, registered in opposition, and Mark Geisy, not wishing to speak.
Great, thanks. I think that is all the public comment.
Actually, there were a few more that were listed.
Yeah.
There were.
You're right. They must have done that recently. They did do that recently. Okay. Dana Thiel, Gordon Brown, Matthew Siegler, and Jackie Tu.
Okay.
I'm actually showing a few more as well.
Yeah, I see.
Oh, wow.
Rigo Tovar, Ali Bing, Tyrone Todd, Kyle Kubasek, and Hector Correa, all in opposition, but not wishing to speak.
And then I'm also showing Craig Spalding and Jennifer Cameron, both opposed.
All right. Okay. Somebody want to raise their hand? Anybody? The applicant has kindly stayed up late with us, so I'm interested in hearing any comments that you might have. now's your chance. Okay, Alder Boss.
Thank you. I really appreciate the detailed design and during the introduction phase. And using that parking lot, I think so that will be a great improvement. I do have some comments on the project from building sustainability point of view. Having such intense glass building is not really great from sustainability point of view. I really like the design. If you see through the North Webster Street, where we still have the glass, but we still have other material as well, which is kind of like a fine balance. But once you come towards the Capitol, Pinckney Street, that's where I have concerns about really intense and heavy on glass. I understand they want to, might be the logic behind it is to have the view of the Capitol, might be you have those clientage you want to see, but I do believe you can still balance it very nicely, because if you're sitting inside the office, I do not need to see 6 feet above me glass and 6 feet down. I can still see through where I am standing outside. So I will appreciate if through sustainability point of view and energy use and EUI, like how much energy intense that building is going to be. I understand one argument could be there's a natural daylight saving because it's all glass, but at the same time, glass does not have that insulation to really save energy and reducing carbon footprint, especially moving forward, the city have and target of reducing energy use. So I will appreciate if you can look the way it's on the Webster side, if you look a little bit more on the front side, how you can create that fine balance and balance that between the glass and the material. Thanks.
Thank you. Christian. Wait a minute, I thought I unmuted you. Hold on. Sorry, there you go.
Okay. I'd like to echo what Saeed said. It was the first thing that struck me when I first saw the drawings of this, that, that huge of a pretty much all glass structure on the top. And it was just hard to, picture how that was going to be. I know there's been tremendous advances in glass buildings of that type as far as efficiency, but it still seems a stretch to think that would, be looked at as a really energy efficient design. I was happy to see him make some comments about, the issues that were brought up by Alder Rummel in the WIDA building about impacts with birds. I feel like we're starting to, tiptoe around that issue, but on both of the buildings coming up in the Archipelago Village, we've sort of, I think, let these developers off the hook with just, doing very, very small parts of the glass facades with the anti-bird strike things. And obviously with a huge mass of glass, it's going to be an issue with this building. As far as the comments from the owners of Vino Vino, I've been kind of waiting for this sort of impact. We tend to keep on focusing on, residents' views and sunlight being blocked, but I've been sort of wondering when we were going to get to a point where a commercial business's livelihood was impacted by somebody going up next to it, and here we are when a big part of the attraction of your business is based on a view that is suddenly taken away. I think that's a fairly serious issue, though I don't think there's anything in our ordinances that guarantee a scenic view in perpetuity, but I certainly think it's something that should be, at a minimum, discussed and taken seriously. Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Alder Abbas, did you raise your hand again?
Yes, yes, and just with addition of birds and glasses, I will also say when you will come with a proposal, I know this is only introduction. Also, we would like to see the glazing too, because there's so much windows and how the sunlight will impact surrounding areas. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Craig? I have the hardest time unmuting him. There we go.
I was just reading through the comments that were made ahead of time, and I agree with the site and architecture comments that were made by probably multiple people. Just wanted to say that I concur with those comments as well.
Thanks. I think I have to claim responsibility for the comment about the disjointed appearance of the Pinckney Street facade. We're trying to dismantle and reuse a facade, and I just thought it felt a little disjointed, and especially in contrast with the facades along Webster Street and East Washington. So those are my comments, and also about the tower kind of looming over the American Exchange Bank. But again, I think that's gonna really, as you develop it, I think that's gonna, definitely prove to either be the case or not be the case. Any other questions or comments? No? If not, any closing remarks from the applicant?
Yes, please. Thank you. When we started developing in downtown Madison, and when we created, the density that you see in Block 89, with the city's participation and active encouragement, and when we, tackled the renovation of US Bank Plaza and actually made it a LEED Gold certified building, we saved 32 million gallons of water. We saved something like 40% of the electrical consumption by completely redoing the relatively old, VAV HVAC system. We cut our gas consumption by 70%. We're really, when we met with Mayor Conway, she said we were an example of what sustainable development in downtown Madison should be. And she asked us if we'd talk to our colleagues and tried to encourage them to do some of the same things that we've been doing. We're putting in a state-of-the-art, HVAC system that really transmits energy through pipes, not through major ductwork. We did it at Anchor Bank. It's operating extraordinarily efficiently, and it truly works. We build for the long term. We don't sell the buildings we do. And again, we've been committed to try and improve the quality of life in downtown from a point where there were no people on the sidewalk, and there weren't any office buildings, and there were no restaurants. So we understand. We've got 20 different retail and restaurant tenants that are struggling with the COVID situation. And I think when you look at the solution is spending the money to put parking underground instead of doing it above grade. The solution is creating responsible, development that's sustainable, that can attract new people. 2,000 employees could be housed in what we're proposing to do at American Exchange. Those are the people that walk out on the Capitol Square, that patronize the restaurants, our restaurants and restaurants like Vino. That density is what creates the increased property values that the city desperately needs. And it's responsible development. You know, we, on Block 89, we have basically 3 different storefronts in a block. We have the 33 East Main Tower that comes right down to the sidewalk with a grand entry off the Capitol Square. We have the adjacent Walgreens building that was built as a 3-story building facing the Capitol Square. And we have 1 East Main. You know, that's a kind of an example of trying to break down scale, even though when you go around the block, we have, I think, 5, 6, 7 different building images. I think that what we're really trying to do is invest in the community at a point where the community desperately needs it to try and make it stronger and better for everyone. The owners of the AC Hotel have asked us whether or not we would make parking available after hours and on weekends. And we said, absolutely. If it will help you, be more successful, we're really interested in doing that. We've also offered to go on their property and take photographs so that you can see the real impact of how, the Capitol view is going to be, affected by what we do. There will be an impact, but you will see most of the dome and certainly, a major portion of the facade. The goal is to make the Capitol the star of the Capitol Square, not to detract it. I think that ultimately we care passionately about downtown. We started developing, in 1986 when there was no activity. And we're really committed to make this something that is going to enhance the community. Great architecture takes work. We're just starting the process. We couldn't even approach the city until the Landmarks Commission supported our application for a demolition of Center 7. So we're really just beginning this voyage, and we really do, value your opinion. We're committed to make this something that you will be proud of, that you think will, dramatically improve downtown, that we can all look at and say, wow, we took a site that was 55% surface parking with the back end of buildings facing, a major entry point to the Capitol Square, and truly made it great. And we really need to partner with you and the city to achieve those goals.
Okay, thank you. Alder Boss.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate, Brad. And I am very well aware about your building and also LEED Gold. And that is true. There's a substantial amount of renovation you guys did to make that building more energy efficient. I also agree with the surface parking and how you guys have a vision for the city. And I really appreciate that. I know this commission do not have that power to ask developer to share their energy plan and their energy modeling. But if you are really keen, I will appreciate if you can share your U factor value with us ahead of a time if you like, and share your energy model with us. And I would love to see with your new building what energy model you have for energy efficiency with this design. That's pretty much from me. And I appreciate for giving us all the detail. Thanks for all the work you do for the community.
You're welcome. Thank you. And we'd be happy to share it. We do extensive modeling to try and make sure we do the right thing. And the chilled beam system that we're looking at installing here, we've done pretty detailed preliminary modeling, but before advancing, we're going to do modeling that will give you and us the confidence that we truly will be extraordinarily sustainable going forward.
Okay. You provided us with lots of good information. You got an exciting project going. We've provided you with some input, a little clumsy, just the way we're working these days, but I hope you found it useful, and we look forward to seeing you back here soon.
Thank you. Any other comments from the commissioners?
I've been asking, but they're not raising their hands. I think they're getting ready to go brush their teeth and get tucked in. Yeah.
Thank you
very much. Okay, one last item. Back to East Washington Avenue, 2902. This is the old Ellis Deli site.
It looks like we have 3 registered in support and 2 wishing to speak, Ann Morrison and Jacob Morrison.
Okay, anytime you're ready.
All right. Can everybody hear us, or some people hear us who are awake still?
Exactly.
Great. Janine, can you go back a slide? There we go. Thank you. Thanks everybody for having us here and for the feedback that many of you have provided to date. We've had positive, ongoing, and productive conversations with the neighborhood, city staff, the development assistance team, and we're happy to be here tonight to share with you what we're doing to create an engaging and sustainable mixed-use residential project in this neighborhood along the future BRT route. And we could talk your ears off about this project, but we've heavily edited this down to keep it under 3 minutes. And if we don't, I encourage Kevin to hit those symbols and let us know that we're over. So we look forward to showing you more of our progress on landscape design and other elements when we come for more approvals in July. Our team for this project includes Modus Architects, Potter Laufen, and Grafe, among others. My partner, Jacob Morrison, and I are here presenting tonight. So pictured on the screen is the site. The site is about 1.66 acres on the edge of the Eakin Park neighborhood at the intersection of East Washington and Highway 30. It contains 3 contiguous parcels that are all zoned CCT and no rezoning is requested. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are views from East Washington Avenue. It's on the same block as the shuttered KFC restaurant, the existing Mocha drive-through coffee shop, and the CarX. And as you can see on the bottom right, the site is kind of behind and wraps around the existing CarX. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide, please. Again, thank you. We have 2 contexts that we're working with here. We have the East Washington context, which is very high speed, loud colors, big signs, very boisterous. Next slide, please. And on the North Lawn side, it's a more transitional and quieter block with 1 family, 2 families, some small businesses. Next slide, please. What we have pictured here are some nearby mural images in the neighborhood. And as you'll see, we're proposing to commission a mural for 1 face of the building. Next slide, please. We looked at the neighborhood, but we also looked at some other inspirational kind of communities that we found inspirational. We looked at 4 to 5 story buildings in more transitional neighborhoods, which are shown on the top left. And we looked at 5 to 6 story residential buildings on busy commercial corridors, which are shown on the right. And in the middle, you'll see that we looked at some larger mural buildings around the country. Next slide, please. I think with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jake.
Hi, thank you. I'll try to be concise but informative. This first slide here, this is an aerial view showing the site. It's a rather odd site in that one side faces North Lawn Avenue, the more residential side, and the other side faces East Washington. Very heavy commercial strip, but particularly in this area. The North Lawn is shorter with a 4-story building with some setbacks on the north side as it approaches the nearby house. And the East Wash building is a 5-story building. They're connected, so they're actually one building connected by a 1-story connector that houses common space, a screen porch, and a roof deck for the residents of the building. That connector is actually not visible from any of the adjacent streets, but it is a useful amenity to the residents who also look out into a courtyard from it. Next slide. This is the East Washington building. The facades of the East Washington building are composed of large windows in 2 sizes with variations in the surrounds around them. The base is a more explicitly commercial frontage, and then the top of the building uses more brick detailing around the windows and some relief brick at the very top, with some variations in the parapet as it gets around to the mural section. We're trying to balance a residential building that sits on a commercial corridor. So it shares elements of the smaller building next to it, but is also not out of place with its surroundings on East Washington. Next slide. This is a view. The white box building in the foreground there is where the CarX is. This kind of slightly odd intersection of East Johnston coming into East Washington. From this view, you can see the mural wall on the right-hand side. There is a framed element that's set within the brick facade. The mural facade is slightly taller to create a distinctly framed area for the artwork and is slightly recessed from the rest of the facade so as to create a distinct frame, leaving the rest of the building to have a character that is different but supportive without it detracting from the mural. So the mural can really stand alone. Both buildings share some similar traits: the sizes of the windows, the rhythm of the horizontals, the use of vertical siding to relay a kind of residential character. Next slide. This is a more detailed rendering of the entrance of the East Washington building to the residential area. The enlarged view of the facade shows the exterior character of the building along East Washington. Rather than having a large unbroken facade, what we have is a consistent window pattern that is then broken down with varying sized fiber cement panels within the brick surrounds that change from floor to floor. The brick itself is detailed with relief bands at every floor, and an angled brick detail appears adjacent to many of the windows to give it some character and detail that is distinctly its own. The amount of fiber cement varies from floor to floor and is a consistent design element that ties the form together and relates it back to the north lawn facade, which is the next slide, please. This is the side of the building that faces North Lawn Avenue. This building is clad in vertical siding, similar to many of the other multifamily buildings found in the neighborhood. The facade of the building shifts slightly back and forth 2 feet in every 24-foot horizontal segment to create a rhythm to break up the mass. The first floor of the building has a small horizontal canopy element to again create a more robust visual base, provide a unique ground level treatment that is distinct from the upper floors. Ground level apartments also have their own stoops that go directly from the sidewalk and lawn into their own apartments. And that's it.
I think well, just a couple of things that I wanted to make sure I pointed out, that the mural has not been designed, that we have engaged or we have requested proposals from 3 different artists that are muralists. It would not be a sign, and that our current expectation is that it would be painted directly on brick, kind of like a sign, but it would be an art piece that could ghost over time and be replaced later in its life. And that element, if it, is acceptable as a design approach, is something that we would bring back for approval to UDC. I also just wanted to point out that obviously early on in these renderings, it's hard to get a sense of those setbacks and where they are and where those details are. So we look forward to presenting more developed renderings that show that level of detail that we're envisioning here. And I think hopefully that's close to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, I do have some comments from the zoning administrator. Let me know when you would like me to share those.
Now is a great time.
All right. Sounds good. So the administrators mentioned at this point, the design does not appear to comply with the entrance orientation requirement, minor but easy fix, and the facade articulation requirements. That's a bigger issue. He's talking with Anne tomorrow about it, and there's some more time to make design changes. A couple more comments. The mural seems to conflict with the zoning ordinance articulation requirement. Specifically, the zoning ordinance describes what articulation measures can be incorporated, and I think the painted mural across the vertically articulated surfaces will affect compliance. Then lastly, the mural just looks like a coating or applied feature. I see it simply being in addition to any design or building form requirement. Mural idea is not an accent feature on the facade or ancillary secondary component like we commonly find on murals in the city. It dominates the facade, which is unusual and does not fit into the typical zoning scenario. I can't see how the current building design works from a zoning compliance perspective, regardless of the mural, for clarification facade articulation of street-facing facades. I do not have any consideration to offer relative to the mural design. color, or any subjective perspective. A mural itself is not a zoning ordinance matter, but definitely within the boundaries of a UDD approval. The building is taller than any building in the area and will be very visually prominent from the perspective of surrounding properties and longer vistas. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, wouldn't you know it? Because I was looking through all of our commission comments, and mostly everybody was giving it really, really high marks. And now we find out there's some regulatory issues, I guess, that need to be resolved. Having been through this before, my recollection is that I don't think we can let you off the hook for some of those things. You have to work those out with city staff. But I personally think that it's a really, really nice project. And I think reading through the comments, my fellow commission members do as well. Anybody want to add anything to that? Tom.
Yeah, I like the project overall. I did have a question about, and answered it, or that the mural would be painted on the brick. I was looking for a solution that might be, if we change our minds, a little less permanent. Or, people just get tired of one thing. So how the mural is applied, as much as what the artwork actually ends up being, is an issue for me, I think. And then the big question I had is, given the parallels in terms of this building mass to what we just heard about over on Lakeside, how have the neighbors reacted, particularly on the North Lawn side, the four-story piece, which mass-wise is probably as large as what we were just looking at? What's been the neighborhood reaction?
I guess we would ask the applicant if they could give us an answer.
Yes. Am I still unmuted? It looks like. Okay.
No, we can hear you.
Okay. Great. So I would say that we definitely, we got Matt's email about the articulation while we were in this meeting. So we understand kind of where he's coming from with articulation, and we'll get back to him to make sure that we comply with that. We're aware of it, and we don't think it's a showstopper. So we look forward to working it out. And then in response to Tom's question about the neighbors, and maybe Syed Abbas, Alder Abbas could weigh in on this as well. I think so far, once projects get to kind of the final lap, sometimes people wake up and they realize they are worried about it. But at this point, I would say that most of the neighborhood interaction has been exceedingly positive. When we started this project, we did look at a 5-story building along North Lawn. It is CCT, so a 5-story office building on North Lawn probably wouldn't even come to urban design because it's not an urban design district. So again, it's zoned for 5, and then the community mixed use along East Washington calls for up to 6 as a conditional use. And we downsized it to 5 and 4 with setbacks. And then we also originally had kind of an S-shaped building to kind of maximize the site. So I think people, when you show them kind of where we started and where we're thinking, and we've tried to be responsive. So far we haven't gotten a ton of negative comments at all. And the neighborhood meeting we had recently was, really gratifying that people thought that we had been responsive to their comments. People really do like the mural, so I think that's something that we will try to find a way to do and make sure that we meet zoning with it. They love the concept.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Is that it, Tom?
Yeah.
Alder Abbas?
Sure, I can speak about the project and neighborhood meeting as well. So,
this is your district, is it?
Yes, this is my district. Yes. So Anne was really involved from last 1 year. She attended several meetings. We had a very good, robust neighborhood meeting on Zoom, and we did not heard any major concerns. Actually, the factor of mural, people really like it. Historically, Econ Park in last 3-4 years, I will say, in last 5 years, is really moving into more art features. Like there's a lot of art projects. There's a sculpture garden. there is a right next to this proposed building, next to CarX, there is a gateway project right now. Eaton Park is doing and got city grant. There is a mural on across the Tip Top Tavern. So there is quite a bit of investment neighborhood association and city did to really activate that neighborhood with the art, especially with the art. So neighbors really like that. And I'm sure Anne will work with Matt Tucker and zoning and try to figure it out how they can find a way around murals. So that's really like, neighbors really like in this project through sustainability. We had a lot of discussion during neighborhood meeting about sustainability, and there is also green roof factor in this project. There's a connection between, and Anne can mention more about green roof, connection between building A and B. There is a green roof, so people really appreciate that overall. And this is also on a BRT road. There's a BRT right there. So we really want people to have building develop with the eye of BRT and transit and promote people to use public transportation rather than having more parking. So people also like that fact that it's have less parking spot and pushing people to use public transportation. So overall, this is the first meeting we had. Sometime in a development process, might be later in the phase, somebody might come across and say, hey, I don't like this and that. But at the moment, I did not heard any major concerns.
Great, thank you. Lois.
I want to say I really do like this project. I wish we saw more of this kind of attention to detail around windows and the using the masonry, how it can be used. And I love the rhythm of everything, especially as it comes around to the smaller, the residential street. My comment about the mural is when you're coming up East Washington in either direction, it's not the mural that you're faced with, which is unusual. I mean, as you come around, you're speeding past it, so there's really no way to have a really nice look at it as you're approaching. You're past it before you probably notice that there's this big color next to you. So I'm wondering if there's a way to maybe even make it less intense on the one side and bring it around to the other faces somehow. I don't know. I'd like to see it as I approach the building.
Kind of wrap a little bit and wrap around.
Yeah, somehow.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Rafiq. Hold on, I'm trying to unmute you here.
Oh, that was an accident. Sorry. That was an accident. I didn't mean to click the button.
You there, Rafiq?
Yep, that was an accident. I didn't mean to raise my hand.
Okay, I'm sorry. Anyone else? Great. Well, it looks like you got a really nice project. Wish you luck with the zoning ins and outs, and look forward to seeing you back here in the months to come.
Thank you for staying up late for us and giving us the feedback. And we also look forward to continuing to work with you all.
Yeah, same here.
Right, have a great morning.
Yeah, have a good morning.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, shucks, we're out of agenda items.
Well, one last business by members when you're ready, Chair.
Sure.
We do have an update on our next meetings for the rest of 2020. Since we're going to plan to meet virtual until we know otherwise. And so July 1st will be our next official virtual meeting, followed by July 29th, September 2nd, October 7th, November 4th, and December 2nd. So essentially one meeting per month.
Okay, and then it's absolutely official. Then at least through the end of the year, these meetings are going to be held remotely.
Until we know otherwise.
Okay.
Janine, how we came across those dates? One meeting, it's from mayor office with staff. Does she work with you guys?
So between the mayor's office and our IT staff. So these are UDC dates that were already scheduled. we just took out a few meetings in between them. And one of the leading factors is definitely our IT team, who've been absolutely amazing and fabulous, are running a lot of meetings, and it's resources.
Mm-hmm. I can see Stephanie's agree with that. He's like, yes.
We were also told, but yes, we had to make sure we could cover them. So
yeah, it's been really great working with them and having continuity from meeting to meeting too. So I guess we maybe should be getting used to staying up later than we might normally stay up on a Wednesday night. Okay.
So as we are on a business by members, can I say something too?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So one thing it's been more than a year. One thing I'm struggling is in our ordinance, and that's something discussion, I think, so Janine was also there. We had several months ago. We do not have any power of purview to really talk about sustainability. So, I had that discussion with the city attorney, and there were some issues with that, how much we can talk about sustainability and how much that can delay the project if we really go into building systems and discuss deep down, and then we need those expertise on a commission at the same time. So the one thing I was thinking, and I want to bring in front of you guys, is I was thinking to talk to city attorney back and see if we can only add in the ordinance with building design only sustainability, just that word sustainability, not to really go deep down. So at least when we ask for some, energy model or something like this, we can formally make those requests rather than, we saw this project we just discussed on Webster Street. We can ask developer, okay, if you really feel like it's a great project for sustainability, bring those numbers so I can review or team can review. So I was thinking if that's something I was thinking to move forward with that and talk to city attorney about it. And if you guys feel as colleague, if you think that's something we should do or have some concerns, please let me know.
I guess I'd just like to know whether then that would be written into the ordinance as to what UDC's responsibilities would be, and then consistently what requirements an applicant may need to submit.
Yeah, that's a big question.
Yeah, I will.
I don't expect you to answer the question. I mean those just my concern.
Yes. I will think deep into that, and I will get back to you guys with more details how we can navigate this and get more ideas.
I know that there are some provisions in, I think, some of the districts, if I'm not mistaken, that green features can contribute toward gaining other things that the developer might want, like extra height or mass or something like that. So it could be an incentive as well. And as long as it doesn't conflict with any building codes, energy efficiency codes that are already, on the books.
Yeah, and I think where it gets difficult is a lot of projects we see probably aren't energy modeled, or they might even be mechanical design build where they're just meeting code minimums. So it's different resources, the different availabilities. But what you brought up earlier, you were spot on. When you have 100% glazing, you don't have the R value, U value, and the way they're making that up is having advanced mechanical systems that can do more advanced features. It doesn't mean it's actually a lower carbon footprint. They're just doing other things.
Yeah. You're spot on. And I agree with you guys. It's also like the project on the Eastwatch 414, when we are giving a bonus 2 stories, might be that's the area where we should ask for, okay, if we're giving you bonus, then this is incentive. Then we don't need to go through this requirement of ASHRAE or IECC. We can directly ask. So I think so. This is along those lines. It might take me some time. I might be re-elect first. So need to work. It will take some time to really add those thinking and how we can really work. But this is some area I really want to work in future and see how we can improve this whole system instead of arguing with developer.
Yeah, and then taking the long view, again, it may require some member of the commission with expertise, to guarantee that we always have somebody like you who can decipher all that information. So maybe a mechanical engineer on the commission or something like that.
True.
Okay.
True. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's good. I know you mentioned that quite a while ago, and it's good to see that you're trying to make headway with it.
Mm-hmm. I'm just wondering from the commissioners, because I think I sent some review comments the first time, but I didn't this last time, how much it helps be able to get advanced review comments if you feel that it speeds along the meeting, although we're not having the discussions, because I think some of the comments, especially tonight, were very thought out and well put together. So I felt like I didn't have a lot of comments to add to that. But then again, then there's a lot of awkward pauses and no comments if that's acceptable. It's just different. We're doing things a little bit different now, but obviously time-wise, maybe that makes more sense.
It helps. I think it always, when you have to put something in writing, sometimes you have to think about it a little bit harder.
I agree. And I will also say, in next couple of months, Stefan will be expert on UDC.
Everything about real estate in Madison.
What the heck is fenestration? I knew someday the IT people would rule the world, and it's going to pass.
You spot on. They're in every meeting. They are understanding each department, how the city is working.
They're infiltrating every nook and cranny.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thanks everyone. Have a good June, and what do you say? July 1st is our next get together, so get plenty of rest. Pot of coffee.
Thanks, everyone.
Good night.
Thanks, everyone.
Good night.